Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Halcyon Days. Volume 4, 13 Blades. Chapter 1. The taiko drummers resumed their furious beat, filling the Colosseum with cacophonous fanfare. Rokon spectators seated in the rafters began to mimic the drummers' rhythm by stomping their feet, sending pulsating reverberations down through the lower levels. Audience members seated closer to the arena, all of them residents of the Siriidii, felt the tremors and cast scornful looks up at the rabble, insulted by their enthusiastic lack of decorum. The upper crowd's whooping only intensified when Chiwa Kikazu approached the arena. "Oh my, there he is!" Ranjaku squealed with delight, reflexively bouncing her bosom. Hisagi shot a nervous look her way. Chiwa was the most famous entertainer in Seoul society, known for his exquisite beauty and sumptuous singing voice. After washing out of Shino Academy, he found work as an attendant to House Ise and won enough favor to become Kabucha's personal taikomochi, a role he flourished in going on a century. Over time, he became a recurring MSTR of ceremonies in the Siriidii, his enchanting good looks and musical talents winning him widespread notoriety. His growing repertoire of responsibilities now included emceeing and refereeing the Juzenkan Taikai. The genteel taikomochi had a windswept mane of golden hair, his eyes an incandescent amber with flecks of turquoise. His elfin features were supported by a strongly sculpted jaw, with a plush set of pillowy lips giving him a perpetual pout. Tall and lean, he cut a dashing figure in his form-fitting shihakusho and tulip-colored haori, with the Ise crest of Sika deer antlers embroidered with golden thread along the sleeves. After taking his sweet time arriving at the center of the ring, Chiwa gave the crowd an ostentatious bow, prompting cries of adulation from many a young lady in the audience. Admiring the jester's poise from the second row, Yumachika discreetly bit his lower lip. Chiwa brought the microphone to his pillowy mouth and spoke, only for a corrupted warble sounded out. After a pause, he adjusted the instrument's cord and cleared his throat. "I'm gonna have to punish whichever 12th Company goon hooked up this confounded thing. Good morning, one and all," he tried again, his silky voice now carrying throughout the Colosseum with perfect clarity. "It is my profound honor to officiate this noble contest of brawn and skill, brought to you by the Shisanka's generosity." He did not speak above a whisper, allowing the mic to amplify his utterances into a booming lilt that sent shivers through thousands of attendees' spines. His voice had a practiced suppleness, attesting to his renown as a singer. "For those of you who have never attended a Juzenkan Taikai before, allow me to note some important safety measures," he continued. "Posted around this entire perimeter are elite members of our Kido Corps, who will maintain a protective barrier whenever our grand contestants are engaged in battle." He extended his arm to give a sweeping gesture towards the dozens of Kido practitioners seated in meditative postures along the arena grounds, plunked down in the sand right below the stadium's first row seating. "Their combined prowess will be able to repel even the most vicious hollow," Chiwa explained with a saucy shimmy of his shoulders. "Whatever magnificent techniques are thrown around this battlefield today, none of them shall reach you. Enjoy the spectacle without any worry, my friends. Are we really just proceeding with this charade like nothing's wrong?" Hitsugaya grimaced while dutifully flanking Yashiro Shihoin's throne. He glanced over to the young Tenraicho, who was bouncing up and down in excitement. "Well, at least he's happy. Please pay due reverence to our inaugural competitors," Chiwa continued. Hailing from one of the wealthiest families in the Siriidii, the distinguished commander of the Onmitsukido's Patrol Corps, and lieutenant of the 2nd Division. "Please welcome Omida Marekio Yashiimenasuk Nikotoroman." "Ah, sweet." Omida cackled when the audience broke into applause. "That pretty boy had the good taste to say my full name." "Stop gloating and get up there." Suifeng hissed, giving him a swift kick in the butt. The towering lieutenant adjusted his sash and ambled up onto the stage, waving to the crowd. He spotted his ecstatic groupies. "I'm gonna get a promotion and a wife out of this. Things are looking up for Marekio." And in this corner, a blessed member of the ISE bloodline, lieutenant of the 8th Division. Let's hear it for Ise Nanao. Chiwa announced. Nanao stood frozen, her fist clenched tight. What can I do? This new prize of the Juzenkan Taikai was officially issued by Central 46, but it was clearly Kabucha Ise's doing. Her aunt had rigged this game to give her an unlikely opening to become a captain. It was a perversion of the Gotei 13's chain of command and long-standing laws. She took a big gulp, gave Shunsui an inscrutable look, and began to slow walk up onto the arena. Her captain's words were echoing in her ears. Whatever you want to do, Nanao-chan. She brought her foot up onto the elevated tile only to freeze up, uncertain over whether to take another step. Her hesitancy was not lost on the crowd. Hey, what's up with Nanao? Yumachika muttered to Ikaku. Doesn't she know this whole tournament's being served to her on a plate? Renji furrowed his brow and leaned forward in his seat, trying to read her expression to no avail. What's she thinking? Lieutenant Ise? Chiwa said uncertainly, shooting her an expectant look. Soon enough, the entire stadium fell into a confused silence. What's wrong with that woman? Ganju wondered, squinting at the hesitant that hovered by the arena's edge. Is she scared? No, Kukaku replied, examining Nanao's expression through the magnifying eye of her spyglass. Nanao looked up at the House Ise loge and caught her aunt's icy glare, recognizing the bristling disapproval. Same as it ever was. There was no love in those imperious eyes, only expectation. She looked back at Shunsui and beheld his soft, supportive smile. I must respectfully decline. First there were confused murmurs, then a smattering of gasps rippled throughout the stadium. She's forfeiting. Kion murmured incredulously. To Omida? Come again, Lieutenant Ise? Chiwa asked with a bemused look. I must respectfully decline, Nanao repeated before breaking into an involuntary laugh. I am recusing myself from this competition. She turned around and marched back toward Shuansue's side, struggling to maintain poise. Did I scare her off? Omida's jaw dropped onto the ground while he watched her retreat. What a loser, one Rokon cried out. The stadium started to rumble with angry boos. Coward, a chorus began to chant. Has she lost her mind? Yumachika gawked. What in blazes is she doing? She's showing integrity, Ikaku smiled approvingly. She's a noble, and the nobility rigged this game to stick it to the captain commander. By quitting. She's undercutting her aunt's machinations, Ranjiku concurred. Nanao would rather look like a coward before this entire audience than be the linchpin of some Shisanka plot to put one of their own in the Gotei. What a doll. I misjudged her, Hisagi admitted. She's got a lot of stomach, don't you think? He turned to Kira, who looked surprisingly grim. While Yukitake and Unohana watched Nanao with silent admiration, Tenraicho Kabucha was pink with fury. After fanning herself at an increasingly erratic rate, she snapped. Her uchiwa shut and ripped it in half. Tossing the remnants aside, she looked over at her Shikotai guard, Rurisa. Go fetch my niece and bring her to me, she ordered, voice like flint sparking into flame. And do not let that man come with her. Chiwa twirled his microphone patiently while letting the boos coming from the crowd settle down into a simmer. In an unexpected turn of events, Lieutenant Ise has chosen to recuse herself from this tournament, he reiterated. But never fear, dear spectators, this match will continue. In the event of a challenger stepping down, their division will be represented by the next available officer. Fortunately, we have the third seat of the 8th division here with us today. I hope I didn't embarrass you, Captain. Nanao looked up at Shunsui queasily. Quite the opposite, Nanao-chan. Well, at least our division will carry on in the tournament, she offered. Injoji won't win outright, but he is a capable fighter. Oh, Injoji won't be your replacement, Shunsui chuckled, pinching the rim of his hat and lowering it over his eyes. Nanao grew suspicious. He always did that gesture whenever he anticipated her disapproval. What do you mean? I demoted him to 4th seat after the Ryoka defeated him with such ease, Shunsui said coyly. Well, that may be too harsh a way of putting it. I like to think of it less as a demotion for Injoji and more as a promotion for a very deserving officer. I figured our ranks could use some sprucing up. He couldn't. Nanao's eyes widened in mortification. He wouldn't. Not her, Captain, she cried. Don't tell me you promoted. Her protestation was drowned out by Chiwa's latest announcement. Subbing in for Lieutenant ISE, the freshly appointed 3rd seat of the 8th Division. Please welcome Yayahara Yuyu. Who? Renji mumbled. Never heard of her. Oh my, Aizen blushed. This'll be interesting. Nanao, aghast, looked over to the arena entrance and spotted a figure emerging from the shadowy hallway. Rar, Rayaror, Rao Ru Wowu, a nasal voice sang out from the darkness. It can't be. Suddenly, the silhouette bounded out from the crevice and latched onto Nanao, nuzzling her face with sisterly affection. Aw, you look so kawaii, Nanao-pion. Yuyu giggled, her rump wagging behind her while she rubbed her nose against Nanao's flustered cheeks. Thank you so much for entrusting this job to me. Cheer me on, won't-you? Nanao shot a volcanically disapproving look at Shunsui. He responded with a sly smile and a shrug. Yuyu hopped off of Nanao and bowed before Shuansui's feet, her upturned backside continuing to wag like an excited dog. Oh, Captain Kairakakai, she greeted demurely, her eyes sparkling. I'ma be a star today, just for you. Very good, Shunsui nodded. Just be yourself up there, Yuyu-chan. What is that garish creature? Kabucha frowned at the new contender from her throne, steam practically firing from her ears. Yukitake stifled a knowing laugh. Is that really Yayahara? Tetsuzeman murmured, lowering his sunglasses to get a better look. I haven't seen her since her academy days. She looks different. You mean she wasn't always dressed like a clown? Kira said sourly. Yuyu was a fairly meek girl when she joined the 8th Division, Ranjiku recalled. Very quiet, shy even. But after a patrol in District 2800, she was never the same again. District 2800. Kira repeated, recognizing the station. District 2800, otherwise known as downtown Tokyo, was infamous for corrupting impressionable young Shinigami. Kira was scared to death of the place. That's where good behavior and style go to die. Okay, here we go. Yuyu giggled, blowing a kiss at her captain before launching forward with something akin to a bunny hop, sailing 20 yards through the air before daintily landing atop the stage. Omida stared at the 3rd seat with complete befuddlement. Yuyu was a young woman with a dark spray-on tan, her bottle blonde hair bunched into a thick ponytail with a set of bangs fringing her circular face, the ends dyed a punky violet. She had big, rose-colored eyes with a mischievous glint, her hint of buck teeth giving the appearance of teeny-tiny fangs. Her outfit showed no modesty, with her shihakusho shorn at the midriff to fit as a CRP top and miniskirt, her arms encased in airy sleeves and ankles slotted into stockings. Hi! Yuyu called out to him, flashing a peace sign before swiveling around to give the entire stadium an exaggerated courtesy. This is Nanao's replacement. Omida thought. This is perfect. He couldn't believe his good fortune. Instead of facing Kairaku's pupil, he was matched up instead with a total clown who had just been promoted. Nanao, watching Yuyu peacock before all of Seoul society, felt like she might just vomit. Her demeanor is absolutely disgraceful, she muttered. I can't believe you'd subject our reputation to her showboating, Captain. Keep an open mind, Nanao-chan, Shunsui replied. I think Yuyu-chan's rather cute. That's because you're a lech. Nanao shot back. Are both fighters ready for battle? Chiwa asked with a hint of apprehension. It felt as though the inaugural match would never get off the ground. Omida and Yuyu each gave a nod. Very good. Let the Juzenkan Taikai begin. Right on cue, the Kido Corps members planted their palms onto the sand and mingled their individual reiatsus into a cohesive whole. A translucent dome veined with gold sprung up and cohered around the field, insulating the arena with a barrier. Chiwa hopped off of the arena stage and trotted over to a discreet corner where a pair of Kido practitioners summoned a small barrier exclusively for him. This glass box better hold up under pressure, he thought while poking at the shield. Kabucha-sama would be displeased if I scuffed up my hair. You gonna draw your sword, hussy? Omida tucked his thumbs into his sash and chuckled at Yu. She looked askance, as if stung by the comment, only to burst into a toothy giggle. Me, a hussy, she beamed. Why thank you, that's so yukipi. Squee, I'm so excited. Aren't you? Hardly, Omida turned stern, squatting into a sumo stance. I take no pleasure in roughing up girls. I promise to be a gentleman, but you better draw your zanpakuto. Oh, this little old tang. Yu hummed, unfastening the katana slung around her waist. With a giggle, she tossed the sword over her shoulder, scabbard and all. The weapon flipped in the air before planting into the sand a yard away from Shunsui and Nanao. Absolutely disgraceful. Nanao looked on in disgust at the katana. The hilt was hot pink and bejeweled with tacky stars made from plastic. Are you nuts? Omida gawped, giving a baffled look at the discarded sword. I don't think I'll be needing my zan today, Yu shrugged. She batted her eyelashes, prompting Omida to simultaneously blush and grit his teeth. How about you draw your sword instead, Mista? You're gonna need it, after all. Grand idea. Omida cackled, grasping the handle of Gejitsuburi and drawing it out with an impatient flash. Pulverize that harlot, Omida-san, one of his groupies cried out from the stands. Crush that trollop and then come marry me, another chimed in. He let out a triumphant roar and stampeded towards Yu with his katana held high. Once he was within a yard, he brought his sword down with crushing force, only to cleave through empty air. His blade thwacked impotently against the tile. Ha! Yoo-hoo! Yu called cooed from behind him. Omida whirled around, only to be blinded by a flash. He threw up a hand, fearful that she had unleashed a Kido spell. Yu's Fujifilm instant camera popped out a fresh picture. She plucked the negative out from the slot and began waving it, looking back at Omida with a puppyish look. Ah, you didn't smile, Omida-nyan, she pouted. Should we take another one? The burly lieutenant nearly dropped his katana in sheer befuddlement. You're snapping, selfies, he cried indignantly before swiping his blade clean across her. Yu hopped up and landed her sandals atop his outstretched blade while continuing to wave her photo like an Uchiwa. You wanna take another one? She asked before giving a bug-eyed grin. I want us together on the front cover of next month's Siriidii communication. Omida, sputtering in mortification, wagged his sword around to shake her off. She clung on like a cat before deigning to spring off with a backflip and landing 4 yards away. What's taking so long, woo-woo, she complained, blowing on her Polaroid a couple times to make the image bloom fully to life. The hell is up with this broad? Omida huffed. So she's shifty, huh? Then I'll just smash her with overwhelming force. Crush, Gejitsuburi, he roared, his zanpakuto illuminating and refashioning into a spiked ball and chain. His lips upturned into a mean grin while clutched the bulbous flail between his hands. Ooh, I love it. Yu blushed, her eyes widening into awestruck rainbows. That looks so cute. Can it, hussy? Omida howled, heaving his zanpakuto like a shot put and hurling it forth. Yu grinned at the incoming cannonball and waited until it came within a yard before neatly scooting to the side, cleanly evading the attack. While the chain surged past, she maneuvered her camera into a close-up selfie while the links rippled behind in a blur. Shooting up a peace sign, she gave a wink and lolled her tongue out before snapping a pic. Omida snatched the end of his chain and gave it a fierce tug, making the iron ball snap back. Yu, none too rushed, plucked out the second Polaroid from her camera and began fanning it while the spiked ball came surging back from behind her. When the sphere was within 3 yards, she nonchalantly tucked her 2 Polaroids between her teeth, flung her camera into the air, and bounded up after it. Omida's flail whipped by underneath, narrowly missing her. Suspended up in the air and gazing downward, Yu held out her hands and crooked them into claws, her rainbow-colored fingernails forming an open jaw. Her eyes gleamed with excitement when Gejitsuburi's sphere came within her sights. Rawr! She smashed her hands together, fingers intermeshing. Suddenly, the roaring head of a brown bear bore down on the ball, chomping it in a pulverizing bite. Gejitsuburi landed against the tile with a deafening thud, decapitated from its tether. What? Omida mumbled, his Zanpakuto returning to him a broken chain. Yu landed back down onto the spiked ball, followed shortly by her camera. She caught the Fujifilm, took another selfie with Omida's stunned face as a backdrop, and turned to give the entire stadium a curtsy. The audience responded with thunderous cheers. Woo woo woo, thank you, she blushed. She broke Gejitsuburi, like it was a toy. Omida's eyes widened with dumbfounded terror. What the hell is she? It looks like I snipped your Zan, Omida Nyan, Yu said innocently, her toes tapping on Gejitsuburi's severed sphere. Aren't you gonna surrender, meow? I. Omida quivered, shocked to his core. Don't give up, Omida-san, a chorus of voices pleaded from the stands. Omida looked up at the crowd and spotted his gorgeous groupies all clamoring for his attention, each more desperate than the last to urge him on. She's nothing compared to you, Omida-san. We love you. I love you most. They're right, this is my big moment. Omida gulped, rediscovering his courage. This is just a setback. I'm not out, yet. My Zanpakuto is just an extension of my strength. The real power resides in me. He puffed out his chest, let out a defiant roar, and charged straight at Yu. She watched him approach, confused at first but eventually arriving at a realization. Oh, so he's an absolute dum-dum. Oh my gosh, how cute. Omida heaved back his right fist, eyes aflame with determination as he stomped forth like a raging bull. I am Omida Marekio Yashiaya. Rawr. Yu swung her left arm with an underhand chop. Correspondingly, the visage of a bear's massive paw lashed out and swatted Omida like a fly, sending him skidding out from the arena, across the out-of-bounds sand, and finally crashing into the stadium's ancient latrines. Chiwa stifled a chuckle, cleared his throat, and brought the microphone to his lips. The winner by ring out, Yayahara Yu. The stadium erupted into cheers, the adulation punctured by shrieks of grief from Omida's fans. The other contestants gave each other uneasy looks. That technique is unreal, Ione marveled. Well, would you look at that, Abarai, Ikaku chuckled to Rinji. Looks like third seats can put up a good fight after all. That girl really is something, Rinji concurred. The whole Gyro style is still a little much, though. Halcyon Days. Volume 4, 13 Blades. Chapter 2. Omida was at his captain induction ceremony, accepting his well-deserved promotion while all 9 of his new brides watched with adulation. That's nice, he thought. This is nice. Then he awoke with a jolt, a throbbing pain in his head. He was on a stretcher being carried away. Oh. I lost. Hold it. Suifeng ordered from afar, prompting the medics to halt. The second division captain strode over at an unhurried pace until she was looming over her subordinate. Who could have known, Captain? Omida offered with a dazed look. There was no way of accounting for such pow, ow, ow, ow. Suifeng hooked her fingers deep into his nose, holding him hostage by the nostrils. If you had paid any modicum of attention to Soul Society history, you would have known you were outclassed from the jump, she hissed. The Soul King granted the Yayahara clan the power of beasts, making them among the most fearsome hand-to-hand combatants in the Siriidii. How was I, ow, Ow, ouch. Supposed to know that? Omida pleaded. Because the only other family with that power are our beneficiaries, the Shonen. Suifeng snarled. You squared up against a Shinigami who possessed the power of yokai and assumed she was a helpless mouse. You feckless dolt. She unplugged her fingers from his nose and wiped the snot onto a medic's robes. Get him out of my sight. Ichigo rubbed his eyes to make sure they weren't deceiving him. After a moment of processing, he realized for sure he wasn't imagining things. Rukia really was sitting cross-legged at the foot of his bed, clad in a shihakusho. Rukia? Do you sleep in this late whenever I'm not around? You know hollows don't skip morning shifts, Ichigo. It's the friggin' weekend, alright, he snapped back, his exasperation unable to tamp down his jubilant smile. You know you coulda called first. I'm on a classified assignment, Rukia said ruefully before returning the smile. Captain Yukitake gave me a mission, and I'm going to need your help. Ichigo's eyes shimmered, he thought he might not ever see Rukia again, and yet here she was proposing they work together. Wait, I thought you lost your Shinigami powers, he said, pointing at the Zanpakuto slung around her waist. What gives? Well, I couldn't regain them when I was stuck in Urahara's Jigai, she explained, visibly angered by the memory. After I discarded it and took a few strolls through the reishi-rich environment of the Siriidii, my Ryuryoku naturally replenished itself. Ichigo laughed. I thought I'd never see you with a Zanpakuto again. Come to think of it, I only knew you as a true blue Shinigami for a couple of minutes. Rukia pondered the observation for a moment before cheekily extending her hand. Well then let me reintroduce myself, she greeted. I'm Kuchiki Rukia, a Shinigami. Ichigo found the gesture a bit dopey but accepted her hand for a firm shake. Kurosaki Ichigo, Shinigami Deputy. Now scram, I gotta change. She huffed and marched into his closet, shutting it closed behind her. Blushing and grumbling, he slunk out of his bed and picked out a nondescript white t-shirt from the dresser. I'm surprised Soul Society has you working again already, he remarked while sliding the shirt over his shoulders. Don't you deserve a vacation or something? There were some motivating circumstances, Rukia replied from inside the closet. I think Captain Yukitake is trying to spare my feelings because I can't compete in the tournament. Ichigo threw open the closet door and squinted at her inquisitively. What tournament? You wanted to see me? Nanao said softly, kneeling beside her aunt's throne. You will never receive anything from me again, is that clear? Kabucha seethed, not even deigning to look at her. Did it feel good, rejecting everything I've done for you? No, it didn't, Nanao shook her head. But you left me no choice. You are an ISE. Kabucha shot back. You had limitless choices. But now you'll be nothing more than a lackey to that oaf, a footnote in the Godii 13's history. You certainly won't be mentioned in our family's records. I'll see to that. You will keep your name for appearance's sake, but you are no longer my niece. Understand? Understood, Nanao nodded, chancing a glance up at her aunt. You forced me to choose between being an ISE and my duty to the Godii. I chose duty. Then be off, Kabucha said with a wave of her hand. We will never speak again. Nanao rose back up, shared a look with Unohana and Yukitake, and departed the loge. Rurisa, Kabucha commanded. On cue, Nisaki Rurisa unfurled a massive uchiwa with the wingspan of a crane and began to fan the tenraicho. Now I have to suffer through this pointless trifle, Kabucha grumbled, shooting an irate glare towards the direction of Tokunada's box seating. This was all your idea, after all. That was so fun. Yashiro squealed, punching the arms of his throne with excitement. Have you ever fought Yu before, Captain Hitsugaya? I haven't, Your Highness, Hitsugaya murmured in reply. He wished they could keep the chit-chat to a minimum. How about you, Captain Zaraki? Nope, Kenpachi grumbled. She doesn't look worth my time. Knocking out Omida ain't that big a feat. You mean those two are some of the weaker fighters? Yashiro said with awe, his eyes widening into starry saucers. Oh man, this is gonna be so cool. Hinashi Yokio leaned forward and placed a hand on Yashiro's shoulder. Pardon me, Your Highness, the Shikotai guard said in a soft, reedy voice. I have to relieve myself. Okay, Hinashi. Yashiro beamed back. See ya soon. Wait. Hitsugaya did a double take when the guardsman began to exit the loge. Where are you going? I have to hit the head, Yokio replied, pinning his helm back at Hitsugaya and Kenpachi sardonically. I trust you two fine captains of the Godei 13 can handle watching a teenager for a couple minutes. Better not be taking a sheet, Kenpachi muttered. Well, now I might just have to force one out, Yokio chuckled before disappearing through the silk curtain. You hear that? Kenpachi frowned to Hitsugaya. These Shikotai bugs think they're better than us, don't they? Please stop talking to me, Hitsugaya blushed, fixing a stare on Yashiro. If anything happens to this brat, it'll be our hides. Captain Zaraki, isn't your third seat fighting in the next match? Yashiro broached, leaning up from his throne to get closer to Kenpachi's face. Shouldn't you go down there to see him off? Captains only do that for the opening match, Kenpachi growled back, wishing the kid would bottle his enthusiasm. Ichigo doesn't need me to drop him off at the dance. Let's see how bad the damage is, Yasachika Iemura sighed while assessing Omida in the Colosseum's medical bay. Seems like we have 3 broken ribs, bruising of the sternum, and tearing of the nasal cavity. The nose is Captain Suifeng's doing, Omida answered with a groan. Iemura, give it to me straight. Am I ever gonna walk again? Yes, within minutes, the medic replied curtly. In the history of the Juzenkan Taikai, your wounds are among the most unremarkable. Oh. Lieutenant Omida, someone is here to see you, a medic announced from the entrance. One of my new brides, he hoped. Send them in. To his surprise, the visitor was not one of his buxom fans but his little sister, Moreo. We all saw your fight, Nii-chan, she chirped, auburn hair and bright green eyes betraying that she took after their mother more. You fought, honorably. Who let you down here? Omida grumbled, averting her gaze. Did you come here to mock me? Moreo became crestfallen, her eyes shimmering with tears. I just wanted to cheer you up, Nii-chan. Omida shifted in his stretcher, turning his back on her. Go back to Marijirosabu. I don't want to talk to any of you right now. He felt a pang of remorse while listening to her shuffle away. What a flamboyant young woman, Chojiro Sasakai remarked to Yamamoto while watching the triumphant Yu finally exit the arena field. She is undeniably talented, though. It's rare to see the Kumikakoro technique wielded so casually. Kumikakoro, bare heart. Her promotion is still questionable, Yamamoto said derisively. Even Kairaku's staffing decisions are mischievous. What's so mischievous about them? Shunsui emerged from behind the alcove's curtain, wearing a sly smile. I don't mind if somebody wears a bit of nail polish so long as they can fight. What are you doing in my loge? Yamamoto harumphed, shooting him an annoyed glare. Shouldn't you be helping fortify the Shisanka's security? Well, my assignee doesn't want me anywhere near her, Shunsui admitted sheepishly. The ISE Tenraicho isn't my biggest fan, it seems. So I figured I could watch the tournament here with you. Yamamoto studied him. Always such a mischievous boy. You won't be provided a chair. That's fine. Shunsui strutted over to the balcony rail and leaned against it to survey the arena below. So, now we know the reason why the Shisanka insisted on holding this tournament. Aizen Sosuke presented them a gift by slaughtering Central 46, Yamamoto concurred. Kabucha refilled the chamber with a fresh CRP of sycophants, and now they want to install a Godei captain who will be in their debt. At least that seems to have been Kabucha's motive, Shunsui said. The Shihoin boy just wants a show. I still believe Jinrei gave his consent in exchange for letting his family's business on Sokayaku Hill be forgotten. But Tokunada? I still can't figure out what he wants from all this. To make us hop on one leg, Yamamoto answered. For Tsuneyashiro Tokunada, this has all been a show of control. He has forced us to comply with his petty whim. His motivations are no more complicated than that. I see, Shunsui said softly, casting a look over at the Tsuneyashiro balcony. I don't know what's a greater danger to Seoul society, traitorous captains or bored royals. Halcyon Days. Volume 4, 13 Blades. Chapter 3. Ichigo Madarame did some stretches at the center of the ring while glowering at Atao Rindo. He cupped his hands over his mouth to further amplify his voice. Hey! Don't think I'm gonna go easy on you just because you can't hear, understand? Does Madarame not understand what being deaf means? Kira groaned from the stands. Screaming won't help. Rindo squinted at Ichigo's lip movement and responded by signing, I'd be insulted if you went easy on me. He saw Ichigo's flummoxed look and realized the bald Shinigami didn't understand a lick of sign language. He sighed and resorted to a thumbs up, okay. Alright, that much I understand, Ichigo grinned, resting the sheathed Hozukimaru on his shoulder. Are both fighters ready for battle? Chiwa asked. Ichigo gave a nod while Rindo repeated the thumbs up. Let the second match of the Juzenkan Taikai begin. The stadium echoed with fanfare, the taiko drummers picking up a furious beat to accompany the action. Ichigo, needing no further prompting, unsheathed Hozukimaru and assumed a Joden no Kami stance. Rindo responded by unsheathing his Mumikusaji, a Zanpakuto with a lens-shaped crossguard. He took on a Wakitori stance, his face placid as ever. Mumikusaji, nameless meadow. The two combatants slowly inched towards each other, wary of being the first to strike. Ichigo won't admit it, but he knows he has a lot to prove today, Yumachika thought while watching his comrade intently. Let's see if that week of intensive training paid off. The swordsmen came within 2 yards of each other, studying the other's body language wordlessly. Ikaku felt a twinge. Now. He launched forward and brought his sheath swinging down toward Rindo's head. The mute didn't take the bait by reacting to the scabbard, instead ducking to the side just in time to catch Ichigo's blade coming in from the right. The swords connected and locked in a dead heat, their owners trembling from physical strain. Ah, I figured, Ichigo chuckled, quickly sussing out Rindo's physical strength. You're a lightweight. He exerted his full might, pushing Rindo back. Rindo, on the verge of being overwhelmed by pure brawn, artfully twisted aside to let Hozukimaru grind off his blade and lunge forward. He whirled in a rapid spin and brought Mumikusaji up for a swipe, only for Ichigo to catch the edge with his left bicep. Rindo let out a silent guffaw of surprise, his sword lodged deep in the bald Shinigami's coiled muscle. Ichigo jerked up his sword and smashed the pommel against Rindo's chest, sending him stumbling back along with Mumikusaji. The katana's edge raked off from the meat of Ichigo's limb like a serrated saw. Rindo threw up his hand to sign, take to the skies / dive within the cresting wave / kiss the air and rejoice, Funchikwayaku. His palm pulsed out a blast of wind and launched him back with great propulsion until he was skittering to the far edge of the ring. Funchikwayaku, Heido number 19, jet jump. How come Rindo's hugging the edge of the ring like that? Ranjaku wondered. Won't that just make it easier for Ichigo to knock him off? He knows he has to put distance between them, Tetsuzeman surmised. If that cut is the best he can do, he doesn't have the strength to defeat Madarame in close combat. He'll lose if they continue fighting at short range. Ichigo inspected the gash on his bicep, it was bloody but shallow. Not so bad. It's nice to finally become acquainted, Atao, he chuckled before hawking a wad of spit. You've got a good handshake. He broke into a crouch and smashed the butt of his katana against the backside of its scabbard. Grow, Hozukimaru. In a flash, the blade and sheath merged into a long kikuchiyari, the combined blade and half taller than his person. Jutting the spear forward, he broke into a sprint. Rindo, his heel kissing the arena's edge, assumed a Saigon no Kami stance and traced his fingers along the side of Mimikusagi's face, inscribing a command, "Give BRTH." He swiped his Zanpakuto forward, the katana transforming into a segmented WHP comprised of Shikigami talismans. "What is that?" Kaion cried out. "Usagi," Rindo signed before slinging the line of charms like a lash. The talismans transformed into dozens of hairs and surged forward, their buck teeth bared. "What the?" Ichigo halted and beheld the small troop of bunnies barreling towards him. He instinctively jutted his spear forward, but to no avail. The audience watched in gobsmacked awe as the rabbits collided against Ichigo, one by one, and burst like confetti upon impact. Rindo relaxed his posture, his Zanpakuto recoiling back into a solid katana. "Not bad, right?" Shunsui chuckled to Yamamoto and Sasakaibe. "DMN," Renji marveled from the stands. "That got him good." Ichigo drove Hosokamura's blade into the ground and held onto the haft for support, his breathing haggard. His was crisscrossed with deep lacerations and purpling bruises, his shihakusho obliterated around the torso. A steady stream of crimson was dripping down onto his white sandals. "So your advantage is at long range," he huffed, struggling to control his breathing. "I should never have let you get so far away from me." DMN. Kenpachi, watching from above, spotted the subtle smile spreading across Ichigo's cracked lips. "Looks like Ichigo's finally getting excited," the captain grinned. "Just in time for him to lose," Hitsugaya remarked dryly. "Is this the sort of battle you wish to see, Tenraicho Yashiro?" He looked back to the Tenraicho's throne to discover it was empty. "What?" he yelped, stomach dropping like a stone. "Zaraki, where'd he go?" "How am I supposed to know?" Kenpachi mumbled with disinterest. "I haven't been paying attention to that brat all morning." Hitsugaya leapt up and grabbed him by the collar, looking him eye to eye. "If anything happens to that brat, they'll throw us into the deepest pit they can find. Help me find him." They both ducked out through the curtain and looked in all directions. Hitsugaya spotted Yashiro dashing down the left wing of the curving hallway. The whelp was so far away he looked like a speck. "There!" Hitsugaya cried out, breaking into a sprint after the Tenraicho. Kenpachi remained behind. "Can't be bothered." Meanwhile, Ichigo was charging towards Rindo once again, hoping to bridge the space between them. Rindo responded by prancing along the arena's edge, trying to maintain his distance. "Just as I thought." Ichigo laughed. "You need time to recharge that attack of yours." "Well, I'm gonna catch you first." Powering through the pain with sheer adrenaline, he galloped at full speed until he came within 6 yards. He leapt up, readying to move his spear downwards. Rindo planted himself firmly in place. "I've got you." He traced his command across Mimikusagi and swung the WHP of talismans upwards. "Taka." Ichigo's eyes widened with shock as a flock of hawks shot up to meet him at point-blank range, their beaks squawking and wings flapping. The crowd let out horrified cries when the winged beasts tore through Ichigo like bullets, lifting him higher into the air before he slipped through their onslaught and fell down onto the tile with a crash. "It's over," Aizen ruled somberly. Ichigo lay on his back with chunks of tissue nicked off from his body, tiny gouges the size of coins peppering his shoulders and legs. Blood seeped out from under him, forming a puddle. Rindo looked down at the bloody Baldy with a glassy expression that could have been mistaken for indifference. "DMN it." Tetsuzeman cursed. Madarame should have bided his time. Instead, he just charged headfirst into a trap. "You think so?" Yumachika rejoined with a skeptical grin. Inside the innards of the stadium, Hitsugaya was hot on Yashiro's trail. How the hell is he so fast, he wondered while dashing at full tilt alongside the stone-carved pillars. "Tenraicho, please come back. Try and catch me, Captain Hitsugaya." Yashiro giggled, kicking up such speed that his footsteps were punctuated by crackles of lightning ryatsu. Hitsugaya reached out, his fingers coming within inches of grasping the nobleman's robes. Yashiro gave a squeal of delight and clacked his heels together, bounding beyond the captain's reach again. He zipped out of sight in an astonishing display of shunpa. You've got to be kidding me. Hitsugaya rounded the corner and spotted a fluttering curtain. He followed inside, only to find himself barging into the Tsuneyashiro loge. Captain Hitsugaya. Tokunada sneered from his plush seat. Yashiro was beside him, bouncing up and down like an over-caffeinated toddler. I was giving chase to the Shihoin Tenraicho, Hitsugaya breathed, his cheeks flush with embarrassment. It isn't safe for him outside of his loge. Are you implying that my loge isn't safe? Tokunada countered before placing an avuncular hand on Yashiro's shoulder. He was just telling me how bored he'd become with your company. He'd prefer to watch the games with me. Nothing personal, Captain Hitsugaya. Yashiro giggled bashfully. Can I please watch with Tokunada-san, please? Hitsugaya shot a helpless look at Kamimura, who could only offer a sympathetic grimace in return. But, Your Highness, your Shikotai guardsman must be worried about you. I can watch him from here, it's fine. Hitsugaya looked back and saw Hinashi Yokio emerge through the curtain. Well then it's settled, Tokunada said. How about you off back to the Shihoin Loge, Captain Hitsugaya? Mine is becoming crowded enough as is. Hitsugaya turned bright pink and gave Yokio an apologetic look. I'm sorry. Yokio studied the diminutive captain and leaned down to whisper into his ear. He's a speedy lil handful, isn't he? Hitsugaya offered a sheepish nod of agreement and exited the enclave while Yashiro rested on the arm of Tokunada's throne. The lad excitedly grabbed his fellow Tenraicho by the shoulder and jostled him around. This is gonna be so rad. Have I missed anything? It seems that the bald warrior from 11th Division has been laid out, Tokunada answered. Let us watch the countdown together, shall we? 6. Chiwa chanted into his microphone. 7. Ikiku lay motionless on the ground while Rindo loomed over him. 8. Rindo sighed. It pained him to have so grievously injured a fellow Shinigami. I hope you can forgive me, Madarame. Ikiku's eyes snapped open, his irises blazing with demented delight. 9. Split, Hozukimaru. He launched back up onto his feet, his spear disconnecting into its true form, a Sansetsuken. The three sections whipped around and latched onto Rindo's torso like a triangular vice, keeping his arms pinned to the sides. Ikiku grasped the interlocked chain and pulled his opponent in close, meeting him with a devastating headbutt. Rindo's head snapped back, his nose crushed and geysering jets of blood and snot. The force sent both of them over the arena's edge and onto the sand below. Chiwa trotted over and inspected the two unconscious fighters. While both out of bounds, it was Rindo who was touching the ground while Ikiku rested safely atop him. Winner by ring out, Madarame Ikiku. The audience broke into cheers and gasps at the reversal of fortune. Yashiro could be heard over the din shouting, that was awesome. See. Yumachika grinned to Tetsuzeman with a hint of sass. Looks like it was Madarame who was laying a trap all along. You'll never convince me that was planned ahead of time, Tetsuzeman grumbled. At least he found a way to use that hard head of his. I guess it's about that time, Hisagi whispered to Kira. We're up next. Be a little more courteous than Ikiku and try not to bust my nose, alright? He realized he was talking to an empty seat. Kira was already up and heading off to get ready. Hey, what's the rush? Kira stopped in his tracks, hesitating before turning to give Hisagi a look. This grand prize changes things, Shuhei. You get that, right? What are you talking about? They studied each other for an awkward duration while the audience cheered around them. Kira's eyes turned somber. I'll see you in the ring. Halcyon Days. Volume 4, 13 Blades. Chapter 4. So Renji's fighting in a tournament and I'm not even invited? Ichigo harumphed, sitting back in his bed to fussily tie his shoelaces. Only seated officers can compete in the Juzenkan Taikai, Rukia replied. I share your frustration, Ichigo. Well, how come you're not a seated officer? Rukia gave him a look that made it clear she didn't want to talk about it. He decided to change the subject. Alright, why is Soul Society even having a tournament right now? Shouldn't you all be preparing for war against Aizen? None of the captains thought it was a good idea, but the Shisanka insisted. Wait, so the Godai 13 is doing all this because some nobles asked them? It's the Shisanka's will, Rukia replied flatly, unsure of what part wasn't clear. You don't just thumb your nose at them. Ichigo made a derp face, profoundly confused. I thought the old man was like the big cheese in Soul Society. What do you mean, cheese? The top dog. The head honcho. You know, the one who makes all the decisions. Genryusai. Rukia frowned, a little shocked by Ichigo's naivete. He is certainly the boss of us Shinigami, and the leader of the Godai, but he still has to answer to Central 46, and both of them defer to the Shisanka. What gives these Shisanka guys any authority? Ichigo mumbled. Just because they were born with the right name? Because they are the Soul King's representatives. The who? Ichigo. I have no idea who you're talking about. Rukia ready to chastise him some more but relented, turning pensive. Come to think of it, I never told you about the Soul King. I was keeping you on a need-to-know basis, after all. Alright, so what's a Soul King? Is he the king? Correct, Rukia nodded. He created the universe. All of it? Yes, and he rules all of creation from the heavens. Wait, so you're saying there's a god? Why yes, of course. Well, that's a lot to take in on a Saturday morning. Ichigo ran a hand through his shock of orange hair, feeling a headache coming on. Rukia snatched some paper and markers from his desk and began drawing while she explained the hierarchy of the universe. You see, the Soul King lives in a realm that resides above Soul Society, called the Royal Palace. The only people he is in direct contact with below are the Shisanka, who descend directly from the first Shinigami, and they rule Soul Society by his authority. The Soul King tells them what to do, and they tell us Shinigami what to do. She finished her sketch and held it up to show Ichigo. The crinkled illustration was a jumble of bunny doodles and crowns, complete with squiggly arrows to point to who delegated authority to whom. Your cartoons haven't improved much, Ichigo smirked. This is very crucial information. Rukia protested. The Shisanka are the most powerful political force in Soul Society and hold great religious importance, understand? Alright, yeah. Got it. Good, Rukia nodded, neatly folding her illustration by squares and pocketing it. You're already well acquainted with two Shisanka clans, the Kuchiki and the Shihoin. Huh? Ichigo bleated. You mean you and Miss Yoruchi are at the very top of the food chain? I don't really count, Rukia clarified with a shake of her head. Brother may have adopted me, but the rest of his family only see me as Rukan. Is that so? Ichigo said, seeing the hint of hurt in her eyes. So they're even bigger butt heads than him, huh? Rukia's eyes widened. She involuntarily let out a chortle, only to stuff it deep down. Yes, you could say that. Are you ready for more examples of gallantry? Chiwa asked the crowd. He was met with thunderous affirmation. Outstanding, the MC nodded, extending a hand towards the ring. Brace yourselves for a treat. We have two lieutenants, rumored to be close friends, and they were both the right hands of traitors. Let us see if they can redeem themselves through the holy ritual of combat. Behold, Kira Izuru and Hisagi Shuhei. Hisagi shot a resentful scowl at the referee before returning his glare to Kira from across the ring. He listened as a mixture of boos, cheers, and even some hisses emanated from the crowd. The stink of Jin and Tozen's treason had definitely rubbed off on them. Sure, we can't just settle this over a game of Janken? He hoped the jest would get a smile out of Kira. It didn't. Instead, the blonde-haired mope was wearing that annoying, morose stare of his. "Are both fighters ready for battle?" Chiwa asked. Hisagi and Kira both nodded. "Then let the third match of the Juzenkan Taikai begin." The moment Chiwa finished his declaration, Hisagi and Kira unsheathed their zanpakuto and launched at each other, clashing at the center of the ring like wisps of wind. Spectators with limited spiritual awareness craned their heads forward and struggled to make out the movements of the two speedy combatants. Hisagi and Kira disappeared and reappeared across yards at a time, their clashes sending ripples of kinetic energy down against the arena floor and jostling the carefully slotted tiles. "Interesting," Tetsuzeman remarked while watching. "Their movements, the intensity of their strikes. This isn't a friendly contest." "What do you mean?" Aizen asked with a hint of concern. "Are you saying they want to hurt each other?" "I'm saying they don't seem to be in agreement about the stakes of this match," Tetsuzeman answered measuredly. Kira brought Wabasuk down against Hisagi's Kazashini with furious force, the two swords colliding and grating against each other's edge. "Why am I sensing anger in your swings, Izuru?" Hisagi asked, staring searchingly into his friend's eyes while they wrestled blades. "You're not fighting to win, Shuhei," Kira answered. "This is just a tournament." "It's become more than that." Kira hissed, pushing Kazashini away at last and swinging Wabasuk down with an underhand slide. Hisagi nimbly parried the swing and retreated a yard. "You want to become a captain," he said accusingly, his patience run thin. "Of course I do," Kira replied hoarsely. "You're a fool for not seizing the opportunity, too." He held his katana aloft, honing his focus. With a slight nudge, he knocked Wabasuk's hilt and sent it into a rotation. The blade spun in place, suspended in the air until it whirred with the velocity of a turbine. Hisagi watched with grim resignation while the blade began to crackle with Ryatsu. "Heido number 58, Kira called out, catching his sword mid-spin. Tenran. Tenran, tornado." A torrent of wind erupted forth, surging towards Hisagi with expanding breadth and cracking the tiles in its wake. Hisagi answered by jutting forth his right hand. Bakudo number 39, Enkozen. Enkozen, round lock fan. A torch of canary yellow emanated from his palm and twisted into a countervailing fan. The two Kido spells collided and cancelled each other out, Tenran dispersing in diverging directions. The kinetic force surged out from the ring and forked towards the audience, only to crash impotently against the Kido core's barrier. "Have you really been so easily seduced by ambition?" Hisagi cursed. He flash-stepped within a yard of Kira, his sword outstretched. Kira ducked down nearly flat on his back and dived feet first between Hisagi's outstretched legs, sliding behind him and jutting Wabasuk up for a counterstrike. Hisagi hopped up and moved his katana down. Both their blades slid along each other's length and ignited sparks. The audience watched in awe as the two officers traded a series of sword swings, their strikes narrowly missing flesh each time. "Ambition?" Kira repeated while ducking Kazashini by a hair's breadth. "It's not ambition, Shuhei. It's duty. You want to win a captain's seat like it's a game prize?" Hisagi roared between jabs and dodges. "Neither of us deserves it yet." "It's not a matter of what we deserve," Kira spat back, taking a bracing nick to his right cheek. "Third division has been railroaded. My men need a leader. If I don't rise to fill the void, who will?" They twirled around each other like synchronized dancers, their katanas clanging and missing each other intermittently. Hisagi lunged backwards, only for Kira to catch him by the collar of his shihakusho and yank him forward, moving Wabasuk to meet him. Hisagi artfully diverted the blade with a chop, sacrificing the edge of his hand. His blood splashed onto the tiles at his feet. "Your men won't look up to a leader who hasn't earned the rank," he grit, a deep slice carved into his palm. "They will look up to whoever does what's necessary." Kira roared back, his temper finally frayed. He lunged forward, only for Hisagi to launch himself above. Kira gave chase, leaping up after him. You're deluding yourself. Hisagi unfastened the bands wrapped around his right bicep and batted them down with his katana in a single fluid motion. Kira's eyes widened, knowing all too well the bands weren't mere adornment. The links landed against his chest, glowed bright red and exploded like a grenade. Kira landed flat on his back, throwing up chunks of tile upon impact. He blurted out a splash of blood and phlegm and clutched at his chest, his shihakusho singed across the abdomen. Hisagi landed 2 yards away, glaring down at Kira with disdain. Renounce your ambition. Before I think less of you. Kira seemed to forget his agonizing pain, his eyes snapping back open and seeming to glow with indignation. He backflipped into a crouch, his sword extended threateningly. Raise your head, Wabasuk. Hisagi's eyes flickered with disappointment while watching the katana remold into a 90-degree hook. Kira rose back to his full height and brandished the true face of his zanpakuto. Unseal Kazushini, Shuhei. I will not. Hisagi assumed a Tachi no Tori stance and shook his head. Then you've chosen selfishness, Kira jeered before flash-stepping forth and cleaving his hook down. Hisagi dived aside, narrowly missing Wabasuk's swipe. He skid away, his sandals digging smoke trails into the arena tiles before coming to a stop at a distance of 6 yards from Kira. They stared each other down, both equal parts frustrated and winded. Hisagi clenched his jaw until he couldn't repress his agitation any longer. How the hell am I the selfish one here? You're letting your pride get in the way. What are you talking about? Hisagi sighed, exasperated. Your division has been disgraced, Shuhei. Kira roared. The only one who can restore its honor is you. I'm not a DMN captain. Hisagi cried back, thoroughly provoked. He swiped 2 fingers across the air. Heido number 10, Enban. Enban, discus. A buzzsaw comprised of crimson light materialized before him and sailed forth. Kira, not missing a beat, dashed towards the incoming Kido and jumped up, stepping over the disc and using it as a springboard to somersault over his opponent. While the Enban flew out from the stage and smashed against the encircling Kido barrier, Wabasuk shined as it landed a thwack on Hisagi's shoulder. Hisagi tumbled over and spilled across the ground before springing back unsteadily onto his feet. So that's what double the weight feels like, he grimaced while nursing his weighted-down limb. It was as if his arm had been filled with lead. Yashiro leaned forward in his seat, pinging an inquisitive eyebrow. How come that Hisagi guy isn't fighting back with his shurikai? Is he saving it for a big finale? Perhaps he's just a fool, Tokunada mused. Lieutenant Hisagi has a distaste for his own zanpakuto, Kamamura interjected with a hint of wistful understanding. He will not release Kazushini unless the circumstances are a matter of life and death. I see, Tokunada hummed. Well, at least you're good for some color commentary, dog. They watched as Kira made a slow approach, his hook held low. Unseal your shurikai, Shuhei, he warned. You can't beat me without it. I'd sooner lose. Hisagi shot back. What's wrong with you? Kira whispered, wide-eyed. Somebody is going to win this tournament. Why are you so afraid it's going to be you? Hisagi huffed and launched forward in a blitz of shunpa, only for Kira to intercept him. My arm. Hisagi realized. His arm was weighing him down just enough to slow his shunpa by mere milliseconds. That was more than enough. Before he could adjust, Wabasuk was within inches of reaching his abdomen. He broke into a cartwheel and kicked the hook away, sacrificing his foot. There was a hollow clang as his ankle connected against the flat-faced blade. Kira watched Hisagi spin out and land with a painful splat. I don't want to win only because you held out on me, he sighed. Hisagi grunted and awkwardly hobbled back up. He spat and wiped a blood trickle off from his nose. That's my business. Why do you care so much? Kira looked wounded. He lowered Wabasuk. Because you'd make for a fine captain. The 9th Division already has a captain. Hisagi cursed. Kira gasped, his already pallid face draining of color until it took on a positively ghostly pallor. Are you telling me that, somewhere in your heart, you're holding on to hope for Tozen's return? Hisagi flinched at the accusation. All he could do was bristle in response. Of course not. He still holds a place of respect in your heart, doesn't he? Kira intuited, his expression gaunt with disgust. Shuhei, he was nothing but a mirage. A jape at your expense. Hisagi, in a fit of rage, Flash stepped right beside Kira and swiped up with his katana, only for Wabasuk to catch his strike. They were locked in a standstill for an agonizing moment. Hisagi sweated profusely, his arms growing wobbly. It felt like he was holding a bucket being filled with the ocean. Don't you know it's unwise to cross blades with Wabasuk? Kira queried pitilessly. With each passing second, it is doubling the weight of Kazushini until... The katana slipped through Hisagi's raw fingers and landed onto the tiles with a sickening crunch, indenting a pockmark into the arena. Hisagi bounded back in retreat, only for Wabasuk to catch his right leg with another swipe. He fell back awkwardly and rolled along the ground until finishing face first against the tile. He was on his stomach, his joints aching from strain. Before he could struggle back up to his feet, he felt something hover along his throat. No, Ranjaku gasped. Kira wouldn't. Hisagi gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing within a hair's breadth of Wabasuk's edge. Kira was hanging his shurikai around him like a noose. Concede. Hisagi's face scrunched up in defiance. You feel like a big man, threatening me like this? Kira was perfectly still for a moment, then withdrew the noose. Fine, then. Wabasuk's face smacked against Hisagi's shoulder 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. He collapsed in a full-body flop, pinned to the ground. BSTRD, he hissed. Kira reached down, grasped the scruff of Hisagi's shihakusho, and began dragging him across the stage. Their fellow lieutenants watched from the stands with horrified fascination. There's no need to humiliate him like that, Ranjaku thought disapprovingly. Kira stared straight on while he heaved his comrade like an anchor, slowly but surely bringing him to the arena's edge. I already told you, he whispered somberly. Everything changed the moment they announced the prize. This was no longer a game. It was a battle. Battles are terrible things. Friendship cannot survive a battle. Hisagi's face twisted with irrepressible fury. All he could do was stare down at the moving ground while it ground his face like sandpaper. I don't know if I can ever forgive you for this. Kira had no response until they were finally at the ledge. I pray you never forgive me. Hisagi felt himself lifted up, and then he was thrown into the dirt. So what's this mission of yours? Ichigo asked after finally being brought up to speed about the goings-on at Soul Society. There have been disturbing reports coming from neighboring districts here in the material world, Rukia explained. We have reason to believe that a great menace has become stronger than ever before and is on a rampage. Who? She hesitated to answer, knowing full well she was about to prick at a painful wound in Ichigo's heart. With a short breath, she finally blurted it out. Grand Fisher. Halcyon Days. Volume 5, Drowned in the Rain. Chapter 1. Grand Fisher. Ichigo repeated, his eyes glinting with hatred at the name. What do you mean he's gotten stronger? There have been a concentration of hollow attacks that all fit his pattern, human women murdered during rainfall, Rukia recounted. Last week, a Shinigami named Saido Ikichiro was dispatched to investigate one of the crime scenes. He was an expert on Grand Fisher, the first and only Shinigami to fight him and survive until you came along. However, he disappeared during his investigation and is now feared dead. Isn't Grand Fisher one of your biggest repeat offenders? Ichigo murmured. How's any of this different than before? He eluded us for 54 years because he was careful and selective with his targets, Rukia explained. He would go weeks at a time between consuming souls, but this recent string of murders is an escalation. We believe he's become emboldened. He was pretty tough when we fought, but I think I'd make short work of him now, Ichigo said. That may very well be true, but SDRI believes he's gotten exponentially stronger since you last fought, Rukia said. How'd that happen? Has he been carb loading on souls or something? No, Rukia shook her head. He would have to consume thousands of humans to make any dramatic improvement. However, there is another way for a hollow to attain greater strength, Arankarization. Ichigo pet an eyebrow. Arankarization? Alright. What's an Arankar? Hollows who have removed their masks. For dramatic effect, she palmed her face and slid her fingers away with a whoosh. It would take decades of study for you to understand the science, but the short and sweet explanation is that breaking their masks brings them closer to the existence of a Shinigami. The transformation yields a fearsome power boost. Hollows can become more like Shinigami. Ichigo grimaced while thinking about the inverse of that equation. He could hear Shinji's voice whispering from the back of his mind. You ain't a Shinigami anymore, Ichigo. You're a Vizard. Wait, how come I've never fought one of these Arankar before, he asked. They're exceedingly rare, at least outside of their home world, Rukia answered. Most hollows never become self-aware enough to initiate the ritual. Those who do are few in number, and fewer still have any interest in the material world. In fact, it's extremely unusual for a career hollow like Grand Fisher to even destroy his mask. How come? Because only the Minos Grande can successfully complete Arankarization, Rukia said. The natural evolution of a hollow is to eat their own kind until they become a Jillian, the same type of Minos you fought after Ishida baited the hollows. Oh, I gotcha, Ichigo nodded. It's like what Afro-san said, they turn from a Jillian into a, what do you call them? Hadouken? Ajuchas, Rukia corrected him. Who is Afro-san? The new patrolman around here. He's a real pain, thinks he's my boss. Oh, Zenisuke. I didn't know he went by Afro-san. Don't get sidetracked. As I was saying, the Jillian are the most numerous and mindless of the Minos. They're like foot soldiers, really. Ichigo's expression dropped, remembering the 500-foot-tall titan he had struggled against previously. That thing was just a foot soldier. Each Jillian functions as an instinctual hive mind, teeming with all the competing impulses of the hollows they've consumed, Rukia said. When one personality subsumes the others and solidifies control, they evolve into an Ajuchas, a far smarter and stronger Minos who can order the Jillian around. They're also more human-like than the monsters you've seen, which makes Arankarization feasible. However, career hollows like Grand Fisher avoid becoming a Minos altogether. They grow too attached to their identity and fear losing it to another personality during the transition from Jillian to Ajuchas. So Grand Fishers leveled up while skipping the usual steps. Ichigo surmised. I've dabbled in cheat codes myself. What's this all mean for him? It means he's become incredibly unstable, Rukia said. His current evolution cannot handle the transformation. How do I put this? By tearing off his mask, he has upset the balance between his hollowified self and the plus he began as when he departed his human body. Unless he starts consuming enough hollows to become a Minos, he will soon fall prey to soul suicide. Ichigo scooted a bit closer, his brow furrowed with interest. What's that? Do you recall the balance of souls? Rukia asked rhetorically, interconnecting her arms and wobbling them to illustrate the tilting of a scale. The same imbalance that would collapse the universe can happen within a soul as well. When a hollow Arankarizes without the stability of a Minos body, they risk self-destruction. Put simply, he will explode and be snuffed from the CYCL of rebirth forever. It is a permanent end. Ichigo imagined Grand Fisher immolating into nothingness. He liked the sound of that. Well then just let the problem sort itself out, he hand-waved. Let that BSTRD pop. I can't think of a more fitting karma for him. I know you wish to see him suffer, Ichigo, but please consider the bigger picture, Rukia said ruefully. Grand Fisher has eaten many souls. When he succumbs to soul suicide, all of those lives will be expunged from the CYCL along with him. Ichigo's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. You mean? Souls like my mom? Yes, Rukia nodded. But if we slay Grand Fisher before he succumbs to soul suicide, your mother and all of the other humans he has murdered will finally pass on to Soul Society and start anew. But if he blows up first, her soul will vanish along with him. Ichigo murmured fretfully, horrified by the thought. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go kill him. Excellent. Rukia grinned, smacking her palm over fist. We have little time to waste. Let's venture to Kagamino City immediately. Ichigo's determined expression dropped into a perplexed frown. We have to go all the way to Kagamino City? Why yes. That's where Grand Fisher's been carrying out his latest attacks. Ichigo turned gloomy, looking very put off. I've never been that far before. What do you mean? I mean I've never left Karakura town before. Rukia blinked in astonishment before breaking into a guffaw, her laughter mingling with a snort. Wahaha. Ichigo, you mean you've traversed more of Soul Society than your own world? How incurious are you? It's just not my comfort zone, alright? Well, if you wish to help me pursue Grand Fisher, we will have to push past your comfort zone, Rukia nodded ruefully. Think you can do that? Yeah, fine, Ichigo grumbled. People might notice if I'm off the grid for that long, though. Wait. I don't need to be in my Boruto go to Kagamino City with you, right? No, you don't. In fact, your Shinigami form would be preferable. Ichigo grinned triumphantly. He walked over to his wardrobe dresser and pounded on the top drawer. Yo, Kon. Wake up. The drawer slotted open and Kon peeked out, drowsily rubbing his button eyes with plushy paws. Sheesh, what is it? The mod soul yawned. He looked up at an expectant Ichigo, then glanced over and saw Rukia. Suddenly, he was wide awake. Rukia-chan, the plushie squealed, his button eyes shining with adoration. Oh, how I've missed that vertical slope. He sprung out from the shelf and dove straight for the embrace of Rukia's chest. Ichigo caught him in mid-air and gave a disapproving squeeze. Get a grip, sicko. I've got an assignment for you. He promptly emptied Kon's soul candy from the doll and gobbled it up. He burst out from his human body and into his Shinigami form, with Kon now occupying the flesh suit. Rukia and I are gonna be off on important business, so I need you to hold down the fort. You're gonna play sick today. If anyone so much as knocks on my bedroom door, pretend you're laid out and bedridden. Sounds pretty boring, Kon groaned, plopping down onto Ichigo's bed and running a hand through his spiky hair. Why can't we ever SWCH bodies when you've got a hot date or something? Just do your job, alright? Ichigo frowned. And if I find out you've left the house to go bouncing around again, I'm gonna junk the lion and stick you in a RBB ducky or something, got it? Rukia gave the mod soul a polite nod. It's nice to see you again, Kon. Yeah, nice seeing you, too. How's about you take me with you back to Soul Society this time? Ichigo's a cruddy roommate. I'm afraid that'd be unsafe, Rukia replied. You'd immediately be destroyed by SDRI if they learned of your existence. Kon turned pale and flopped back down onto the bed with resignation. Alright, you two have fun on your world-saving shenanigans or whatever. Ichigo and Rukia phased out of the bedroom and leapt down onto the street below. Kon waited a full 20 seconds, looked out the window to confirm that they had indeed left, and sprung out of the bed. He whistled absent-mindedly while he burst out from Ichigo's bedroom, stomped down the staircase and strode into the Kurosaki household's living room. He leapt onto the couch and grabbed the TV remote, flipping through channels until he came upon a soap opera starring appealing, busty women. With a contented sigh, he nestled back into the couch cushions. Yuzu poked her head out from the kitchen. Good morning, Nii-chan, she said. I'm making myself an omelette. Would you like one, too? Yes. Khan gave a serene nod. Yes, I would. After trotting 2 blocks away from the Kurosaki household, Rukia ushered Ichigo into an alleyway where a mysterious vehicle rested beneath a tarp. A shadowy figure about Rukia's height stood beside it, leaning against the brick wall. The stranger was wearing a downturned ball cap, obscuring their face. What's this then? Ichigo asked, motioning to the tarp and then to the stranger. And who are you? The mysterious figure straightened up, marched right up to Ichigo and gave an erudite bow. Nice to meet you, Kurosaki-san, Hop, a familiar voice said with absolute formality. I am Chappie, Hop. The stranger rose back upright and lifted her ball cap, revealing a pair of violet eyes and a bangle of black hair. Ichigo toppled over in surprise, staring at a complete dead ringer for Rukia. Whoa! Rukia, is this your long-lost twin or something? Bwahaha! Rukia guffawed in a husky tenor. No, you fool. This is Chappie, the most popular jikin manufactured in the Seriidii. She's keeping my new Jigai warm during this mission, and she'll be our driver for today. Chappie strode over to the tarp and, with a pirouette flourish, whipped the cover off to reveal a gleaming motorcycle. Ichigo's eyes bulged from his head while he beheld the absolute beauty, a silver Yamaha FZR 600, polished to the utmost spiffiness and fitted with a bulky sidecar. Whoa, where'd you get such a sick rocket? He stammered. It has a pretty amusing origin, actually. Rukia scratched her chin while she reminisced. Lieutenant Hisagi brought it back from the world of the living several years ago. He got into a bit of trouble for riding it around the Seriidii, but our superiors deemed it worth safekeeping in case we needed to travel around in the material realm. This motorcycle will get us to Kagamino City in a reasonable amount of time and help us conserve our strength. Sweet. Ichigo grinned devilishly, reaching for the handles. I've always wanted to drive one of these. Ichigo. Rukia swatted his hands away like a schoolmarm. You're not of driving age. Besides, it would alarm pedestrians if they saw this bike puttering around with a driver invisible to the human eye. Do you want Don Kananji raving about a haunted motorcycle on his television program? Ichigo scowled at her, his right temple throbbing with annoyance. But it's a friggin' FZR 600. You actually want to hand those reins over to an artificial soul? Chappie is licensed to operate up to 18 varieties of vehicle, one of the many skill sets that make her the most prized soul candy, Rukia explained. She will drive, I will sit behind her. And you will ride along in the sidecar. What? Ichigo shouted indignantly. You want to stick me in the kiddie chair? Have you already forgotten that time I rescued you from certain death? I am returning the favor by adhering to the rules of the road, Rukia grinned. Hop in, Ichigo. Chappie patted the sidecar invitingly. Yes, please hop in, Kurosaki-san. Hop. Halcyon Days. Volume 5, Drowned in the Rain. Chapter 2. The Bushishinzui Budokan rumbled with the murmurs of thousands of spectators debating amongst themselves about the conclusion to Hisagi and Kira's bout. Inside the Tsuneyashiro Loge, Tokunada was munching on a ripe peach. Juice drizzled down his chin with each obscene bite. So, from what I gather, that Hisagi fellow declined to fight seriously because he was fearful of a promotion, the Tenraicho surmised. How pathetic. Izuru, however. Good lad. His traitor captain may have been a disgrace, but at least he instilled some ambition into his subordinates. Tozen, on the other hand. Many in the Godii 13 view it differently, Your Highness, Kamamura interjected, unable to let the insult go. The chain of command is sacrosanct among us, and winning a captain's seat as a tourney prize will smack of stolen valor for most Shinigami. I do not judge Lieutenant Kira's reasons, but Hisagi hasn't lost any honor today. Tokunada craned his head back to glower at the wolf. He took another chomp of peach and blew a raspberry, spraying flecks onto Kamamura's haori. I tolerate your presence so that you may provide me with trivia tidbits, dog. Your opinion, however, isn't worth shit. Kamamura bowed his head in SBMSN. Pardon me, Your Highness. Tokunada-san, I have a question. Yashiro leaned over from the arm of Tokunada's throne and tugged at his fellow Tenraicho's robe. Why are you so mean to Captain Kamamura? Tokunada shot him a smile of absolute delight. Because he deserves it, my dear boy. But why? Tokunada, sensing an opportunity, bit off a greedy hunk of peach and chewed it slowly, stoking Yashiro's anticipation while prolonging Kamamura's dread. He finished with an exaggerated swallow. Tell me, Yashiro, how much do you know about the Zanpakuto rebellion? I've heard of that before. The Shihoin Tenraicho's eyes lit up with recognition. It was the uprising that caused the Ronin PRD, right? Correct, Tokunada nodded. It was a grand betrayal, perpetrated by fiends just as depraved as Aizen Sosuke. You see, today's Godiai 13 is not the first iteration of the Suriidai's protectors. Far from it. Genryosai's configuration of our military force is quite new in the grand scheme of things. The original Godiai served the Shisanka for eons, until about 1,500 years ago, when a whole generation of ungrateful Shinigami attempted to overthrow us. They actually believed that the might of their sword superseded our divine birthright, and so they plotted against the Soul King's favorite children. These usurpers even began to arm the Rukan, if you can believe such heresy. Our forefathers would have all been butchered had the plot succeeded. Yashiro's eyes widened with horror. What stopped them? Their conspiracy was exposed when they made the mistake of trying to wrangle a Kuchiki officer to their side, Tokunada recalled. You see, they mistook the Kuchiki clan's record of military service as solidarity with their cause. But the officer they approached rightfully chose family over the ambitions of traitors. When the Shisanka learned of the Godiai's plans, the rebellion was stomped out with ease. How? Yashiro craned himself ever closer. Tokunada cast a smirk up at Sajin while he answered, his voice a flinty purr. They were firmly reminded of the Soul King's power. The names of the conspirators were sent up to the heavens, and our father saw fit to punish each and every one of them with a rather creative curse. More than half that entire generation of the Godiai found themselves transformed into hideous beasts, their connection to their Zanpakuto completely severed. This disfiguration permanently cast them out. If they ever stepped foot onto the Suriidai's soil again, whatever was left of their faculties would quickly evaporate and they'd be rendered into feral, mindless animals. And so they fled to Malo Manu, the realm where yokai dwell, to live out their wretched existences in exile. To really make it hurt, the Soul King's curse even extended their lifespan so that they may fumble about in shame for many millennia until they eventually succumb to their transformation into filthy dogs. The purge left a hole in our defenses that Genryosai eventually filled, and we never heard from the traitors again. Until two of these vermin had the absolute gall to return, tails between their legs, and beg for forgiveness. My family was unspeakably generous enough to grant them a reprieve, and these two heathens were gifted with reconnection to Zanpakuto and the privilege of walking amongst us again. However, no matter how much they may prostrate themselves, we must never forget what they are. Tokunada looked to the stricken Yashiro while gesturing up at Kamamura. So you see, Yashiro, Sajin bears the face of our greatest enemies. His disfigurement is not something to be pitied, but scorned. Kamamura was on the verge of tears, his jaw set tight while he chanced a glance down at Yashiro. The young Tenraicho looked up at him with an expression of profound confusion, then suspicion, until finally hatred. Suifeng entered the Shihoin Loge. Much to her unpleasant surprise, only Hitsugaya and Kenpachi were awaiting her. Where's Yashiro? She asked, preemptively alarmed. The little snot scampered away, Kenpachi answered while helping himself to a spread of snacks fit for royalty. Suifeng shot him a glare that could vaporize ice. The Tenraicho decided he'd rather watch the tournament from the Tsunyashiro box, Hitsugaya elaborated bashfully. He's being watched by his bodyguard along with all of Tenraicho Tokunada's men, plus Captain Kamamura. He's safe as can be. Suifeng, relaxing into merely a disapproving scowl, strode imperiously past them and leaned against the balcony to survey the arena below. Well, even so, it's improper for a Tenraicho to leave his post, she muttered. Say, Sui Feng, your Ryatsu's gotten bigger than before, just like Hitsugaya, Kenpachi remarked through a mouthful of rice cake, eyeing her aura like it was a prime-cut steak. I guess both of you actually improved from that Ryokan Bakuido junk. It didn't do anything for me. What a rip-off. Perhaps it's because you've already reached your limit, Captain Zaraki. Sui Feng shot him a mocking smirk from over her shoulder. After all, it stands to reason that a blunt instrument can't be sharpened. The curtains of the loge entrance billowed, drawing all their attention. Kenpachi, immediately recognizing the visitor's spiritual signature, cracked a smile. The coast is clear if you want some grub, Yachiru. Hitsugaya and Sui Feng both blanched when Lieutenant Yachiru Kusajishi burst through the curtains and scurried in. She grabbed one of the silver platters and began heaping on treats. It smells so good, Ken-chan, she giggled, paying special attention to a pot of steamed dumplings. She can't be in here. Sui Feng hissed. Any officers below the rank of captain aren't allowed in a Tenraicho's loge. Well, seeing that the little squirt is hanging out elsewhere, I guess this ain't really his box for the time being, Kenpachi rejoined. Sui Feng, pink in the face, watched Yachiru stack up a small mountain's worth of gourmet cuisine. Don't get any ideas about sitting on Yashiro's throne, Kusajishi. Wouldn't dream of it. Yachiru leapt up and landed daintily onto the balcony rail, her legs swinging over the ledge while she began gobbling her bounty. Sui Feng glowered at the diminutive lieutenant with disdain. Remind me again why you aren't even competing in this tournament. There's no good reason why you can't fight, and yet you've left your division's honor on the shoulders of a third seat. I didn't feel like it, Yachiru said chirpily before popping another dumpling into her mouth. Doing stuff like this is more Baldy's thing, anyway. Sui Feng squinted at her suspiciously. By stuff, do you mean literally anything expected of a second-in-command? Why were you giving Yachiru guff? Kenpachi grumbled. At least Madarame actually won his first match. Your lieutenant got his butt handed to him. Omida's a fool, Sui Feng nodded. A fat and lazy fool. But he will never shape up unless he's confronted by the consequences of his laziness. You should teach your own lieutenant the same lesson, Zaraki. Yachiru had so many dumplings stuffed into her mouth that her cheeks were swollen like a chipmunk. She shot a wounded look at Sui Feng. Arfyumph calling ma a fatty fufa. Everyone, be quiet, Hitsugaya shushed. The next match is starting. They all turned their eyes to the arena. Renji had stepped onto the stage. Halcyon Days. Volume 5, Drowned in the Rain. Chapter 3. Ganju was more excitable than usual from the nosebleed seats. I actually know this guy, he grinned to Kakaku. Ichigo fought him when we infiltrated the Siriidii. He was a vicious little cuss then, but he softened up a ton after getting his butt beat. He looks like he must have been a Rukon once upon a time, Kakaku observed, getting a close-up of Renji with her spyglass. That must be how Ichigo softened his cold heart, he actually had one to start with. Renji looked on with some bemusement at Akon from across the arena stage. It was weird seeing the SDRI techie wearing a Zanpakuto around his waist. Renji hadn't even realized Akon possessed one until now. Alright, are you all ready for the second half of today's festivities? Chiwa Kikazu asked the crowd, his amplified voice echoing throughout the Champagne Coliseum. He was met with a resounding yes as the thousands of Rukon and Siriidii citizens alike cheered for more combat. We have a rather interesting matchup for you teed up, Chiwa continued, theatrically gesturing to the two fighters. Representing the 6th Division, Lieutenant Abarai Renji. And hailing from the 12th Division, Akon. Can intellect overcome brawn? We shall see. Renji frowned, feeling a bit slighted. Is he saying I don't have any intellect? Akon sure as sheet doesn't have brawn. Let the 4th round of the Juzenkan Taikai commence. Chiwa cried before retreating from the stage. Oh no, this is gonna be painful, isn't it? Kion sighed from the stands, watching the stage through her fingers. Akon doesn't stand any chance. Well. Probably not, Ranjaku replied with a carefree laugh. I'd be worried about Renji making an ugly spectacle of things if this were a few weeks ago, but ever since he fought that Ichigo boy, he's been much more humble. He'll let Akon down gently. I'm sure of it. You're all so ready to jump to conclusions, Yumachika smirked at them. Even bugs carry stingers. Wait and see. Akon was visibly sweating and fumbling with his uniform, looking frantic. Renji crossed his arms, feeling a pang of pity. I'm not gonna humiliate you, if that's your concern, he said. I know you didn't even want to fight. Akon held up a finger. Can you just give me a second, please? Oh, yeah, sure, Renji blushed. Thanks, Akon sighed, rummaging around in his shihakusho. I just need. Alright, got it. He fished out a thimble-sized vial from one of his pockets and shook it, the purple mixture within swishing around. For a second there I worried I might have forgotten to store this, he laughed bashfully. He uncorked the vial and promptly drank it. His pupils dilated to an eerie, all-encompassing black. What's the meaning of this? Tetsuzeman roared from the stands, bolting upright. Are you trying to make a mockery of this tournament, Akon? Referee, how is that possibly legal? Chiwa chirped from the sidelines, looking up at the irate lieutenant. Is there something amiss, Lieutenant Iba? Since when are performance-enhancing drags allowed? Tetsuzeman protested, so animated that Aizen was holding him back by the scruff of his shihakusho. Shouldn't that be grounds for instant disqualification? I suppose some clarification is needed, Chiwa chuckled softly before brandishing his microphone. My dear spectators, you have just witnessed third seat officer Akon drink a mysterious concoction. This may have understandably prompted confusion amongst you, he boomed. Allow me to explain why this is allowed. The rules of the Juzenkan Taikai forbid black market drags, true enough. However, we do permit weapons that are an honest part of a Shinigami's arsenal. Before this competition commenced, Akon produced several chemical compounds to our jury for inspection. He provided sufficient evidence that he invented and patented each potion, making him their originator. It was all done by the book and over the table, and so this match will continue without further argument about the validity of his techniques. Thank you. Chiwa shot Tetsuzeman a haughty shrug and holstered his microphone. Fair enough, Renji grinned, satisfied by the explanation. So what did you WHP up, Akon? I'd rather not spoil the surprise, Akon replied, trying to maintain his composure despite noticeably fidgeting. You can release your shirkai now, Lieutenant Abarai. I'm ready for you. Renji pet his eyebrow. We'll see about that. He unsheathed his katana. Howl, Zabumaru. He whipped his arm back, the blade flashing into its true form. It's not too late to forfeit, he warned, Zabumaru's segmented blades clinking in his grip. You sure you want to try me? Akon seemed to be in a daze. He blinked belligerently in response before his eyes refocused. After an audible gulp, he gave an affirmative nod. Yeah, I think so. All right then. Renji nodded. He slung his right arm downward, Zabumaru launching forward and simultaneously unfurling into a fanged WHP. Cries of awe emanated throughout the stadium. Renji's shirkai was renowned for being among the most visually spectacular in the Godai, and it was living up to its legend. Cool. Yashiro cried gleefully. The WHP surged straight at Akon, moving faster than most Shinigami could ever react, only for the techie to dodge it with a shuffling sidestep. Zabumaru retracted and returned back to an Agog Renji. How the hell did he do that? Recovering his composure, Renji slung Zabumaru like a lasso and whipped it around for a sideswipe, the segmented blade whirring counterclockwise across the stage. It came within a foot of Akon's left shoulder. Only for him to flop down flat on his side, the WHP flashing over him ineffectually. Renji recalled his Zanpakuto again. He was flummoxed. Something's wrong. Akon hasn't gotten any faster, I'm sure of it. There's no way he's anticipating Zabumaru's movements ahead of time either. But there's no way those reactions are instinctual. They might be sloppy, but they're deliberate. Creative, even. It's like he's gaming out different avenues of escape whenever I take a swing and landing on the exact right choice through a process of elimination. With under a second to make up his mind each time. Up in the stands, the other officers were equally gobsmacked. How'd Akon dodge Renji's attack? Kion murmured. Zabumaru was moving like lightning. I couldn't even follow it. Me neither, Aizen laughed nervously. Renji's become pretty terrifying. But Akon. It was like he saw it coming from a mile away. Akon awkwardly ambled back up onto his feet and dusted himself off. Nice reflexes, Renji said begrudgingly. I'm guessing your smooth moves come from whatever you juiced yourself with. Correct, Akon nodded, his words disquietingly over-articulated and eyes dilated like a lemur's. Sorry if I seem a little weird right now. The effects of this drag are pretty. Renji flash stepped right beside him with Zabumaru clasped back into its solid state. He swung the blade down, only for Akon to throw himself back at a diagonal angle to avoid the edge by a hair's breadth. He stumbled back 3 yards before regaining his balance. Pretty intense, he finished, following up with a sheepish cough. I've never seen you train a single day in all these years, but you've already made the gap in our speed moot, Renji huffed. The hell did you drink? I haven't come up with a name for it yet, Akon admitted with a self-conscious tug at his shihakusho. Not really sure how to clearly explain it either. I guess. You know what people say when two MSTRs fight? Their swords appear to move in slow motion. I know what you're talking about, yeah. Renji relaxed his stance, his interest peaked. It's like time slows down for them, right? Akon continued. That's because their senses are so sharpened, the whole world moves at a different pace. I wanted to replicate that effect, so I created a drag that heightens the senses in such a way that time moves a whole lot slower. I wouldn't be able to dodge Zabumaru if I was perceiving it with my natural senses. But when I can see it moving at only 1/50th of its natural speed, I can react accordingly. So your drag slows down time. Renji was feeling equal parts admiration and trepidation. That's pretty nuts, man. It slows down my perception of time, Akon blushed, feeling embarrassed for being a stickler. It's advantageous, but the overall effect is terrifyingly trippy. I'm having a hard time speaking coherently right now because my own words sound so slow and drawn out to my ears. I'm going to unseal my Zanpakuto now, alright? He unsheathed his blade, a nondescript katana with a moss-colored hilt. Sorry, Lieutenant Abarai. I hope you didn't have your heart set on winning this tournament. I take no pleasure in crushing dreams. Twirl, Shunmanujiji Rinken. Shunmanujiji Rinken, flash melancholy canopy. Renji's brow raised in apprehension as he watched Akon's sword refashion into a rather odd-looking contraption. 5 jet-black propeller blades drooped into the shape of a parasol, fringed with a viridescent crepe. The blades were conjoined by a curved handle which Akon held like a dainty umbrella. So that's Akon's Zanpakuto, huh? Tetsuzeman scratched at his chin thoughtfully. Interesting design. Renji assumed a Mijai-Getten no Kami stance, unsure of what to expect. Expecting some rain, he quipped. That's funny, Lieutenant Abarai. Akon chuckled, genuinely amused. Just a second. A 1, and a 2. The blades began a slow spin until soon enough they were whirring at a gusting speed. Akon's feet left the ground as he took to the air, his parasol emitting modest swirls of ryatsu. Soft murmurs of awe swept through the crowd as everyone watched him levitate up into the sky. I guess I'll just have to swat him down, Renji smirked. He jutted his arm upward, sicking Zabumaru after Akon. The segmented sword launched and separated, its fanged blades gleaming while the metallic sinew interconnecting them hissed. Akon realized he was a couple inches off. He tilted his parasol handle at a 40-degree angle, prompting the Zanpakuto to lift him even higher up. Zabumaru's frontal blade sailed towards him like a well-aimed spear, coming within inches of the soles of his feet until it suddenly snapped back, like a snake stretched to its breaking point. Ha! Renji bleated, his determined expression dropping into a derp face. 32 meters, Akon said while watching the Zanpakuto straining to reach him in vain. That's how far Zabumaru extends, right? You can't reach me up here, Lieutenant Aburai. Akon's quite a smart cookie, Ranjaku remarked. A cowardly cookie if he really intends on floating out of range this whole fight, Tetsuzeman rejoined. Damn it. Renji cursed, retracting Zabumaru back into its conjoined state with a clink. This'd be a whole lot easier if we were fighting in the world of the living. I could just leap up there and create racial footholds to fight on his level. But that's impossible inside the Shirihiki. Yamamoto, Shunsui, and Sasakaibe watched from the Captain Commander's box seat. Akon is faring far better than expected, Shunsui clucked. Your battle against Lieutenant Aburai may no longer be so inevitable, Chojiro-san. Sasakaibe looked on with a placidity that could be mistaken for boredom. We shall see if Aburai can overcome such a creative challenge, he said, scrutinizing Renji closely. If this is truly the end, then I simply misjudged him. Up in the air, Akon subtly adjusted the angle of his parasol and puttered around the Colosseum's upper levels in circular arcs. Down below on the arena stage, Renji was turning pink with frustration. Buddy, you're being a pain in the butt, he barked up at Akon. Get back down here and fight me face to face. Akon sighed. All right. Suit yourself. He tilted Shunmanujiji Rinken's handle and dived down to meet Renji like a missile. You're getting cocky. Renji grinned. That can only be good for me. He spun around and whipped Zabumaru with an underhand swing, the blade disconnecting and surging up to meet Akon. It was to no avail. When the WHP came within 6 feet of hitting its target, Akon swerved slightly to the right and flew down past, continuing his chopper dive unabated. Renji squinted, spotting something in Akon's hand. The techie threw down a glass ball before tilting his parasol and swerving back up into the sky. The hell is that? Renji gawped, spotting the plum-shaped vial hurtling down at him. He threw his left arm up to shield himself. The vial smashed against his elbow and released a purple plume. Don't breathe it in. Don't breathe it in. Don't breathe it in. Unfortunately for Renji, the concoction was designed to seep through skin. It was already in his system. He felt his heart skip a beat. Suddenly, his brown eyes were blotted black. He stumbled back a step, Zabumaru flailing down onto the arena and cracking the tiles upon impact. The Shirkai slowly recoiled back and returned to its conjoined state in Renji's grip. He nearly dropped the blade, his hands clammy and shaken. What did he just gas me with? Renji clutched at his chest to steady his heart rate. He looked around and immediately noticed a bizarre phenomena. The jostling crowd was moving like molasses, the tiny imperceptible movements of 1,000 spectators fluttering like a stuttering camera stock. He craned his head up to spot his opponent in the sky. The effort of straining his neck muscles and tilting his skull back felt like it took an entire minute to complete. Everything was agonizingly slow. Akon loomed like a vulture in the air, looking down at Renji with a sympathetic grimace. His propeller was chattering away. I hope you can forgive me someday for giving you such a stiff dose, Lieutenant Aburai. The optimal amount of the drag is 1 drop diluted to 1/250,000 th of its original concentration. Anything more concentrated than that defeats the purpose and severely impairs your reaction time. I just gave you a whiff of a drop that was only diluted to about 1/120,000 th, so you're in for a very long haul. Renji was sweating profusely, feeling the beads trickle down his forehead at a snail's pace. To test his new sense of time, he gingerly stomped his left foot forward. "Come on, friggin' move," he thought while willing his leg to lurch ahead, his tendons contracting and stretching laboriously. After what felt like 5 minutes, his foot finally touched back down onto the tile. When he let out a gasp of panic, it took his breath 2 full minutes to rise up from his chest and escape past his lips. That's how it felt, anyway. That's not good. Completing just a single step took so long that he needed to strain to remember the action he wanted to achieve in the first place. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Genryusai carefully studied Renji from afar, intuiting what was happening through mere observation. "How cruel," the captain commander muttered. "Chojiro, inform Central 46 that I want Akon's concoction outlawed from any further production. Turn the patent over to Captain Kuratsuchi. We cannot allow this torture to become commonplace." Sasaki nodded. "It will be done, Captain Commander." Meanwhile, the spectators were growing restless, tired of watching Akon putter around in the air while Renji seemed to fidget aimlessly. "The hell's going on down there?" Ganju grumbled. "What did that freak tag Abarai with?" "I'm not sure," Kukaku murmured, studying Renji's face with her spyglass. "Whatever it was. It doesn't look pleasant." Akon could hear the groans of discontent rippling throughout the crowd. "I guess it's now or never." He tilted his whirring parasol and dove back down towards the arena, landing onto the tile with an awkward skip. He stood only 2 yards away from Renji. Renji tried to pivot and face him, but his body was moving with all the haste of a sloth. "I swear, Akon, when I get my hands on you." Akon hoisted Shunmanujiji Rinken up like a shotgun and aimed it straight at him. "Sorry Lieutenant Abarai, but I actually want to win this whole thing," he muttered. "Inki Akubi, gloomy yawn." Shunmanujiji Rinken started to spin again, picking up a roaring momentum until a modest twister shot from the whirring blades, engulfing Renji like a wind turbine. The gust wasn't strong enough to knock Renji flat, but it was enough to push him back inch by inch. He strained his muscles and tried to sidestep away from the attack's vicinity, but his reaction time was simply too feeble. Akon pressed forward, his propeller chattering away. The technique was gradually but surely pushing Renji out of the arena stage like the sweep of a broom. If Akon actually knocks him off like this, Renji will never live it down, Yumachika giggled to the other officers, practically blushing with delight at the perversity of it all. Not good, not good. Renji thought, his dread having plenty of time to mount while he was gusted back. I'm trapped in my own body. Think of something, damn it. He tried to lift Sabumaru, only to discover that the motion was so laborious and drawn out that he couldn't hope to sling the WHP in any reasonable amount of time. When your body becomes so slow to respond to your instincts, so does your Zanpakuto, Akon observed while watching Renji impotently flail around. He grimaced, hating how inelegant this all was. It was like picking up a helpless child and tossing them overboard. Still, this is the only way I can beat him. The long-suffering vice president of SDRI had always resented the organization's leader, who also happened to be his captain, Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Akon never liked the sick son of a bitch. He hated taking orders from him and loathed being overshadowed by his technological achievements. If he won the tournament outright, he'd become a captain and finally have the leeway to disobey Mayuri. It was plenty of incentive for him to put Renji through hell. He pressed on, his puny technique still forceful enough to pressure Renji back towards the ledge. Push him off, an excitable spectator cried from the stands. Yeah, shove him, another voice chimed in. Soon enough, the Colosseum rumbled with cries of shove him off. Shove him off. Shove him off. Renji was at his wit's end, experiencing all of this as a slow-motion nightmare. While only a mere minute had passed since Akon began his onslaught, it felt like several hours for him. Full goddamn hours. Poor Renji, Ranjaku sighed. At least this will be over soon. Renji's heels were mere inches away from the stadium's edge. Soon enough he'd topple over. He had plenty of time to mull over whether this was a good or bad outcome. If I just stop resisting, it'll be over. He shut his eyes and desperately sought an internal pocket of zen. Akon got the better of me, he deserves to win. I should just be thankful Rukia isn't here to see this. Try as he might, he couldn't find his zen. There was no corner of his mind where he felt at peace with the inevitability of defeat. He wondered why he couldn't just let go. Why can't I accept the inevitable? He opened his eyes and realized he had instinctually craned his head up to look at the Kuchiki Loge that was nestled across the stadium. From a great distance, he was staring directly into Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes. They were cold and dispassionate. But somewhere in those flecks of gray was a spark of not encouragement, exactly, but a gauntlet thrown. A steel thread of resolve snapped in Renji's heart. His heels were now over the arena's ledge. One more inch, and he'd topple over. I have to win. Zabumaru, as if possessing a mind of its own, separated back into its segmented fangs and surged towards Akon like a viper. Akon hastily threw himself aside, narrowly dodging the snaking blade's bulldozing charge. Zabumaru veered past him, its teeth bared before burying itself into a tile like an axe. Renji, already falling over the arena's ledge, yelped with surprise when his Zanpakuto coiled itself and yanked him forward, as if he were a mackerel hooked on a fishing line. He fell onto his knees in a huff, safely returned to the stage. Akon stumbled back nervously, astonished by what he was seeing. How is this possible? The stadium erupted with whoops, most of the spectators merely delighted by the reversal of fortune. All of the captains, however, looked on with stunned recognition. Do my eyes deceive me, or did your lieutenant just accomplish a marvelous feat, Byakuya? Tenraicho Jinrei murmured. Your eyes have not deceived you, grandfather, Byakuya replied. Even while under the paralyzing effects of Akon's drag, Renji has harmonized with his Zanpakuto to the point that it is acting on its own accord. Like a phantom limb, Jinrei concurred. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence, but sometimes, in moments of great duress, captain-level Shinigami were able to harmonize with their Zanpakuto so perfectly that the blade could act out independently and execute actions that its MSTR was too discombobulated or physically lame to consciously command. It was akin to a synaptic reflex. Perhaps this is an unintended side effect of that infernal potion. Jinrei pondered. Either way, the lad is most impressive. He still has much to learn, Byakuya said. Given his usual state of mindfulness, this is nothing but a miraculous fluke. However, Renji has recently made a habit of miraculous flukes. Akon moved Shunmanujiji Rinken back up and let it rip, the whirring blades lifting him off the ground. Renji's elongated blade whipped itself back to life, its frontal tooth ripping up the arena tile it had latched onto and slung it up at Akon like a trebuchet. Damn it! Akon swerved his parasol to avoid the incoming brick. However, just as he narrowly dodged the projectile, Zabumaru surged up to head him off. He spotted the hissing blade too late. This time, even his enhanced senses weren't fast enough. The head of Renji's shuriken hooked into Akon's shoulder, sawing through bone and sinew. The WHP surged down like a curving rainbow, taking him along with it. Zabumaru shot down and landed outside of the arena stage, pinning Akon into the ground. Yes. Tetsuzeman grinned. Akon let out a gasp while his blood spurted onto the sand. His sensation of pain was being prolonged by the time-dilating drag in his system. It was absolute agony. Winner by ring out, Abarai Renji. Chiwa announced. The spectators erupted into ecstatic cheers and jeers. The roiling applause reached Renji like a long, endless drone. Suddenly, a fuse in his brain burst. His eyes rolled back into their lids and he slumped face-first onto the ground. Zabumaru shuddered and went limp. Halcyon Days. Volume 5, Drowned in the Rain. Chapter 4. A fly flew straight at Ichigo's forehead and phased right through, none the wiser as it fluttered onwards. The strawberry sat in the motorcycle's sidecar, cramped and discontented, while Chappie drove him and Rukia along the country road. It was a vast stretch of grassland, with mountains looming in the far distance and a few cars zipping across the lonely strip of turf while a bullet train ran on parallel tracks. There was a yawning gulf of rural terrain between Karakura town and its neighboring cities, like islands floating amidst a desolate ocean. According to these directions, we're still about an hour away from Kagamino City. Rukia shouted over the motorcycle's purring engine, the wind buffeting the map in her hands. Oh, great! Ichigo shouted back with a touch of sarcasm. He glowered at the endless expanse of fields, already missing the density of Karakura town with its apartment buildings and convenience stores and trees and telephone poles. He missed the thrum of people and spirits mingling in the soundscape. While he gazed out at the whirring countryside, he felt a heaviness grow in his chest that practically pinned him into his seat. It was as though he were leaving something precious behind in Karakura town. Rukia glanced over at Ichigo and saw a profound anxiety gripping him. Her brow crinkled with concern. Yuzu stepped gingerly before Kon, blocking his view of the television. "Ni-chan, may I ask you something?" she prompted with a nervous smile. She was hiding something behind her. Yeah, what is it?" Kon said impatiently, craning himself to try and look past her and continue drinking in the sight of a buxom hottie on the screen. "Well, I was wondering if I could borrow Bostov for tonight." She produced the lion plushie, Kon's receptacle. His eyes nearly popped out of Ichigo's head. "Where'd you find that?" he barked. "You left your bedroom door open and I saw Bostov lying on your dresser." Yuzu blushed, not expecting her big brother to react so strongly. "I didn't go snooping for it or anything. But Karen and I have a sleepover at Midori's tonight, and Bostov's so cute and I think he'd have a lot of fun playing tea time with us tonight. I'm bringing Cookie and Melon, too." Kon remembered the time Yuzu cleaned him up with a bath, only to dress him up like a little baby and appointing the dolls Cookie and Melon as his parent. She even glued a totally lame plastic flower onto his ear. The whole ordeal had haunted him ever since. "Can I take him, please Nii-chan?" Yuzu asked with starry eyes. "No." Kon hissed, wresting the lion plushie away from her. He cradled it protectively, as if it were his own child. But why not?" she whispered, her eyes welling up with hurt. "Because tea time is totally lame and Bostov wouldn't like it." Kon harumphed. Tears streamed down Yuzu's face. She burst into an uncontrollable sob and ran away. Kon watched her flee, realizing too late he had messed up big time. Ah, damn it. Shoulda just stayed in bed. Chappie drove the Yamaha FCR 600 into a bustling side street and put it into park. "We're here." Hop. Ichigo couldn't climb out of the sidecar faster. He spilled out onto the cement, let out a deep sigh and stretched his legs while looking around. Kagamino City looked much like Karakura town, slightly smaller and more compact, being the least populous of the three cities in the region. Its distinguishing features were more planted trees, making the sidewalks thick with foliage, and an abundance of billboards. "Alright, so where do we start?" Ichigo asked. He turned to Rukia. She was agape, her eyes wide and staring up at the sky with awe. What is that?" she whispered breathily. Ichigo looked up in the direction she was drooling towards and saw a billboard with a cartoon flying squirrel hovering above them. The cartoonish critter had a jolly face and was wearing a ball cap, its webbed arms outstretched as if offering a hug. "Oh, you mean Nuts?" Ichigo said. "He's the mascot for the baseball team around here, Kagamino Flying Squirrels. They're actually pretty good." "Squee!" Rukia cried, her body trembling from the sheer kawaii. "Do they sell merchandise of this creature? I must have it. We're here to find and kill Grand Fisher, remember?" Ichigo barked. Rukia's expression of delight cracked and turned pink while she collected herself with a cough. "Ahem. You're right. Perhaps we can seek out a token of this nuts fellow after we accomplish our mission. In the meantime, follow me. She bounded up onto the adjacent building and skipped across the skyline, Ichigo keeping beside her while Chappie followed along on her motorcycle below. They stopped 9 blocks over at a vacant lot tucked between 2 abandoned buildings. Chappie stood by on the street and patiently waited by the puttering motorcycle. They're really letting this town rot, Ichigo thought while surveying the neglected surroundings. So Grand Fisher killed somebody here. Yes, a woman during rainfall, Rukia replied, squatting down and running her hand through the muddy soil. This was also Saito Aikichiro's last known whereabouts before he disappeared. His body hasn't been recovered, but the patrolman for this region was discovered dead several neighborhoods over. Soul Society hasn't sent a replacement yet. They will only do so after we've flushed the hollow out. Ichigo looked out at the field. There were holes in the ground, as if a tree trunk root were violently ripped out. Grand Fisher hid beneath the ground and sprung a trap, he intuited. He can shape-shift parts of his body. Maybe he tricked Saito by impersonating a friendly face. Rukia looked up at the strawberry and nodded. Perhaps. Saito was the only Shinigami who had gotten the better of him. It's possible that all of Grand Fisher's killings in this city were intended to draw Saito out so he could exact revenge. If he wants revenge, then why is he terrorizing this place and not Karakura town? Ichigo wondered. Wouldn't I be on the top of his list? Rukia rose back up and dusted herself off. Maybe he knows you're too strong for him now, so he's exacting his petty grievances on whoever he can, wherever he can. Either way, he's a coward. An explosion erupted several blocks over. Ichigo and Rukia both snapped to attention, sensing a spiritual pressure spike. That's not Grand Fisher, Ichigo said. No, but it's a hollow, Rukia rejoined. Come. They bounded towards the mayhem while Chappie revved up the motorcycle and followed. After dashing across a dozen city blocks in mere seconds, they came upon a scene of calamity, several upturned cars and a shattered fire hydrant, with a geyser of water shooting up and raining down on the devastation. Scores of bystanders were running around in panic, fleeing some invisible force that had crashed from the sky like a meteor. Ichigo and Rukia could see what the humans couldn't, a winged hollow with leathery pinions of black and green, its talons a polished pair of razor-bone tridents. It was a massive, hulking beast, its mask pointed forth into a buzzard's beak and scarlet eyes smoldering with hunger. It skulked across the cracked pavement and honed in on a bulldozer family of 3. I recognize this hollow, Rukia said breathlessly. He's called Skuldover. Ichigo reached back over his shoulder to grasp Zangetsu's handle. Well, he picked a bad time to score a meal. I've got him. No, you don't. Rukia placed a hand against his chest and shook her head. You are authorized to slay hollows in Karakura town and you have special permission from Captain Yukitake to engage Grand Fisher wherever he may be. But you do not have jurisdiction to slay hollows outside of Karakura town's border. I will handle this monster. But. Rukia, Ichigo mumbled, flustered while he watched her approach Skuldover. Can she handle this guy? The hollow that attacked us on the night we met got her good, and this one's a lot stronger. Do not underestimate Lady Rukia. Chappie declared. Hop. Ichigo flinched, startled that the artificial soul had skulked right up next to him without his notice. Chappie looked on with a casual confidence, her arms akimbo. Many hollows have underestimated Lady Rukia at their peril. Stand back and witness what I mean. Hop. Ichigo gave Chappie some grumpy side-eye before returning his attention Rukia. Just be careful. Skuldover opened its beak and let out a steam of rotting breath, its talons digging into the pavement as it approached a teenage girl trying to get her 2 younger siblings back up on their feet. The hollow felt a tingle of excitement as it came within inches of gobbling them all up. The sound of Rukia unsheathing her Zanpakuto drew his attention. The hollow spun around and let out a piercing hiss at the approaching Shinigami. Skuldover, right? Rukia said, her eyes shining with the light reflecting off her brandished sword. You thought Kagamino City was undefended, didn't you? You thought wrong. Buzz off, Shinigami. Skulldove hooted, spreading its tattered wings and exuding malevolent ryatsu. I've killed many of your kind before. Then I will take great satisfaction in avenging them. Rukia turned her katana over and aimed its point at the ground, clapping her free hand over her sword-wielding forearm. Dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. Sodi no Shirayuki, sleeves of white snow. Her katana drained of color until it was pale as snow, a white tassel sprouting from its handle and extending far as a ribbon. There was a chill. Flecks of crystalline frost materialized around Rukia and she let out a breath thick as steam yet fragile as glass. Whoa, Ichigo said softly. Skulldove hesitated to attack, surprised by the white Zanpakuto in Rukia's grip. It had never seen a blade like that before. It matters not. The hollow reasoned, letting out another hideous hiss and lunging forward, ripping up concrete beneath its talons. It charged at Rukia like a bucking bull while she maintained serene poise. San no mai, Shirafune, she intoned. San no mai, Shirafune, third dance, white sword. The air bent itself around her milky blade, encasing it with frost and turning it into a curved shard of ice. She leapt forward and met Skulldove head-on, her shunpa faster than the hollow could account for. She flash-stepped right above him and drove her sword straight through his cranium. The light in the hollow's eyes immediately snuffed out and it collapsed with a crash, frost seeping over its mask until its head was a cracked cube, completely frozen through. Skulldove reflexively tried to pick itself back up, only to fall forward again, its chin shattering upon impact with the ground, the rest of its head disintegrating into brittle snow. Rukia whipped her Zanpakuto to fling bits of frost from the blade while Skulldove's corpse flaked away into black smoke. Ichigo looked on with amazement, his eyes entranced by the bone-white sword. That's Zanpakuto. That's Sodi no Shirayuki, Chappie said reverently. One of the most appealing Zanpakuto in Soul Society. Its blade, its guard, its hilt. All completely white. Befitting its snow-type powers. It is wholly unique. Hop. Rukia resealed her shurikai, color returning to her katana while its tassel melted away like a wisp in the wind. She sheathed the sword shut with a clack and turned to regard the three siblings who Skulldove had targeted. They were back on their feet and stumbling away, completely unaware of how close they came to being a hollow's lunch. Satisfied, Rukia returned to Ichigo and Chappie. That guy didn't stand a chance against you, Ichigo mumbled. Of course he didn't, Rukia replied matter-of-factly. Okay, what gives? Ichigo shouted indignantly. Where the hell was all that power the night my family was attacked? After all this time, I figured you were just a foot soldier. Chappie grabbed him by his ear and twisted it, making him wince with pain. Don't you dare speak to Lady Rukia like that, the artificial soul chided him. She may not be a seated officer, but her strength would surely merit the rank. Hop. Ow, ow, ow. Ichigo yelped. Ichigo, I indeed wasn't this strong on the night we met, Rukia said knowingly. I was sealed by a Genrain, a spiritual limiter that kept me at only a fifth of my full power. High-ranking Shinigami officers and those of equivalent strength are given these seals so that their Ryatsu doesn't wreak havoc in the material world. If I had had enough time, I would have requested permission from SDRI to remove the seal and fight that hollow with my full ability. However, some idiot invited the hollow to attack them and I had to shield the fool with my body. Do you recall? Ichigo blushed, remembering how he had baited Fishbone D to attack him. Rukia threw herself between them and got nearly bitten in half for her trouble. The Genrain also rang a bell. He remembered Renji explaining the spiritual limiter to him when they fought in Soul Society, accounting for why he was so much stronger compared to their first scuffle. I'm on special business to defeat Grand Fisher, an especially dangerous foe, Rukia concluded. Captain Yukitake gave me special permission to come here without a Genrain as a precaution against further foolish acts. But wait. Are you saying you're as strong as a lieutenant, Rukia? Ichigo asked. She answered with a haughty smirk and strode past him. Come along, we have more ground to cover. Ichigo looked at her with a funny feeling, renewed admiration. He had underestimated her. Chappie leaned over to nudge him between the ribs. Between you and me, Lady Rukia has the skills and power to be a seated officer. Truly, if she were recognized with a rank, she'd be strong enough to stand as Captain Yukate's very own lieutenant. However, her candidacy was nipped in the bud as early as her training at Shino Academy. No official reasoning has ever been given, but many of her peers gossip that it must be Lord Byakuya's doing. Hop. Byakuya, huh? Ichigo sighed. Figures. Lady Rukia has always denied such rumors, to others and herself, Chappie added. Hop. Halcyon Days. Volume 5, Drowned in the Rain. Chapter 5. The sun began its descent, casting a golden farewell glow over Kagamino City. Ichigo and Rukia stood draped in the shadow of an alley, looking down together at the blot of dried blood overlaid with trash. They haven't even cleaned the space up. Ichigo gritted. A woman gets butchered beside a dumpster and the authorities won't even cleanse the ground she died on. I see humans disrespecting the dead like this all the time, Rukia sighed. You grew up fully aware of spirits, Ichigo. You're one of the few humans who truly understands how important their dying place is for them. Ichigo clenched a fist and looked around. I don't sense Grand Fisher at all. Neither do I, Rukia concurred. I had hoped our presence here would draw him out, but it's been hours and there's no sign of him yet. This is the last of his known victims in Kagamino City. Another woman struck down during rainfall. Two shadows entered into the alleyway, drawing their attention. Ichigo gazed back at the gauzy curtain of light along the alley's edge, spotting a pair of humans approaching. One was a man and the other a young boy clutching a bouquet of flowers. They looked poor, based on their shabby clothing and hygiene, and they were unmistakably father and son. As they drew closer, Ichigo made out the tears welling in the child's eyes. He saw the flowers and understood immediately. This murdered woman was a mother. The father and son reached Ichigo and Rukia, unable to see their spiritual bodies and phasing right through them. Rukia retreated to a polite distance while Ichigo was rooted to the spot, staring straight down at the young boy. The child couldn't have been any older than 8. He was standing right where Ichigo was, mingling with his ghostly body and completely unaware he was being observed. Let's clean this mess up, the father said gruffly, squatting down to shove the trash aside, building a clean spot around the blood stain. Alright, give mommy her flowers now. The boy choked back tears and knelt down to place the bouquet of white and yellow chrysanthemums on the concrete. He broke down and fell into a crouch. His father hauled him up and dusted him off. Stop crying, he ordered, his own voice quavering. She wouldn't want you to cry. You have to be a man now, understand? The boy kept on sobbing, and so the father began to shake him. I said stop wailing, you brat. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't wandered in here. You hear me? She'd still be alive. It's your fault. He raised a hand to slap his son and brought it down with furious force, only for it to halt in midair. The man let out a gasp, feeling as though an invisible hand was gripping his forearm. He looked up and saw nothing, but his hand was firmly held in place. It was like the very air had intervened. Rukia, her eyes wide with shock, watched as Ichigo held the man's arm in a firm lock. The strawberry's face was downcast, staring at the crying child. The father paused for a moment and, his shame dawning on him, broke into a fount of tears. He threw his other arm around his son and drew him in close, hugging him desperately. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. Forgive me, please. They wept together while Ichigo loomed over them. He finally released the father's arm and watched it drape defeatedly on the ground. After a long pause, Ichigo turned away and marched out of the alley. Rukia followed, finding him standing still on the amber-hued street. Ichigo. Let's go home. Can we go back to Karakura town, please? Rukia signaled to Chappie from across the street. The Jiken nodded and started up the motorcycle. Renji was adrift in darkness until finally he felt a spark of light. He bolted upright from his medical bed, eyes wide and heart racing. "Ah, you're finally awake," said Yasachika Iemura, the third seat of 4th Division. The medic leaned forward and pried open Renji's eyelids to inspect his dilating irises. "What the hell happened?" Renji gasped. "You won your match and promptly passed out," Iemura answered. "At first we thought it was an adverse effect from Akon's drag, but it turned out your synchronization with your Zanpakuto put too much of a strain on your mind. You could have died. Fortunately, Captain Unohana herself treated you. Officer Akon was kind enough to provide her with the antidote as well, so your sense of temporal reality ought to be back to normal." "Is it?" Renji looked to him with wide-eyed bafflement. After a beat, he gave an uneasy nod. "Things feel really fast all of a sudden, yeah. I guess I'm back to normal. Akon did warn us that there would be some lingering side effects. The most likely being." Renji suddenly became green in the face and turned to the side, upchucking a fountain of vomit onto the floor. "Nausea," Imura finished. "Officer Yamada, could you please fetch a mop and clean that up?" "Yes sir," Hanataro Yamada nodded before running off. "And bring a bucket for Lieutenant Abarai as well," Iemura added. After a half-hour of inspection, Renji was discharged from the medical station, equipped with a wooden pail in case he became sick again. He trudged through the bowels of the Bushishenzui Budokan's interior, feeling groggy as hell and furious with Akon. When he finally happened upon an exit, he discovered Ikiku and Yumachika awaiting him. "Well, look at you, back from the dead." Ikiku cackled. He was heavily bandaged, his wounds from Rindo's attacks now sealed up into fading scars. "For a minute there, I thought you were gonna take a dirt nap, too," Renji grimaced back. "Am I really the last one to be discharged?" "Oh yes, everybody else has been patched up and sent back to the barracks," Yumachika cooed. "Madarame and Akon required some extra attention, but you were the only one who was touch and go for a while. I'm afraid you missed the final 2 matches of today's games." "DMN. Who won?" "Ranjaku and Tetsuzeman," Ikiku said. "Both the Kotetsu sisters got knocked out. Aizen put up a good fight, but Kion. Well, Zeman went easy on her." "A predictable result," Yumachika snickered. "You didn't miss much." "How's Shuhei doing?" Renji asked. "His pride hurts more than his body," Ikiku said. "I think Izuru might have broken something between them more important than bones, though. That's a crying shame," Renji thought. "Long day, Abarai." Yumachika chuckled, eyeing Renji's haggard complexion. "It's felt like a long year for me," Renji sighed. "I don't know about you guys, but I want to head back and collapse into bed." They all turned to exit the tunnel, only to be headed off by Hinashi Yokio. The 3 officers stopped dead in their tracks, completely unnerved by the sight of the Shikotai guardsman's shimmering samurai armor. "Kneel," Yokio said plainly. They all fell down onto their knees and fretfully bowed, their noses kissing the sand. "Tenraicho Yashiro wants an audience with you, Lieutenant Abarai." "Huh?" Renji grunted, looking up from the dirt. The diminutive leader of the Shihoin clan was squatted down and inspecting him. They were practically nose to nose. "Hiya." Yashiro giggled, his golden eyes glinting with delight. "I'm your biggest fan." Renji fell back onto his butt and scooted several paces away, nearly frightened to death. "Thanks, Your Highness. Please don't execute me, Your Highness. You were such a badass out there today," Yashiro added, miming the way Renji whipped around Zabumaru. "Your Shikai totally lived up to the hype, Tokunada-san, and I agreed your fight was definitely the best." Ikiku and Yumachika shared a look, both of them just as baffled as Renji. Yashiro continued to play act his recollection of the battle, getting carried away with his imagination before remembering what he came there to ask. He looked back down at Renji with a bright grin. Is it true what they say? That you challenged your own captain, Kuchiki Byakuya, to save the life of that girl? That girl? He must mean Rukia. I did, Your Highness. That's so badass. Yashiro cried with glee, clapping his hands to his face and shaking back and forth. So foolhardy, so suicidal. You're just like all those legendary Shinigami I've read about. Maybe they'll write about you too, Abarai Renji. The nobleman took a moment to collect himself before letting out a contended coo. He savored his thrumming excitement with a deep breath and shot Renji another sly smile. I also hear you've got a bankai. Is that true, too? Yes, Your Highness. I do. Wicked. You totally gotta show that off in the arena. If it's half as cool as your shurikai, then gee I can't wait. But you forbid me from using bankai in the ring, Your Highness. Renji furrowed his brow, completely confused. Yashiro's smile dropped. He was just as confused. Who told you that? I don't recall consenting to any such decree. My captain. Son of a bitch. He had been a fool for taking Byakuya's word for it. A knot of anger balled up inside his chest. Never mind, there must have been a miscommunication, Your Highness, he seethed through a forced smile. Good. Yashiro resumed his grin. I expect to see your bankai in the matches to come, Abarai Renji. Don't let me down. The tiny Tenraicho and his bodyguard zipped away in a flash of highly adept Shuinpa, leaving a gentle breeze in their wake. Renji, Ikkaku, and Yumachika all sat in the dirt, gobsmacked by what had just occurred. Well, good for you, Abarai, Ikkaku chuckled with a hint of envy. It's not every day you win a Tenraicho's favor. Renji dunked his head into his bucket and violently puked, not hearing a lick of Ikkaku's congratulations. Halcyon Days. Volume 5, Drowned in the Rain. Chapter 6. Evening was descending over Japan while Chappie drove like a bullet through the countryside, her motorcycle purring while she hit the gas. She could faintly make out the Karakura town skyline in the distance. They were close. Nearly there, Lady Rukia, she shouted over the engine roar and whipping winds. Hop. Rukia nodded and looked over to Ichigo in the sidecar. He hadn't spoken a word the whole drive, his head craned back and eyes staring up at the dusky sky. They finally reached Karakura town and puttered through the streets until they reached the Kurosaki clinic. Ichigo wordlessly phased out of the sidecar and took a few steps towards the entrance, only to stop short. Ichigo, are you alright? Rukia looked out at him searchingly, unable to see his expression. He was still as a stone for what felt like a long time before turning to look back at her. He was wearing a casual, easygoing smile. Yep. Feels good to be back. You coming inside? Rukia was taken aback by his brave face. She studied him before relaxing into a fond smile. Yes, of course. Just let me slip into my jigai first. Why'd you need to be in your jigai? It's protocol, Rukia said. So long as I'm in my Shinigami form, my Ryatsu can attract hollows. Our spiritual bodies were appropriate for Kagamino City because we were trying to bait Grand Fisher, but here we must seal ourselves lest we attract danger. You too, Ichigo. Lady Rukia, before I exit this body, I have something for you. Hop. Chappie reached back and opened a pocket compartment in her motorcycle. While you and Kurosaki-san were investigating one of the crime scenes, I noticed a vendor selling this. The artificial soul produced a plush doll in the likeness of a flying squirrel wearing a baseball cap. It was Nuts the baseball mascot. Rukia's eyes widened and then watered. Hearts materialized and burst around her like bath bubbles, and she let out a squeal of kawaii. Squee. Chappie, you're the best. Anything for my lady, Hop. Ichigo watched them with a derp face. It's just a squirrel, man. Rukia fitted her hand with a Ryoshi glove and pressed it to Chappie's shoulder, prompting the chicken to spit up its soul candy straight into her outstretched palm. Rukia phased into her empty jigai and, with a devious smile, plunked Chappie's marble into nuts. The doll shivered to life and gave a salute. Ryoshi, soul shover glove. Reporting for duty, Lady Rukia. Hop. He. Rukia squeezed the squirrel's cheeks. This is a fitting vessel for you, Chappie. So cute. Now remember to play dead if any mortals see you. Yes, ma'am. Hop. Let's just get into my goddamn house, Ichigo grumbled. He picked Rukia up by her shoulder and leapt them both up onto his bedroom windowsill. After phasing through the glass, he opened the pane and let her slink inside and onto his bed, where Khan was awaiting them in a fetal position. Ichigo and Rukia squinted down at the mod soul, wondering what had gotten into him. I messed up, big time, Kos was preemptively cowering before his MSTR. Forgive me, Ichigo. I got you into big trouble. What? Ichigo frowned. I'm gone for one day and you ruin my week. The hell happened? Khan recalled his argument with Yuzu and winced when Ichigo punched him over the head. Ouch. Hey, watch it. This is gonna be your cranium again in just a minute. How dare you make Yuzu cry? Ichigo hissed. Unforgivable. There was a knock. Ichigo, Khan, Rukia, and Chappie all looked up at the door. Who is it? Khan called out nervously. The door creaked open and Karen poked her head inside to see Ichigo and a strange woman sitting on together on the bed. The little Kurosaki sister looked briefly confused before narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Am I interrupting something? Ichigo, invisible in his Shinigami body, gave Khan a fierce pinch. The mod soul winced and looked to his MSTR, who pantomimed speak. She thinks you're me, remember? This is just my friend, Khan pointed at Rukia. Pay her no mind. Salutations. Rukia waved with a fake smile. Please pay me no mind. Alright, well I just wanted to let you know Yuzu is still really upset and doesn't want to go to the sleepover anymore, Karen said. Ichigo raised a threatening fist at Khan, as if to say, apologize now. I'm very sorry, Khan said bashfully. I just got carried away. I'm very protective of, Bostov. So Bostov's actually your doll? Karen said with a confused arch of her eyebrows. I didn't realize you played with dolls, Nii-san. Well, now you know, Khan mumbled. He let out a nervous laugh, then looked up at Ichigo. The Shinigami deputy was so red in the face that steam was shooting from his nostrils. Okay, I'll make this right, Khan sighed. I'll give her Bostov, alright? Karen studied him and glanced over at Rukia, pointing at the squirrel plushie cinched around her waist. Is that a nuts doll? She asked. Can we borrow that, too? I think it might really help lighten Yuzu up. She loves nuts. Oh, this? Rukia laughed nervously, holding up Chappie. Well. Sure you can. Can we just have a moment? Karen scrutinized Rukia for a long while before giving a nod. Sure. I'll go let Yuzu know. She shut the door. Phew. Khan laughed bashfully, well, problem solved, right? Ichigo smacked him upside the head so hard he upchucked his soul candy. Ichigo's human body flopped back onto the mattress, lifeless, while the Shinigami deputy took Khan's marble and shoved into the lion plushie. Okay, so maybe that wasn't ideal. Khan waved his cherubic lion limbs frantically. What are you gonna do to me? Ichigo grinned down at him with diabolical portent. You're gonna go to tea time with Karen and Yuzu, and you're gonna like it. Great, now I have to hand over Chappie as a peace offering, Rukia sighed. Please just grin and bear it for tonight, Chappie. Yes, Lady Rukia, the squirrel plushie saluted. Hop. After re-entering his human body, Ichigo visited Karen and Yuzu's room to deliver Kon and Chappie along with many apologies. I promise I'll never talk like that to you again, okay? He knelt down and brushed away his little sister's tears. Okay, Yuzu smiled, snorting back tears. I want you to go have a fun time with your friends. Can you do that for me? Yes, Enai-chan. Yuzu chirped, hugging the two dolls close. And I promise I'll bring back your beloved Bostov without a scratch. Ichigo frowned, nearly bursting a blood vessel. You can dunk that good-for-nothing pervert in acid for all I care. He brought his sisters downstairs, where their father was awaiting them. Alright, Dad, here they. You fool. Isshin launched forward and kicked Ichigo square in the face, sending him somersaulting back into the wall with a crash. Don't ever make your sister cry again, you punk. Isshin shaked a fist down at him. Toys are never more important than family, got it? Ichigo was splat against the wall like a pancake, a goose egg sprouting from his forehead while his eyes saw swirling stars. Got it, he mumbled dazedly. Isshin ushered the girls out to walk them to Midoriko Tono's house. The coast was finally clear. We've both handed off our jiken, Ichigo, Rukia said while descending down the stairs, finding him still in an upturned heap. I hope you have your Shinigami deputy badge handy, in case you need to access your Shinigami body. I got us covered. He got back up onto his feet, dusted himself off, and produced the placard out from his back pocket. We've got nothing to worry about. Rukia's expression turned serious. I've been meaning to ask you. What happened back there in Kagamino City, she broached. He hesitated to answer, looking lost in reflection while turning the badge in his fingers. With a sigh, he pocketed the placard and headed for the door. I want to take you somewhere, he called back to her. Let's go for a walk. They walked through Karakura town until they came upon the river. Ichigo strolled down the hillside and onto the concrete slope leading to water while Rukia gingerly followed. He finally reached his destination and sat down, hugging his arms around his knees while staring out at the gentle river. Rukia plunked down beside him. Why are we here, Ichigo? He was quiet for a while, listening to the trickle of water and the sway of grass. This is where it happened. Rukia's eyes widened. You mean this is where your mother died? Ichigo nodded feebly, as if reading her thoughts. When I realized I could see ghosts, I came here every day. I sat down, right at this spot, and waited for her. I didn't know her spirit was gone, too. So I just waited here whenever I could, afraid that if I ever moved on, if I ever left Karakura town even for a day, I'd miss my chance to see her again. Rukia placed a hand on his shoulder. They sat together, in silence, and gazed out at the river. Droplets began to fall and gradually multiplied. It had started to rain. That's a very touching story, Kurosaki Ichigo, a voice said. Ichigo and Rukia bolted upright and turned around to see a Shinigami standing 6 meters away, clad in shihakusho and a straw hat. Saito Aikichiro? Rukia whispered, recognizing the interloper's face. We thought you were dead. Almost, Saito replied with a smile, rainwater sloshing down the brim of his hat. Grand Fisher nearly got me, but I managed to escape. Been laying low ever since. Something's not right. Rukia felt a chill run up her spine. What are you doing here? Ichigo asked tersely. I'm here to help save your sisters, Kurosaki, the Shinigami warned. I'm afraid they may be Grand Fisher's next targets. What? Ichigo gasped, his fists tightening. How do you know that? There's no time to explain. Saito extended out his hand. If you want them to live, then please hand over your Shinigami deputy badge. Ichigo's eyes narrowed. What did you just say? I said hand over your badge, Sonny, or your sisters will be picked clean to their bones before you can ever hope to reach them, Saito chuckled, his voice lowering into a deeper brass with every word. A aura of rot emanated from him, expanding in all directions and taking on a familiar shape. The shape of Grand Fisher. Halcyon Days. Volume 6, The Prodigal Patriarch. Chapter 1. Karen plunked herself down in front of the television and adjusted the channel until she came up, Kaz Soul, Don Kananji's program. It was her favorite show. She never missed an episode. Especially of late. Don Kananji stared back at her through the television screen, twirling his hands like he was casting a spell. Phenomena we cannot explain, the chill that runs up our spines, these are not fanciful delusions, faithful viewers, the medium said in a spooky tremble, as if he were addressing Karen directly. There are spirits among us. Do not distrust your own eyes. Karen, stop watching TV. Yuzu called from across the room. You're being misanthropic. She was sitting in a circle with their classmates Midoriko Tono, Kiori, and Chihiro. What's misanthropic mean? Kiori asked. Oh, it means she's being a total butt, Yuzu replied with a tee-hee. They all laughed together at Karen's expense while she remained stubbornly planted in front of the tube. I never skip Kaz Soul, she grumbled. This is important. Tea time can wait. Psst, Chihiro whispered to Midoriko. Yuzu's sister is kinda weird, huh? Don't say that, Midoriko shushed her, afraid the others would overhear. Don't let Karen catch you badmouthing her. She's scary when she's angry. The group carried on performing the ritual of tea time, play-acting a dainty lunch with their assortment of dolls. Yuzu mimed bringing a cup up to Bostov's mouth so he may sip some non-existent tea. This is my nightmare, Khan thought, remaining completely motionless while Yuzu doted on him like a baby. She had even fitted him with a bib. The disrespect was almost too much to take. Chappie, however, didn't mind the arrangement one bit. She was more than happy pretending to be an inanimate object while the girls passed her back and forth, bringing invisible tea cakes to her squirrel vessel. As far as the Jikin was concerned, it was all part of the mission. Lady Rukia entrusted her to these girls to help assuage suspicion. She would play her part to her utmost. Karen frowned when everyone's laughter threatened to drown out Don Kananji's monologue. She scrunched up closer to the television, enough that her nose could feel the screen's static field. Spirits are real, faithful viewers, Don Kananji concluded with an ominous drawl. If you are among the lucky few who can see them, do not be afraid. Be prepared. Now, we'll be right back after these quick advertisements. The program cut to commercial, prompting Karen to scoot back and spare her eyes more strain. She sat dutifully and waited for the show to resume. A gust of wet wind began blowing into the living room. A storm had arrived. Oh no, it's raining, Midoriko said fretfully, looking over at her open windowsill. Karen, can you please get the window? Yuzu asked from over her shoulder. It's the least we can do for our host. Karen shot her sister an annoyed glance. Yuzu was the one who had accepted Midoriko's invitation to the slumber party. Yuzu was the one who insisted that she come along, even though she found Midoriko trifling. And now Yuzu was ordering her around like a queen bee. Sure, Karen said curtly, hoisting herself up and trudging over to the billowing curtains. She shut the window closed, only to freeze in fear when she saw an eye staring at her from the other side of the pane. There was a streak of lightning, briefly illuminating Eislinger Werner and his partially shattered mask. Then came a thunderclap that sounded like a horn. Eislinger's massive claw burst through window, shattering the entire wall with the ease of tearing apart tissue paper. Karen let out a shriek as glass and plaster showered around her. The Aaroncar's talons clasped around her waist and snatched her up. The rest of the party shrieked as well, witnessing the unexplainable phenomena of some invisible force bursting through the wall and lifting Karen up towards the ceiling, as if by levitation. Karen! Yuzu cried, jumping up and running to her sister's aid. Chappie instantly sprung to life and squeezed out from between Midoriko's hands to give chase. Khan, come, the squirrel plushie yelled back at her lion counterpart. We have to protect the girls. Hop. What? Khan reanimated with an exasperated double take. What the hell can we possibly do? Eislinger stuck his head through the wide gouge he had punched through the wall and spotted Yuzu charging towards him. Another of his twisted arms burst through the drywall and scooped her up. Yuzu, unable to see the hand wrapped around her, kicked and squealed with fright when she was lifted up towards the ceiling. Khan saw Karen and Yuzu wail. He felt something well up within him. A protective instinct. He picked himself up off the floor and scurried after Chappie. The remaining girls all shrieked when they saw the dolls they were just playing with run and talk. What sorcery was this? The two Jikkens jumped up after Yuzu and latched onto her sneaker before it was lifted out of reach. Eislinger withdrew from the apartment, carrying Karen and Yuzu with him as he leapt onto an adjacent building and climbed up its surface like a spider. I've done my part. Now have your fun, Grand Fisher. Grand Fisher had wanted to exact his vengeance against Ichigo Kurosaki immediately after dispatching Eikichiro Saito. It took Eislinger's best efforts to dissuade him from attacking the Shinigami deputy too hastily. When they retreated to the dense forests that bordered Kagamino City after Saito's murder, they had another spirited debate about the subject. I've observed this boy, he has grown far stronger since you last fought, Eislinger warned. Immeasurably stronger. If you engage him directly in battle, you will perish and all of our work will be for naught. Grand Fisher frustratedly swung a tentacle and smashed a tree trunk into smithereens. Is that why you keep insisting I feed in Kagamino City instead of Karakura Town? He seethed. Is that why we gotta hide like bottom feeders? If you'd begun working your way towards becoming a Minos when I first suggested, you'd already have a much better shot at killing the boy, Eislinger reminded him. Grand Fisher reared upon his handler and let out a screech, his red eyes flaring like hot coals. I don't take orders from you. I ain't eating a single fucking hollow before I've had my fill of Kurosaki and his kin. Eislinger stood his ground, trying his best not to look intimidated. We're running out of time, he noted. If you must kill the boy before you become a Minos, then you'll have to do it my way. The prudent way. Grand Fisher's burly torso sprouted another fleshy, hideous tentacle. The appendage swirled up serpentinely around Eislinger and rested around his neck like a noose. It began to slowly constrict. What do you suggest? Fisher chuckled. Knowing his answer would decide his life, Eislinger thought hard before replying. We continue observing him from afar, wait for the prime opportunity to strike, and then we leverage those he loves against him. Grand Fisher liked the sound of that. He withdrew his tentacle from around his handler's throat and gave a big gleaming grin. Good. Ha, ha, ha. Good. Ichigo felt an icy twinge, sensing his sister's abduction. His face went pale. Rukia could feel it, too. That's right, Saito grinned, outstretching his hand expectantly. My friend is babysitting them for now. You could say we have a deep connection. With just a thought I can order him to wring their little necks. Ha, ha, ha. Now, give me your badge, Kurosaki. It's the only way you can leave your human body, right? Ichigo gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with equal parts fear and hatred. He reached into his back pocket and withdrew his Shinigami deputy badge by its chain. He held it aloft, the placard swaying in the rain. Toss it over, Sonny, Saito ordered. Now. Ichigo, don't. Rukia begged, her eyes wide with apprehension. Ichigo gave her a look that made it clear his compliance wasn't up for debate. He threw his badge to Saito, who caught it and let out a triumphant laugh. Good. Ha, ha, ha. Now you, woman. You've got one of those Shinigami gloves, right? Hand it over. Rukia bristled. If I surrender my Ryoshi glove, we're all as good as dead. Rukia. Ichigo shouted. Do as he says. She gave him a pleading look but could only see resignation in his eyes. Everything she had ever learned in her training told her to disregard his wishes and slip on her Ryoshi glove. Karen and Yuzu were expandable hostages, her duty was to defeat the hollow at whatever cost. She produced the glove from her pocket and dangled it hesitantly, unsure of what to do. Ichigo would never forgive her if she sacrificed his sisters. She wouldn't be able to forgive herself. But she already knew what it was like to live with that kind of burden. Kyan's face swam up to her, smiling wistfully. Saito watched while she negotiated with herself. He narrowed his eyes, his patience run thin. Time's up. A fleshy root shot up from the ground, spearing into Rukia's armpit and out through her shoulder. The tentacle curved back down to coil tightly around her wrist and, with a fierce twist, ripped her arm clean off, taking the Ryoshi glove along with it. Her eyes turned faint and she toppled over, completely in shock. "Rukia!" Ichigo cried, racing over to her. Another slimy tendril shot up from the ground, this one spearing through the back of his right leg. He let out a cry of pain and fell flat on his face. The tendril yanked back, dragging him toward Saito. "Jigai. Flesh and bone. They're all so fragile, heh, Saito clucked. Ichigo felt himself dragged back until he lay at Saito's feet. With a searing pain shooting up his leg, he glared up at the impostor. "Coward," he spat, his teeth bared and eyes wide with rage. "I think I care." Saito replied mockingly, looking down at the strawberry with smug satisfaction. "Bravely, cowardly. Don't make a difference how I do it, I'm still gonna savor every cry of pain. Just like I savored mommy. Ain't that right, sonny?" Ichigo lunged up at Saito and grabbed him by the face. Ignoring the agonizing pain in his leg, he reached as high as he could until his fingers were digging into the bastard's eyes, bursting them like pustules. "You think that hurts, sonny?" Saito cackled, blood spilling down his chin. "That's just a paper cut." The Shinigami contorted and shifted before Ichigo's eyes, reforming into the lure. It was long and slimy, like a wriggling worm sprouting up from the dirt. It retracted back, cutting like a shark's fin through the moist soil until it reached its progenitor underground. Ichigo let out a cry of hatred when his true attacker rose up from the earth. It was Grand Fisher all right, but he looked radically different compared to their last encounter. Gone was that bloated hamster body and smiling mask. In its place stood a hulking behemoth of a humanoid, black stripes running down his broad chest and reaching the fringe of fur around his waist, a yawning hole punched between his pectorals. Thick locks of black hair sprouted from the back of his bony head, their tips hooked through tiny talismans. He was frocked in a white cloak that slung around his shoulders, its ends looped through the silver bracelets adorning his wrists, his fingernails rectangular juts of faded silver. The Arrancar's eyes were scarlet and eyelids pitch black. His gnarled nose reached down and kissed the underbite of the gleaming jawbone wrapped beneath his lower lip, a partial remnant of his discarded mask. The two mortal enemies stared at each other with murderous intent, rain strkng down their faces. "You wanna fight me, right?" Ichigo snarled. "Then let's fight. Just you and me. Give me back my badge and—" "Nah, sonny," Grand Fisher chuckled, wagging one of his swollen fingers. "No fighting tonight, ha. Just you begging for mercy until your dying breath. But first I'm gonna make you watch me rip apart your little girlfriend." He trailed off, looking over Ichigo's shoulder and discovering that Rukia had vanished. Where'd the beach go? Getting his answer, he spotted a wisp from the corner of his eye. Rukia had flanked him, her remaining arm outstretched. She was muttering something under her breath, her voice a barely audible whisper. When they locked eyes, her chant rose to a defiant roar. "The sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Shikaho. Shikaho, Hado number 31, Red Flame Cannon." An orb of ruby-colored energy formed around her palm and fired straight at Grand Fisher's face. The Arrancar sprouted a tendril to shield himself, his fleshy WHP surging up and colliding with the fireball. The head of the tentacle splattered upon impact, blown to smithereens but keeping its progenitor unfazed. It was a feeble Hado attack, but it would have been damaging enough if it had reached its intended target. Fisher, glowering with displeasure, sprouted another tendril for a killing strike. Rukia narrowly dodged the sharpened appendage, her hair follicles nicked by the tentacle when it surged past. She fell into a barrel roll and ended up in a crouch, glowering up at him. "What's with the keto?" Grand Fisher grumbled. "You oughta still be trapped in that useless body." "You misunderstand our technology, monster," Rukia breathed while clutching at her bleeding shoulder. "We might not be able to eject ourselves from our jigai without a jikonkan or ryoshi glove, but we aren't forever helpless in them. They're designed to unseal our ryatsu in increments the more we're damaged. By maiming this jigai, you've given me access to Ho-Ho and Keto." Grand Fisher's eyes bulged with annoyance. "You ain't doing nothing to me with that puny amount of power. Try something clever again and I'll command my friend to gobble Kurosaki's sisters up." "No you won't," Rukia chuckled. "They're your only leverage. When the tide turns against you tonight, they'll be the only bargaining chip for you to make your escape." "When the tide turns against me, eh?" Grand Fisher's swollen lips curled into a bemused smile that peeked up over his jawbone mask. He swerved his tentacle that was hooked into Ichigo's leg farther away, pinning the strawberry haplessly out of reach. Ichigo writhed furiously on the ground while the Aaronkar began a slow approach towards Rukia. "You've got a big mouth, Shinigami. Let's see if you talk tough after I pry it off." "Ha, ha, ha." His eyes gleamed red as rubies. "He knows I'm bluffing," Rukia gauged grimly. She knew full well that Grand Fisher would order Karen and Yuzu's execution on a whim, stratagem beat med. Provoking him only exacerbated that possibility. But their deaths were already a foregone conclusion if she allowed Fisher to have his way with her and Ichigo. Moreover, they had allies in Karakura town, formidable allies like Kisuke Urahara, Yuryu Ishida, and Yasutora Sato. If she could stall the monster long enough, maybe one of them would come and save the day. It was their only hope. On the other side of town, at the Murakami corner store, Chad was slumped over the Invaders Must Die arcade tower, sound asleep and drooling on the console. He had spent all day slotting yen into the machine and practicing with torturous dedication, trying again and again to better his score. He only took breaks to buy more rice cakes and get Miss Harumi off his back. The hours and hours of rigorous repetition, single-minded focus and tedium had finally caught up with him. He snored away, lost in a deep and bottomless sleep whilst hunched over the game tower, his dreams filled with alien invasions and sweet peppers. Harumi stood behind the register with her arms crossed, her right temple pulsating while she eyed the sleeping giant. "See what letting that delinquent into our shop has gotten us," she harumphed to her husband. "The squatter is making himself at home. His purchases made up 80% of our business today," Takashi sighed while sweeping the floors. "Leave the boy be." Dozens of blocks over, Yuryu was looking out from the balcony of his father's penthouse. His hands gripped the rail nervously while he surveyed the Karakura skyline, sensing Ichigo's plight from afar. "What are you doing, Kurosaki?" he cursed. "How did you get outsmarted by a hollow this badly?" He hung his head in shame, wishing he could banish his spiritual awareness altogether and spend his night blissfully ignorant of all the mayhem happening only a few short kilometers away. He was an unremarkable human now, there was nothing he could do. Reduced to a mere spectator. Rain fell upon him in buckets, soaking through his crisp white clothes. Meanwhile, Orihime Inoue was snoring away in her bed, dreaming of pickle cakes and Ichigo wearing a unicorn onesie. She had retired at 8:30 p.m. sharp, her usual bedtime. 9 blocks over from her apartment, Shinji Hirako was strolling through Karakura's night market alongside a compatriot named Love Akawa. They were both shielding themselves from the downpour with umbrellas while strolling down the busy market. "That kid's gonna get himself killed," Love remarked, sensing Ichigo's predicament. "Yup," Shinji sighed. "You're seriously not gonna get involved? He ain't our responsibility." Shinji rolled his eyes. "Humans get killed by hollows every day. Wanna get some udon?" Back at the Kurosaki clinic, Isshin opened a window and listened to the slosh of rain. He was horribly anxious, but the sounds of nature calmed him. He sighed and let the drizzling plops calm his unease. He wasn't sure why, but something felt horribly wrong. Halcyon Days. Volume 6, The Prodigal Patriarch. Chapter 2. Kisuke Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin were trudging through a world of void, a billowing swirl of purple surrounding them in all directions. The terrain was shapeless, like smoke above water, thick and weightless at the same time. Everything echoed with the chatter of whispers within a cauldron, infinity's soundscape and NTMT hissed straight into their ears. The misty matter flitted by with the force of raindrops, prompting them to scrunch their eyes while they pressed on. A third figure, clad in shihakusho and shielding his face behind a scrunched arm, followed close behind. Their footsteps landed upon Reisher steps that they cohered into being through concerted focus, providing themselves a pathway through the nothingness. Yoruichi pulled her scarf up over her nose, as if afraid to inhale the vapor twisting around her. "Can we turn back now?" she shouted over the whistling din. "This is as deep as I want to venture into this hellscape." "Oh, come on now, it's not that bad," Urahara shouted to her. "You're just not used to it yet. Look at Shiba back there. This is no sweat for him." Yoruichi chanced a glance back at their companion, who was certainly marching with a more confident stride than her but hardly looked at ease. "Honestly, I've never gotten used to it," Shiba replied. "I don't think anybody could ever really get used to it. This isn't a place meant for people. But you do forget to be afraid of it after a while." Yoruichi squinted. "I never said I was afraid." "Scaredy cat," Urahara hummed. "Oh, shut up." As if obeying her command, Urahara came to an abrupt halt at the front, bringing them all to a stop. "What is it, Kisuke?" The shopkeeper looked at them with wide-eyed alarm. "Trace your spiritual awareness back to the world of the living, in Karakura town. Do you feel it? Ichigo, Rukia, Karen and Yuzu. They're all under attack." "What?" Shiba whispered, his voice cracking with concern. He turned his attention to the south and grimaced. He could feel it now. The peril shot through him like a bolt. "The girls are being held in a different point of entry from Ichigo," Urahara sussed out, his Raikaku winding across dimensional time and space to approximate their locations. "We're too far away," Yoruichi noted with dread. "The path back is too slow going. It'll take us hours to reach them." Shiba gazed at the endless chasm yawning behind them. He braced himself, his jaw set tight and muscles coiling. "I can reach them." Yoruichi's eyes widened with surprise when the Shinigami broke into a sprint towards the south. Reisher planks sprouted beneath his feet like a starry conveyor belt, the path shattering in his wake while regenerating ahead to catch his next stride. He dashed away towards Karakura town's entry point, leaving them in the dust. "He can traverse the Garganta that swiftly?" Yoruichi blanched. "How is that possible?" "Don't look so surprised," Urahara chided, seeing her disbelief. "You might have him beat in a footrace anywhere else, but nobody's got better sea legs in the Garganta. Years of exploration will do that." "Even so. He won't make it in time," Yoruichi said somberly. Urahara watched as the galloping Shinigami grew faint in the amorphous horizon. "Yeah, probably not. But we can hope." Eislinger situated himself atop a 12-story office building, his monstrous silhouette invisible to all the humans walking below. Agitated by how much Yuzu was wailing, he gave her a shake. "Shut your mouth, brat. Let us down, you freak," Karen cried, punching at his claw. Eislinger turned his one unmasked eye to the dark-haired twin and inspected her. "So you can actually see me," he mused. "Then you must be able to hear me, too. Tell your sister to stop crying or I'll twist her head right off its shoulders." The color drained from Karen's face. Feeble with fright, she slowly craned her head to address her sister. "Yuzu. Don't make a sound." "What?" Yuzu mumbled, her tears of distress mingling with the raindrops on her face. "He wants us to be quiet," Karen said nervously. Yuzu's heart forgot to beat for several pronounced seconds. She gulped and shut her lips tight, her whole body trembling. "Good," Eislinger purred. He glared down at Karen. "You have only your brother to blame for your situation. If I'm given the command to tear you apart, know that he sealed your fate." "Ichigo." Karen felt an icy disquiet prickle her all over. "Why is he talking about Nichan?" Ichigo tried to crawl across the ground, but his leg was pinned firmly down. He could feel Grand Fisher's tentacle pulsate, its width burgeoning within the hole it had punched through his calf, stretching the wound. He gritted his teeth, eyes blinking through tears of pain. He watched helplessly as Rukia was batted back and forth by Grand Fisher's tentacles. She evaded one tendril with her modest shunpa, only to be struck over the head by another fleshy branch. She plummeted down onto the slick concrete with a nasty thunk. Grand Fisher strolled ever closer, grinning when he saw her face swell up with purplish bruising. "So you said the more I pick you apart, the more power you get," the Arrancar mused. "Then I'll just keep you in one piece while I wring the life out of you." He. Rukia struggled back up onto her knees, breathing with exhaustion. "I hope you try and kill me," she wished. "If you destroy this Jigai, I'll be free." Even so, regaining her spiritual body wouldn't put her in a better position. While her true form wasn't incurring the physical injuries being inflicted on her vessel, all of Fisher's attacks were chipping away at her Ryatsu. A Jigai's wounds placed a heavy toll on its wearer's spiritual pressure. At this rate, Rukia would be completely depleted by the time Grand Fisher finished off her vessel. Her partial access to Ho-Ho and Kido had already grown faint. "What's wrong, Shinigami?" Grand Fisher gloated. "That smart mouth ain't got nothing left to say." Rukia hung her head, her face obscured by a hazy halo brought on by the rain. She began to emit a soft chuckle. Grand Fisher craned his ear forward, disbelieving what he was hearing. "You're laughing." She threw her head back and sounded out a bellowing guffaw. Grand Fisher began to chuckle in kind, amused by the demented display. "What's so funny, Shinigami?" "Oh, it's just that." "Wahaha." Rukia chortled, blood running down her brow. "It's just that. No matter what happens to us tonight, you're still going to die, Grand Fisher. You're an incomplete Arrancar expending far too much power for your body to sustain. Soon enough you will burst into nothingness. You're nothing but a two-bit hollow reaching far beyond his grasp." How pathetic. Grand Fisher swung his boulder-sized fist straight into her face, knocking her flat onto the concrete. She lay in a daze for a moment before resuming her laughter. She tasted rain and blood in her mouth while hooting away. "Stop laughing!" Grand Fisher roared, grabbing her by the legs and swinging her up like a sack of potatoes. He spun around, picking up ferocious momentum before tossing her. She somersaulted through the air and landed in a heap 6 yards away from Ichigo. The grass may have provided a softer fall, but Rukia landed awkwardly on her head, her vision going black upon impact. Ichigo looked at her broken body with sheer horror while Grand Fisher stomped back over to them, repeatedly pounding his chest with his fist. "I'm not going anywhere," the monster barked. "After I feast on Kurosaki's entrails, I'm gonna eat my way through Hueco Mundo and become the strongest Arrancar to ever live. Eislinger will bring me to Las Noches and I'll take my rightful place as an espada. All while you two burn in the furnace of my gut." He came to a stop 5 paces away from Ichigo, snarling contemptuously. A crevice split straight down his forehead and from the flap sprouted his lure. The teardrop-shaped tendril dangled forth and morphed gradually before Ichigo's eyes, going through several grotesque permutations before finally settling on the likeness of Masaki Kurosaki. Ichigo let out a gasp. The light went out in his eyes while he gazed up at the visage of his mother. She looked just as he remembered her from the day she died. "Ichigo, sweetheart, don't let your friend die," Masaki cooed, her face creased with concern. "Don't let her die the way you let me die." My heart couldn't bear you failing again. Ichigo made a sound that hit high above his natural register. It was a hiss from deep within his core, shooting out from his lips like a steam whistle. He attempted to lift himself up, but his leg was pinned firmly to the ground. It hurt so bad, but he'd happily rip it off to free himself and reach Grand Fisher. The Arrancar grinned from behind his lure, his red eyes gleaming happily. If you really loved me, then why'd you let me die? Masaki wondered, her eyes shifting from a maternal shimmer to a cold, pale stare. Was it because you lacked the strength? Or because you lacked the will? Stop it! Ichigo screamed, shaking his head and desperately trying to banish her taunts from his mind. She produced something from her pocket. It was Ichigo's Shinigami deputy badge. She held it forth, daring him to reach up and grab it. She even dangled it by the chain, swinging it back and forth like a pendulum. Do you have the will now, Ichigo? She pondered. Or are you still the stupid boy who led mommy to her death? Come on, reach up and grab your badge. Or are you too useless to even do that? Rukia had come to. Nursing her pounding head, she squinted through the curtain of rainfall until her eyes landed on Ichigo and Grand Fisher. Ichigo, she cried. He's baiting you. The strawberry struggled to raise himself up, feeling Grand Fisher's tendril rip through the muscle of his calf. He didn't care. He couldn't feel any pain anymore, only fury. He reached his hand up to touch the medallion, his quivering fingers coming within inches of it. It was so close and yet so unattainable. That's the spirit, Sonny. Grand Fisher clucked. The beast sprouted a tendril from his chest, the branch spearing right through Masaki's visage and surging straight for Ichigo's face. In that split second, the protection charm cinched to Ichigo's belt loop burst with amber light, sending a bolt of energy straight up to head off the tentacle. There was a crack and boom like lightning and thunder. The Arrancar was thrown back, lure and all, while Ichigo was sent back like a tumbleweed caught in a twister. Fisher landed in a crouch, eyes glaring with surprise at the smoldering stump that had been his attacking tendril. Ichigo lay flat on his back several yards away. He felt Fisher's tendril unhook itself from his leg and slither back. A whoosh of wind filled the void of his wound, hurting like hell. Regardless, he smiled weakly. Rukia had seen the whole thing, and had a better idea than either of them about what had just occurred. That was a protection barrier, a powerful one. Shinigami who are especially adept at Kido can enchant material objects with such spells, designing them to activate when their wearer is threatened by a head-on attack. But who in the world gave that charm to Ichigo? Grand Fisher let out a roar of frustration. That's it. Say goodbye to your sisters, Sonny. Halcyon Days. Volume 6, The Prodigal Patriarch. Chapter 3. Eislinger felt a twinge shoot up his spine. It was the telepathic command from Grand Fisher to execute the Kurosaki twins. Seriously, he gritted, looking to the direction of Fisher's fight and cursing the madman's heedlessness. You haven't even finished Kurosaki off yet. He cast his one unshielded eye down at the two cowering girls and studied their petrified faces. Like I said, child, he grimaced at Karen. You have only your brother to blame for this. She looked up at him in horror. This was the end. Struggling to maintain calm, she looked over to her sister. She didn't want Yuzu to be scared in their last moments. Yuzu, she said softly. It's going to be all right. Just as Eislinger readied to squeeze the life out of them, he suddenly became cognizant of something small and fluffy crawling atop his head. He roved his eye up to spot the interloper but couldn't make it out. It was situated right above his brow. Chappie reached down her stubby squirrel paws and grabbed the Arrancar's upper eyelid, yanking it up with all her might and twisting it in every direction. It really FNG hurt. Eislinger let out an agonized yelp, reflexively releasing Karen and Yuzu to shoot his claws up to snatch at the meddlesome chicken. Chappie, with an artful twist, dived down and evaded the Arrancar's grasp while holding onto his eyelid like a swinging rope. Karen and Yuzu fell down 5 feet and landed on the rooftop, both of them startled. Karen looked up and watched in slack-jawed astonishment at the sight of a nuts doll scurrying around the Aaroncar's face, pinching him here and yanking him there. Eislinger hissed, clawing at himself to try and snatch the plushie, raking his own flesh and mask fragment. "Guys, come on!" Kon shouted from behind the Kurosaki twins. "Let's get the hell outta here." Karen and Yuzu both swung their heads around and saw the lion plushie speaking directly at them. They simultaneously let out a horrified scream. "Bostov, you can talk." Yuzu wailed. Yeah, I know you don't see something like me every day," Kon explained as calmly as he could. He couldn't maintain his composure for long, though. "If you don't come with me right now, then we're all gonna die, alright? Let's get the heck outta here. Get me outta here." His plea was enough to get Karen to regain her wits. She wordlessly got back onto her feet and helped her shell-shocked sister up. Holding hands, they leapt over Kon and sprinted for the rooftop door. "Hey, wait for me!" Kon cried after them, scurrying to catch up. He heard a snarl behind him, chanced to look back. Eislinger had finally cornered Chappie with his claws. Oh no! Chappie's beady eyes met his. The flying squirrel gave a final salute. Her job was done. Hop! Eislinger snapped his claw shut around the plushie, obliterating it. Pieces of felt, stuffing, and shards of Chappie's soul marble squeezed out between the Aaroncar's fingers. He unclenched his hand, the artificial soul was now just dust in his palm. Kon stopped in his tracks. He looked over to Karen and Yuzu, who had hit a roadblock at the entrance to the staircase. "It's locked!" Karen cried, jostling the doorknob desperately. Kon looked back to Eislinger. The Aaroncar was livid, blinking his poked eye belligerently while baring his 4 claws, ready to pounce again. All Kon could think about was how brave Chappie was in her final moment. "I can't stop you from grabbing them again," he thought while staring Eislinger down. "But you're still gonna have to go through me first." Marshalling all of his adrenaline, the lion plushie launched himself up in the air, bouncing forth to meet the monster head-on. Ridiculous, Eislinger thought while watching the mod soul hurtling towards him. What a stupid. A beam of light shot down from the sky and cast a curtain over Eislinger. Kon reached the luminescence's perimeter and face-planted against it, sliding down the pillar until he reached the concrete ground with a flop. Eislinger instantly became frantic, darting back and forth while recognizing his prison. This was negation. No, he breathlessly hissed. Soon enough he was levitating, his gnarled body involuntarily rising up towards the clouds. Kon, realizing he hadn't died, dazedly watched while the Aaroncar was sked into a yawning portal above. "Please, stop." Eislinger pleaded fearfully, clawing impotently at the air and trying to swim back down to earth. "I'm not ready. Don't take me." He slipped into darkness and the portal snapped shut. The glowing pillar dissipated like a torch extinguishing in the rain. Kon lay motionless for a moment, then ambled back up onto his feet and dusted himself off. He looked over at Karen and Yuzu, who stared back at him with petrified astonishment. All he could offer was a shrug. "I think we won." Grand Fisher let out a howl when he sensed Eislinger vanishing without a trace. "Incompetent little whelp," he cursed, eyes bulging from their sockets. "After I'm finished here, I'm gonna track you down and eat you whole." He returned his attention to Ichigo and saw something strange. The strawberry was smiling. "Why were you smiling, Sonny?" the Aaroncar glowered. "Nothing's changed. You played your little trick, but it won't work again. Now I'm gonna rip you apart, then your Shinigami friend, and then your sisters. So what do you have to smile about, huh?" Ichigo's grin only broadened in response. He closed his eyes and savored the rainfall on his face. It was cleansing. "I'm smiling because Karen and Yuzu are safe," he said serenely, opening his eyes to smirk up at Grand Fisher. "I'm also smiling because..." He raised up his right fist and turned it over. His fingers unclenched, revealing the substitute Shinigami badge in his palm. You dropped this. Grand Fisher's expression went blank with panic. Ichigo sprung out from his battered human body and stood before Grand Fisher, facing him nearly toe-to-toe. The Shinigami deputy was clad in his shihakusho while the broad butcher's blade Zangetsu loomed over his shoulder. Grand Fisher, momentarily stricken, hesitated before letting out a blood-curdling roar. He sprouted a tentacle straight from his chest to pierce through Ichigo. I've got you point blank, Sonny. With a swiftness that the Arrancar couldn't even track, Ichigo unsheathed Zangetsu and swung it right across the tendril before it could even bridge the 5 inches of distance between them. The severed appendage flopped to the ground like a limp noodle. Fisher instinctually lunged away to put some distance between them, but not before Ichigo cleaved his blade down with thunderous force across his chest. The Arrancar stumbled back, blood spraying haphazardly from his left shoulder down to his right hip. He let out a faint grunt, eyes wide with fear. Eislinger was right, the boy had gotten immeasurably stronger. Does that hurt? Ichigo wondered, staring pitilessly at the crimson curtain seeping down Grand Fisher's torso. I hope it hurts. Fisher let out a rebellious cry, honing all of his focus into merging his torn flesh back together. Ichigo watched passively while the Arrancar's chest stitched itself back, staunching the bleeding. Grand Fisher huffed effortfully, his chest now ridged by a fleshy scar. I told you before, Sonny, that's just a paper cut, he seethed. Good to know, Ichigo replied, his blank effect unnerving. Today you die by 1,000 cuts, Grand Fisher. He clapped a hand over his sword-wielding forearm, eyes welling up with wrath. Bankei. The Shinigami deputy erupted into a spiky torrent of golden ryatsu, the spiritual pressure sending a tremor of dread through Grand Fisher. This brat has Bankai. The gush of spiritual exhaust dissipated, revealing Ichigo in his sleek Grim Reaper's garb, clutching a jet-black dado. Fisher retreated a step back, the full scale of his predicament dawning on him. Before he knew it, Ichigo had flitted past him again, this time taking both his arms. The Arrancar squealed with horror when the stumps below his elbows sprayed scarlet. He looked over his shoulder and spotted Ichigo standing a mere 3 meters away, tossing his severed arms aside. Go on and regenerate, the strawberry commanded, viscous red sliding off from his black blade. Regenerate so I can give you a fresh batch of scars. So I can hurt you some more. Fisher responded with a tetchy grunt, his black pupils contracting into microscopic pins. I'm not done yet. This ain't how it ends. I won't allow it. The Arrancar's humanoid musculature began to swell, pulsating veins seeping pronouncedly beneath his hide. His body groaned like a tree trunk bent to its breaking point. With a horrible snap, he burst apart into a horrid tangle of tentacles whipping in every direction. He was now an amorphous, slithering mass. His face split apart with a brutal crunch of bone and tissue, the lure slinking out and twisting above the fray. It swiftly, disgustingly morphed back into Masaki Kurosaki's visage. This fabrication didn't bother feigning the loving look Ichigo remembered. Its eyes were gaunt and gleaming with hatred, lips curled into an evil smile. She hovered above the coiling monstrosity, swaying back and forth like a plumage. I have ascended beyond my limits, Sonny, the lure bellowed, speaking simultaneously with the voice of Ichigo's mother and the rumbling timbre of her killer. I'm going butcher you just like I did mommy. Ichigo gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with unchecked anger. His spiritual pressure billowed around him, black torrents whipping about with the velocity of hurricane wind. He could feel his rage and bloodlust surging up from his core. He squeezed Tensa Zangetsu's handle until his fingers bled. Shut your mouth, he screamed. He launched up from the ground and ripped right past Grand Fisher, shearing off 4 of the monster's whipping tendrils with one impassioned swing. Fisher sprouted 8 more limbs in response, swinging all of his sharpened tentacles up at Ichigo. Tensa Zangetsu's black blade flashed and parried the onslaught with concentric WHPs, hacking off the head of each incoming appendage. Rukia watched from afar, unnerved by what she was witnessing. She wasn't concerned by the tide of battle, recognizing that Ichigo clearly outclassed Grand Fisher. But she was alarmed by the tenor of Ichigo's spiritual pressure. His Ryatsu was smoldering around him like a black torch, emitting a silent, malevolent screech. It was subtly changing, turning into an unrecognizable aura. The bloodlust was pungent and vicious. She finally felt it clear as daybreak, her breath catching in her throat. Her Raikaku was telling her that this slugfest wasn't a match between a Shinigami and Hollow, but a contest between two Hollow Ryatsus. Ichigo, withdraw, she pleaded. He couldn't hear her over the chatter of rain, the slither of Grand Fisher's endless tendrils, and the hiss of his own sword. With every piece of Grand Fisher's flesh he sliced off, the more he felt alive. The next thing Ichigo knew, he was no longer fighting by the river but plummeting down an endless sky, encircled by skyscrapers that stretched up to infinity. He recognized this place, it was where he met Zangetsu. He fell into the abyss, discovering that there was no bottom. Down, down, and down he fell. A cackling ringed in his ears, the same peals of laughter he heard on Sokayaku Hill. His vision darkened, and then everything became white. Halcyon Days. Volume 6, The Prodigal Patriarch. Chapter 4. Ichigo began twisting in the air, letting out an agonized scream. He clapped a hand to his face, his eyes rolling back into their lids. A torrent of white material sprung out from his mouth and molded itself onto his features. The lure squinted up at the odd display. What the F is he turning into? The Arrancar wondered before concluding it didn't matter, the Shinigami deputy was vulnerable now. Fisher's tentacles surged up in unison, but Ichigo's body instinctively parried every organic spear, swinging Tensa Zangetsu around in balletic arcs. After fending off the onslaught, he let out a hideous hiss and fell from the sky, landing on the wet concrete below and rolling down its slope until he reached the edge of the river. The lure twisted from its perch to glare down at the immobile Shinigami. Ichigo was perfectly still for a moment, then slowly rose back up, letting loose a high-pitched cackle. He turned back to regard Grand Fisher, revealing a white mask with stripes of red growing across his face. His smiling eyes had turned into a lantern yellow. Rukia was aghast, her violet eyes wide and welling up while she beheld the transformation. The memory of Kaien Shiba's possession came to mind, and she felt her heart split apart. Ichigo. She whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. The lure couldn't believe what it was seeing. What luck! The monster in Masaki's likeness threw back its head and laughed maniacally. All this time you were infected by a hollow, Sonny, it gloated. Oh how delicious, ha, ha, ha. I like you much better this way, Kurosaki Ichigo. The Shinigami deputy levitated back up, rumbling with a hearty chuckle. Don't call me Kurosaki Ichigo, he said, his voice now a simpering purr. That's not my name. I suppose you're right, the lure nodded in agreement. You'll have to make a new name for yourself. Stop talking, Ichigo grinned, his mask expanding its borders across his face. I'm not here to chat, I'm here to make you bleed. The lure frowned. What have you got against me? That brat's grudge died the moment you took over Dash. It's really very simple, Ichigo smirked, his eyes widening with madness. You killed Mommy, right? Before the lure could retort, Ichigo closed the distance between them with a flash step and moved his black blade through its chest. The lure gurgled, staring down in disbelief at the sword impaling its solar plexus. That's just a paper cut, right? Ichigo chuckled, leaning in close. Kurosaki was too soft to cut up something that looked like Masaki. But me? I don't have that compunction. He grasped Tensa Zangetsu's hilt with both hands and ripped it down, tearing through the lure's entrails. With a gleeful hiss, he tore the black sword out and used its flat face to strike the shape-shifting tendril like the swing of a baseball bat. The concussive force ripped the lure right out from its socket, sending it flying across the downpour and landing in a heap in the mud. Ichigo turned his attention to Grand Fisher's remaining mass of tentacles and let out an excitable whoop. With a flash, he began darting around a knot of fleshy branches and hacking them apart with abandon. Blood splattered in all directions, Grand Fisher's screams echoing throughout the riverside. Rukia watched in shock while Ichigo diced the monster into countless wriggling nubs, cackling while he did it. He tore through the beast until it was nothing but a pile of chunks. But he didn't stop there, he began excitedly dicing up the slabs of flesh into even smaller bits, blood splattering onto his shahakusho. Ichigo, stop! Rukia commanded, voice quavering. She summoned her courage and approached with a shuffling limp. Ichigo looked back at her, but he had become nigh unrecognizable. His mask was nearly complete, eyes crazed and pitiless. He lifted a skewer of Grand Fisher's remnants and whipped them off his sword before pointing the blade tauntingly at Rukia. She stopped dead in her tracks. Is going to cut me next? Ichigo shook with mirth and took a step forward, only to suddenly freeze. He became rigid as a corpse and let out a confused groan while his limbs contorted. A crackle of black lightning hissed around him, but it wasn't his own spiritual pressure. It was an alien, constricting energy. What is this? The hollow struggled to move Ichigo's body, incredulous that he was being clamped down by some invisible force. This isn't Zangetsu's doing. What the hell is this? He screamed, his demonic eyes turning furious. His Ryatsu dropped precipitously, his body scrunching up like it was being fitted with a straitjacket. Rukia looked on with a stupefied stare, unable to make sense of what was happening. She spotted something rising up in the distance. It was the lure, slinking back up from the ground like a serpent. With a shudder, Masaki's features melted away, the severed tendril reshaping back into Grand Fisher's humanoid form. He's still alive. Rukia gasped. Fisher let out an exhausted grunt, mending the slice across his belly with high-speed regeneration. Seemingly unaware of where he was, he stumbled around belligerently before regaining focus and turning his red eyes onto Ichigo. You shoulda obliterated my lure too if you wanted to kill me outright, Sonny, he hissed, nostrils flaring with fury. He was pleased to see that Ichigo was immobilized. The tide had turned once again. Stay just like that, nice and frozen, Grand Fisher seethed, beginning his approach. I'm gonna rip your heart out and feed it to you. Ichigo struggled against his invisible bonds, the forks of alien Ryatsu crackling around him. His own power was dimming as if it were being lowered by a dial. His mask cracked and sizzled, its white material bubbling. No, he cried, struggling so hard he threatened to snap his own bones apart. This isn't enough. 2. The air beside him shattered apart like glass, a broad arm swinging out from a pocket of swirling darkness. The limb brought the butt of a sheathed Zanpakuto right against Ichigo's mask, smashing it into smithereens. Ichigo stood dazed, flecks of white falling from his face and his yellow scara turning back to white. With a soft groan, he fell forward in an unconscious heap. Grand Fisher stopped in his tracks, baffled by this unforeseeable interruption. Rukia watched while a burly Shinigami emerged out from the jagged dimensional pocket, the air resealing behind him. He stood with his back to her, clad in shihakusho with a white sash festooned around his left shoulder by an iron pauldron and purple knot, the bottom of its tattered cape fluttering by his side. Rukia's eyes widened when she recognized the black pattern stitched into the trim. It was the remnants of a captain's hori. The sigil belonged to the 10th Division. Who the F are you? Grand Fisher grunted. I'm this knucklehead's father, the Shinigami answered, gesturing to Ichigo. Rukia gasped, countless shards of her memory now interlocking. This was unbelievable, and yet many things that hadn't added up for months suddenly formed a coherent picture. Captain Shiba, she murmured. The Shinigami looked over his shoulder to look at her. She recognized his square jaw, the wisps of stubble, and the spiky black hair. Features so solid they seemed carved from rock. He was unmistakably Ichigo's father, Isshin Kurosaki, but he had a wholly different countenance now. There was none of the overbearing franticness she remembered observing from afar. Instead, there was a serene calm about him. "Hey there," he smiled. "I'll be right with you after I deal with this guy." Rukia gulped and gave a meek nod. Isshin returned his attention to Grand Fisher, who was bristling with umbrage. "You're gonna deal with me, sonny," the Arrancar gritted. "That right?" "That's right," Isshin nodded. "I'm gonna kill you." Halcyon Days. Volume 6, The Prodigal Patriarch. Chapter 5. Grand Fisher flinched, disturbed by how casually the threat was spoken. "Amiable, even." "Ridiculous," the Arrancar bellowed. "I've heard enough empty bluffs today. You're just another scrub." Isshin scrunched his brow sympathetically and ran a hand over his rain-slicked hair. "You know, I never held Masaki's death against you," he admitted. "You were just doing what hollows do. I was willing to let bygones be bygones, really. But you've made it clear you're never gonna stop threatening my kids. So you've left me without much choice." Grand Fisher swelled up his chest, his veins swirling beneath his hide again as he readied to sprout a fresh thicket of tendrils. "If you really are Kurosaki Ichigo's daddy, then you can." Before Fisher could finish his threat, Isshin unsheathed his katana and cleaved the Arrancar cleanly in half with an effortless slide. What? Grand Fisher realized he had been split right down the middle, his two diverging halves flaking away into raw matter. "Did I just lose?" "No, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. This can't be happening. This is unfair. I don't want to die." Rukia watched with astonishment as the bifurcated Arrancar dissipated like smoke, his soul cleansed at last. He killed Grand Fisher in just one blow without even unsealing his Zanpakuto. She observed with awe. "He's extraordinary." Isshin sheathed his sword back into its scabbard and walked back to pick Ichigo up from the ground, holding him under his arm. With his son in tow, he made his way over to Rukia. You are Shiba Isshin, right?" she stammered warily. "That depends," he replied with a wry smile. "Do you trust your own eyes?" Rukia blushed. "It's just hard to believe. We all thought you were dead." "Shiba Isshin is dead. If it's all the same to you, call me Kurosaki Isshin." Rukia thought of Kaien. She hesitated to ask. "Do you know who I am, sir?" "Of course I do, Rukia. You were squatting in my house all summer." "What? You knew the whole time?" "Well, I wasn't around for most of your stay, but Pupples kept me in the loop." Rukia recognized that name. Pupples was the third most popular Jiken model in the Seriidii. He was renowned for his loyal and loving nature, although he also had well-publicized drawbacks like overeagerness and uncontrollable horniness. "Wait, does that mean? When you say Pupples, you don't mean? Are you really saying that the Kurosaki Isshin who's been running your household this whole time is an artificial soul?" she gawked. "Well, about 70% of the time, yeah. He holds down the fort while I'm away." "You're away 70% of the time?" Rukia processed. "Wow, you're away from home. A lot." "The night that Hollow attacked our house, I was somewhere else very far from this world." Isshin's face hardened, his eyes taking on a sincere sheen. "If it weren't for you, I would have come home to a massacre. Thank you for saving my kids, Rukia." She looked up at him with a mixture of bashfulness and bafflement. A towering figure landed 5 yards from them, having seemingly dropped out of the sky. It was Tensai Katsubaki, his glasses fogged up and mustache dripping wet in the rain. He held 2 bundles in his arms, Karen and Yuzu. Both of them were passed out and snoring away. "I found these 2 on a rooftop," Tensai announced. "The Hollow who abducted them vanished before I arrived. I sensed they were out of the woods on my way here," Isshin replied with a fond smile. "Thank goodness. I don't think I would have reached Ichigo in time if I had to save them first." Thank you for collecting them, Katsubaki. I also took the liberty of administering a Kyokuchikan to make them forget tonight's events, Captain Shiba, Tensai added. Isshin made a derp face. Please don't call me that. Wait, what? A small voice piped up from over Tessa's shoulder. Kon climbed up and stared in bafflement at Isshin. Why is Ichigo's dumb dad wearing a Shinigami suit? Isshin waved over at the mod soul. Yo, Kon. The lion plushie froze up in shock. You know who I am? Yeah, you're the mod soul who's been tagging in for Ichigo. Kon furrowed his felt brow. His pride at being a convincing Ichigo felt dinged a bit. How long have you? I knew from the beginning, Isshin replied. Puppos knew, too. You can't fool fathers when it comes to their sons' mannerisms, right down to the way he picks nose. He carried Ichigo over to his battered human body while the others watched. Getting down onto his knees, he delicately overlaid Ichigo's spiritual form over his flesh and watched them merge back together. Isshin reached down and affectionately tousled Ichigo's hair before patting the protection charm tied to his waist. I told you it'd come in handy, he smirked. He got back up and looked over at the others. Grand Fisher did a real number on him. We'll take him back to the clinic and patch him up. I suspect Miss Inoue will help erase that nasty hole in his leg when she sees him next. Tensai, you ought to head back to Kakuibai Baibusu shop. Urahara and Yoruchi are making their return through Garganta and they might need your help arriving safely. Tensai nodded. Of course. Wait, the Garganta? Rukia questioned. What are you talking about? Isshin looked at her reticently, realizing he had probably said too much. He gently shook his head. Sorry, but it's best you don't know, he said. On that note, I have a favor to ask of you, Rukia and Kon. Please don't say a word of my identity to Ichigo. He can't know. Aye, sir, Kon mumbled, happy to fully pretend Isshin wasn't actually a Shinigami. Tonight had already been freaky enough. Rukia, however, began to bristle. Now hold on, she shouted, her violet eyes turning a deep shade of purple while she shook a fist. You're telling me you've been relying on someone else to raise your children all these years, and you want me to lie to Ichigo about his father being a part-time imposter? You're a deadbeat, Captain Shiba. Isshin crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Yeah. I was there when it counted, though, he said wistfully, reflecting on that time he spoke with Ichigo at Masaki's grave a couple months back. It had been a good father-son talk. He gave Rukia a profoundly sincere, sad smile. I'm a bad parent, and I'm not much of a Shinigami, either. But I got my reasons. For Ichigo's sake, please keep my selfishness a secret. He'll learn the truth someday. I'll tell him myself when the time is right. Rukia's frown relented into an uneasy grimace. After some hesitation, she gave a nod. All right. Not to change the subject, but you're missing an arm, he noted. You gonna be okay? Oh, this? Rukia nodded to her limbless shoulder. This jigai is ruined unfortunately, but I'll be fine once I escape it. Speaking of which, where's Chappie? Kon hung his head, unable to look her in the eye. He hated bearing bad news. Eislinger awoke and groggily surveyed his new surroundings. He was in a cramped chamber, the bone-white walls oppressive in their blankness. He immediately recognized the place and began to thrash around, but he was bound in obsidian chains that kept his gnarled arms fixed to the floor. To his great dread, the door in the wall before him slid open with a groan. An elegant silhouette emerged from the dark passageway and stepped inside. It was an Aaronkar clad in a white trim, his pink hair falling over a posh set of bone-rimmed glasses. Welcome home, Werner, the Aaronkar grinned, his voice like oil seeping over ice. Sail-sama, Eislinger squeaked fearfully. Please, I can explain. That's hardly necessary, I can already surmise the riffraff you've been getting up to, Sail simpered. The door slid closed behind him, sealing with a disquieting creak. Were you really so desperate to get back into Lord Aizen's good graces? The Arrancar mused, stroking his chin knowingly. Was it really so hard for you to wander around in the cold night? You must have clung to the first ally you could find. Why else would you work with a delinquent like Grand Fisher? He had great potential, that much is true. But you made the mistake of thinking you could tame a rabid dog. So what was your long game? Groom him into a formidable fighter and hope that Lord Aizen took a shine to him? No doubt you expected to be among his fraction and get to bask in Las Noches light once again. Which espada did you hope he'd replace? Me, perhaps? No, Mstr, never. Eislinger cowered, delirious with fear. I only wish to serve. Unfortunately for you, your scheme ran up against Lord Aizen's design, Sale continued. He has some interest in Kurosaki Ichigo, and your meddling has made him most unhappy. So he's given me carte blanche over your fate. He grinned, his expression shifting from detached to demented while Eislinger's eye widened with primal horror. I've thought up a most fruitful experiment that you'd be an ideal subject for, to see what happens to an Arrancar when he's fed bits and pieces of himself. Sale clapped his hands together with delight. What do you say? Have you an appetite, Werner? Eislinger's screams never escaped the chamber. Outside, beyond the room's sleek white door, not a sound could be heard. Nighttime had ebbed into early morning. Rukia stood outside the Kurosaki clinic, still trapped within her maimed jigai and holding a torn squirrel tail in her palm, its stuffing spilled out. It was the last remnant left of Chappie. She sighed and looked up at the clouds rolling across the night sky. The rain had finally dissipated, and now it was cool and foggy. The clinic's doors slid open and Isshin stepped out to join her, clad in his lab coat. She looked up at him with suspicion. Are you Shiba Isshin? Or Pupples Isshin? She asked. The surgeon gave her a bashful smile and slunk his hands into his coat pockets. Nobody's called me Pupples in a long time. I heard about what happened to your artificial soul. I want to give you my thanks for her sacrifice. She saved my daughters. Your daughters? Rukia furrowed her brow skeptically. Pupples considered the question sincerely and gave a shrug. I guess you could say Shiba-sama and I share joint custody. I love them like they're my own. It's funny, you play a role long enough it eventually becomes real. Maybe I'm just programmed to care for them, but that's alright. Helping raise them satisfies my purpose. Rukia suddenly felt ashamed for demeaning him. Her expression softened while she nodded sympathetically. You two getting along, the real Isshin chuckled, phasing out from the glass entrance to join them. Rukia's face scrunched back into an uneasy frown. It was surreal to see doubles of Isshin like this, even if one was distinguished by a lab coat and the other a shihakusho. There was one more matter I wanted to speak to you about, Rukia, Isshin continued, his merry expression turning serious. What you saw happen to Ichigo tonight. I'd appreciate if you didn't mention it to anyone back at Soul Society. His hollowification, you mean? Rukia said reflectively. I've never seen a Shinigami survive it before. I thought he was lost forever. He's got a unique case, Isshin sighed. He can maybe learn to control it, if the blockhead could just get out of his own way. What do you mean? There are Shinigami with a similar affliction who could help him, but he's been too proud to accept their invitation. Maybe if somebody he actually listened to pushed him in the right direction. He looked down at her with a sly smirk. She caught his drift. I'll talk to him. And I promise I'll keep his condition a secret. Good. Unfortunately, Genryusai and the others wouldn't understand. And while you're pushing Ichigo in the right direction, maybe you can ask him for a date, too? Pupples suggested, ping his head coyly and miming a smooch. Rukia and Isshin both blushed with mortification. DMN, you are so corny. Isshin chastised him. Having to mimic your mannerisms over the years has been more embarrassing than you'll ever know. I see where the pervertedness comes from, Rukia harumphed disdainfully. Yeah, well, I have to meet him halfway to give the kids some consistency, Ishin grumbled. I always wanted to be a cool dad, but with Pupples I gotta work with what I got. Pupples laughed in response, completely unbothered. Being cringe was just part of his programming. Anyways, now that we have an understanding, how about we get you out of that jigai? Ishin suggested. I found this back at the river. He produced the Ryoshi glove from his robes, fitted it on and clapped his hand onto Rukia's shoulder. She instantly burst out from her damaged jigai, back in her Shinigami robes and sporting both her arms again. That's much better, thank you, she sighed with relief. With that, Ishin and his doppelganger began making their way back inside. Mr. Kurosaki. Rukia called after them. Ishin looked back at her. What's up? I hope you feel a measure of peace tonight, she offered with an earnest bow of her head. Now that your wife's soul has finally passed on to Soul Society, where she belongs. To her surprise, Ishin's expression betrayed no relief. His jaw tightened into a forced smile, eyes mournful and reflective. Someday she will, he said cryptically. But not today. Ichigo stirred awake, feeling like he had taken a sledgehammer over the head. He bolted upright in his bed, clammy and startled. You're finally awake, Rukia said sweetly, sitting by his bedside. It's already past noon. Rukia? He looked at her, his panic still fresh. Are Karen and Yuzu all right? They're going to be fine. Their memories have been modified and they will have no recollection of what happened. What about Grand Fisher, he said, his eyes turning dark with rage. Rukia stared at him uncertainly for a beat, remembering the promise she made to Ishin. I killed him, she lied. You fell unconscious after holofying, but I managed to escape from my jigai. You had already done most of the work, I just finished him off. Ichigo exhaled wearily. He was awash with conflicting emotions, relief, disappointment and dread. I blew it, he grit. I could have killed him myself, but I just toyed with that BSTRD instead. I lost control of myself. Ichigo, was this the first time? Rukia broached. The first time you've holofied? He looked at her vulnerably for a beat, then shook his head. No. It happened when I fought Byakuya on Sokayaku Hill. I was able to break free then, but not this time. Rukia was surprised. Byakuya had made no mention of this to her. She wondered whether he had told anyone else about it. She watched Ichigo sorted through his feelings for a while before he met her gaze again. I'm scared, he admitted. I can feel him all the time, whispering from the back of my mind. He's growing stronger. I don't think I can use Bankai again without risking that thing taking me over. Well then you just have to get stronger, too, Rukia shot back. Huh. You heard me, she nodded, growing stern. If the hollow inside of you is so terrible, then get strong enough to crush it down. When you infiltrated the Siriidii, you weren't close to being a match against my brother. But you reached his level by never quitting. If there's a challenge you can't overcome, then build yourself up until you tower over it. Whatever it takes. Do you understand, Ichigo? He looked at her wide-eyed for a moment, then smiled. Her words were exactly what he needed to hear. Yeah. I understand. Thanks, Rukia. He grimaced and looked down at his leg, it was encased in a chunky cast. DMN, this hurts. You should call on Orihime to come heal you, Rukia suggested. I wish I could stay and say hello to her, but I'm afraid this is where I leave you, Ichigo. My mission is complete and I have to report back to the Siriidii. I'll tell them I slayed Grand Fisher with your assistance. The knowledge of your hollow will stay between us. Ichigo sighed. He was sad to see her go again so soon, but her returning in the first place had already been such a gift. All right, until next time, he asked hopefully. Until next time. She got up and headed to leave. Wait, Rukia. Ichigo called after her. What is it? There's something I can't stop thinking about. The protection charm my dad gave me, it saved me from Grand Fisher. It looked like Shinigami magic. But that's crazy, right? Why would my dad give me something like that? Rukia winced, realizing she needed to lie one more time. I gave it to you indirectly, she answered. Back when I had a feeling my brother was coming for me, I had Urahara WHP up a protection charm for you. I left it lying around your father's bedroom, figuring him for a superstitious type. I knew he'd gift it to you. She watched while Ichigo digested the explanation. He was placid for a while, then smiled. He bought it. You're always looking out for me, huh? She stared back at him for what felt like a long time, straining not to betray emotion. He looked so much like Kyan, and now she finally understood why. Always. It was midnight again and the clouds had cleared out to reveal a starry sky above Karakura town. Shinji Hirako stood on Yujo Bridge, listening to jazz on his Walkman. He gazed out at the shimmering water, bored and wondering if tonight would be another waste of his time. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure approaching. He clicked his Walkman off and slumped back his headphones, cracking a smile when he recognized Ichigo Kurosaki. Halcyon Days. Volume 7, Vestiges of the Vizard. Chapter 1. Renji had already thrown up 3 times that morning before breakfast was served. The time-dilating toxin Akon poisoned him with in the arena had thankfully faded, but it left a god-awful hangover in its wake. He marched miserably with his sick bucket in tow through the 6th Division barracks and groggily made his way towards the mess hall. His company was housing all of the Juzenkan Taikai competitors and their captains for the duration of the tournament. The Siriidii was so vast that it would be wildly impractical for everyone to adjourn back to their respective barracks for a day of respite before returning back for another round of games at the Bushishinzui Budokan. The 6th Division's barracks were the closest to the Red Hollow Gate and Captain Byakuya Kuchiki was duly honored to house and feed the best and finest of the Godii. Captain Kuchiki, that son of a bitch, Renji thought. He had a bone to pick with his superior and wasn't in any mood to bottle his anger for another day. The confrontation would happen as soon as possible, he decided. He turned a corner and spotted his captain unhurriedly striding towards the mess hall. He followed, hesitant in his trudge, working up the courage for their confrontation. It's unseemly to tail your superior like an unwanted dog. Byakuya noticed his subordinate following purposefully in his wake and halted, casting an impatient eye back at Renji. What is it? You lied to me, Captain. Renji clutched at the banister for balance, cradling his vomit bucket against his chest. Byakuya's eyes were cryptically passive. He pivoted around to regard his lieutenant face to face. What was that? When you told me that the Shisanka forbade Bankai from the tournament. That was a lie, wasn't it? Renji seethed. Byakuya did not respond. He stared blankly at Renji, as if unimpressed by the accusation. You said I acquired Bankai through underhanded means, right? Renji continued, loud enough for anyone nearby to overhear. Well, guess what? Zabumaru appeared before me right after I fought Kurosaki. My Zanpakuto showed me its face, just like anybody's does right before they achieve Bankai. I didn't cheat. It was my time and I reached the height of Shinigami power fair and square, the same way you did. And you refuse to believe that's possible, don't you? Byakuya betrayed no displeasure, remorse, or surprise. He stared coolly at Renji until the lieutenant began to feel embarrassed, like a child settling down from an outburst. I see, the captain said softly. Is that all? Yeah. After a protracted moment of stillness, Byakuya wordlessly turned away and continued his march, leaving Renji alone in hideous silence. Renji waited for what felt like an eternity before he could summon his wherewithal to press on and join everybody else. He heard the bustle and chatter emanating from the mess hall before he even entered. The introduction of other division lieutenants and third seats had created an irrepressible energy inside the barracks, with decorum giving way to a festive atmosphere. Glad they're all having fun, I guess. He retched and dunked his head back into his pail, unsure of whether he needed to upchuck again. He thought about Akon, another name on his sheet list. He'd lay out that miserable cur the moment he saw him next. He collected himself as best he could and pushed through the towering oaken doors to enter the mess hall, a cacophony of clinking ceramic bowls and stuffed-mouth gossip. He drew the admiring gazes of his division subordinates but could only manage a queasy nod in reply as he made his way past them, heading straight for the table where the other champions sat. Tetsuzeman pounded an empty bowl onto the table and spotted Renji. "Ah, Abarai. So you've worked up an appetite after all?" Renji dry heaved at the thought of food. "Absolutely not. I just wanted to see how everyone's doing." He surveyed the long bench. Nobody seemed to be in as bad of shape as he was. Ikiku's many cuts sustained from Rindo's barrages had already healed so seamlessly that he merely looked scuffed. Kira was quiet and downcast while Yu Yayahara was chirpily wolfing down a fourth helping of mackerel and miso soup. Tetsuzeman and Ranjaku looked to be in pristine condition. "I guess the Kotetsu sisters didn't give either of you too much trouble?" Renji asked them while he gingerly sat down. Aizen was actually awfully tricky with her Kido, Ranjaku laughed demurely. "She nearly bowled me over with a Heido number 49, but I put all those days honing my Ashikubihaku to good use. Kion performed heroically, but I'm afraid she just never stood much of a chance against Lieutenant Iba. Ashikubihaku ankle sweep, a Zanjutsu technique. She fought well." Tetsuzeman crossed his arms and gave a brisk nod, leaving it at that. Renji craned his head around and spotted all the contenders who had lost, sitting together at an adjacent table. It was customary for the losers of the tournament to congregate during meals while the ever-shrinking pool of victors ate separate from them. Hisagi looked to be in fine condition but was clearly sulking. Rindo's nose had a big purplish bruise where Ikiku's thick skull broke it. The medics had mended the cartilage but the contusion would have to fade away on its own. Omida was visibly nursing his injured pride. Meanwhile, the Kotetsu sisters were energetically conversing and laughing together, neither seeming too bothered by their defeat. "Where's Akon?" Renji asked, noting his felled competitor's conspicuous absence. "He hightailed it back to SDRI in early dawn," Ikiku replied between spoonfuls of soup. "Said he needed to oversee things while Captain Kuratsuchi was busy with a pet project. That's what he said, at least. I think he's just afraid of what you'd do to him, heh. He's wise to worry." Renji frowned. It might have been petty to begrudge Akon for what had happened in the ring, but the ordeal of experiencing time at a nightmarishly slow crawl was hard to forgive. "You're looking a little green, Renji," Ranjaku observed. "Will you be fit to fight tomorrow?" Renji scrunched up his face and forced a smile. "Pure bravado. I'll be ready to handle any of you guys." "You mean me, right?" Ikiku grinned. "They've already announced the next matches. Kira's taking on Yayahara, Matsumoto and Iba are squaring off, and then you and me are gonna dance." Renji studied him skeptically. "You don't stand a chance against me in Shirkai. But maybe you'd have a shot in Bankai." From the corner of his eye he spotted his captain, Byakuya, dining with most of the other Godei 13 captains at an elevated table overlooking everyone. They made eye contact for a brief moment before returning to their respective conversations. Renji sat in contemplation and listened to the others' chit-chat until he noticed Yu staring moony-eyed at him. "Got a problem?" "Nah, no problem at all," she giggled, batting her lashes. "You're just so hot, Abarai-nyan. Such a wonka hunk with squiggly-wiggly cool tattoos. You know, I've had a crush on you ever since academy, Kue. Officer Yayahara, restrain yourself." Tetsuzeman gasped, completely scandalized. Renji's eyes went wide and his face turned pink as a cherry blossom. You really think my tattoos look cool?" Sajin Kamamura sat cross-legged on the floor of his lodging, his hulking form cast in chiaroscuro shadow. He tried and failed repeatedly to meditate, his brow trembling in frustration. Tokunada Tsuneoshiro's mocking words were ringing in his ears, undercutting his every attempt at achieving a clear mind. His tortured efforts ceased when he sensed Genryusai's presence draw near. Am I imagining things? He looked up and spotted the old man's silhouette framed behind the shoji. Captain Commander. The shoji slotted open and Genryusai stepped inside, his expression characteristically stern. Kamamura was gobsmacked, allowing an extended moment of silence between them. Finally, after an interminable standoff, Yamamoto spoke. Your absence was noted during breakfast, Sajin. I knew I'd find you here, sulking in the shadows. Is your miserable mood that Tsuneyashiro Tenraicho's handiwork, perhaps? Kamamura's whiskers twitched as his posture coiled, as if readying to protest. Do not insult me by feigning ignorance, Genryusai chided. I was informed that Tsuneyashiro Tokunada levied a great deal of abuse at you during yesterday's games. Are you calling my sources liars? Kamamura sheepishly cast his gaze at the floor. The Tenraicho is quick to remind me of where I come from. It's not an issue. I will protect the Tenraicho with my life. Look at me when I address you, Sajin. Kamamura summoned his courage and raised his eyes. Genryusai's face was still stern, but his eyes radiated a sympathetic warmth. The issue isn't my confidence in you, but your troubling lack of faith in yourself. Tokunada is a beast trapped inside a gilded cage. When an ill-trained monkey tosses filth at its handlers, that is merely to be expected. It is in its primitive nature, after all. But what is unnatural is when the handler assumes that he himself must have been unclean to begin with. Kamamura was taken aback. His golden eyes shimmered with unease, followed by overwhelming shame. Spare me those tortured eyes, Sajin, Genryusai huffed. Do you remember what I told you when we met? Kamamura recalled the encounter vividly. It occurred on his first day at Shin'o Academy, when he was so terrified of mockery he hid his face behind a burlap sack. The captain commander visited the grounds to seek out the infamous, cursed one. When introduced, Kamamura felt obligated to admit he was the descendant of heretics, only for Genryusai to reply, and I am the descendant of nobody. Pledge your Zanpakuto to honor and you shall be an honorable Shinigami, Sajin. All else is ash. Those words had lifted Kamamura's up for hundreds of years. He recalled them and grimaced, struggling to maintain poise while the captain commander studied him. The opinions of spoiled brats who know nothing of honor are merely ash, Sajin, Genryusai explained. You are a captain of the Godai, can I count on you to act like one? Kamamura's grimace turned into a beaming smile, as if all his self-hatred had been wrung out of him like suds from a washcloth. Yes, Captain Commander. Akon gingerly rubbed his shoulder while the elevator descended down into the depths of SDRI. The wound Zabumaru inflicted on him had been cleaned and sutured with Kaido, but the phantom pain persisted. His drag's time dilation effect had prolonged his agony before medical attention for what felt like hours, and he was going to remember it vividly for what promised to be a long time. The elevator came to a smooth touchdown. Akon stepped out and was immediately besieged with analysts hoisting all manner of graphs and charts. A barrage of voices jockeyed for his attention, their overlapping volumes cancelling each other out. Akon, sir. It happened in the dead of night. It was subject number 872. There was a surge in his spiritual pressure. The spike in Ryatsu was incredible. It was horrifying. His holification was already well advanced. So we activated the failsafe. Somehow the corruption was stunted. Never seen anything like it. Akon pushed through the throng with a grumble. Enough, all of you. Hyosu, what's the situation? After Hyosu regaled him with the emergency SDRI had to deal with several hours beforehand, Akon's brow furrowed with disbelief. This is sensitive information. It doesn't leave this room without my XPLCT permission, you got it? He turned around and surveyed everyone in the chamber. Am I clear? He didn't even wait for all the murmurs and nods of, yes, sir. His mind was churning, with a vicious headache brewing. This is the last thing Genryusai is gonna want to hear. He returned his attention to Hyosu. Has Captain Kurotsuchi been debriefed? Yes, I called him immediately afterwards. Then why isn't he here? He said he has better things to do. Akon's headache was roiling with full force. It felt as though some cosmic hand had descended down to grasp his brain and repeatedly squeeze. Captain Kurotsuchi, do you hear me, sir? Akon repeated to the receiver. Hyosu was lingering to his right, anxiously tugging at the wind-up affixed to his head. Akon tried again, only to be met with radio distortion. How could his signal possibly be this bad? He had had enough of Mayuri's absenteeism. The captain had been missing for days, off on his foolhardy search for Sosuke Aizen's secret lair he was convinced still existed somewhere in Soul Society. Yamamoto had granted him leave from tournament duties specifically so that he could begin developing Garganta technology, and yet he chose instead to traipse off in search of a hiding place that may not even exist. Akon tried the receiver once more. There was some garbled distortion from the other end until Mayuri's voice cut through the hiss. What is it, Akon? I'm busy at the moment. Akon's face scrunched with irritation. Captain, I know you've already been made fully aware of the fire SDRI had to put out last night. When can we expect you to return to manage the situation? Manage the situation? Mayuri guffawed. The fire has already sorted itself out. The failsafe worked, did it not? We have every reason to believe it will work again should the need arise. Just because we've been handed an intriguing development does not mean we need to pounce on it. By the way, I hope you enjoyed yourself in the Bushishinzui Budokan, Akon. Judging by the resignation in your voice, you have already been eliminated from the tournament. How unfortunate, if unsurprising. Akon drummed the console with his fingers, his impatience mounting. His headache had become intolerable. I'll be happy to tell you all about how it went when you get back here, Captain. Your presence would be very much appreciated as soon as possible. It's not just the situation with subject hashtag may I remind you that the Captain Commander tasked you with building a workable Garganta. It's been days and we haven't even started. Were you not listening when I told you the first order of business was to find Aizen Sosuke's laboratory? Mayuri's voice purred condescendingly through the receiver. That's what I'm doing. Yes, but the Garganta. How have you not yet grasped that both tasks are one and the same? Mayuri lamented. Shinigami managed to create a facsimile of a hollow Garganta only once before. It took a dedicated team of brilliant minds years to crack it, and no trace of their work remains. Even with my intellect, do you think I'd waste away our precious time trying to invent such ambitious technology from scratch? No, not when Aizen Sosuke has already done most of the legwork for us. He built a Garganta here in Soul Society and used it to establish a presence in Hueco Mundo, that is a certainty. Even if he dismantled his machine, traces of it will be present in his laboratory. When I find the laboratory, I will find the information I need to complete our own Garganta in a mere week's time. Akon's headache was finally subsiding. As much as he despised Mayuri's condescending explanations, he was relieved to finally glean at least some modicum of method to the captain's madness. All right, Captain. Could you at least tell me where you are currently? Your comms are coming through with an unusual amount of distortion. I'm in the sewers, at about, HM. Mayuri realized he had lost track of his exact location and lowered his transponder. He looked around in the dank darkness, a murky river surging to his left. He shined his flashlight up at a number inscribed on the cracked stone ceiling. Sector number 3952, to be precise. Akon and Hyosu shared a look. What are you doing all the way down there, Captain? Come now, you ought to be able to piece it together, Akon. Have you no aptitude for Soul Society history? It's not my greatest forte. Nor mine. I find it dreadfully boring, quite in fact, which is why I downloaded all the available texts into my mind for reference. He cheekily clacked his elongated fingernail against the thin plate of iron grafted onto his skull, shielding the part of his brain where he had implanted a disk containing all the raw data and trivia he couldn't be bothered to memorize the old-fashioned way. He began to quote. An excerpt verbatim. Histories of the Siriidii by Ashimatsu Bato, Volume 589, page 396, paragraph 2. In the year 4861, Emperor Asashiro quietly commissioned the Siriidii's greatest scientists to develop Garganta technology. The Invisible Emperor, despite having acquired absolute control over the Soul Society, would not be satisfied until he purged all hollows from existence. He was unyielding in his hatred, and his grandest ambition was to invade Hueco Mundo and slaughter everything that slithered. This senseless scheme threatened the balance of souls and defied the Soul King's wishes, and so the project was carried out with the utmost secrecy in the deepest recesses of the Siriidii. After 29 years of toil, Asashiro's scientists finally succeeded in constructing a portal that could seamlessly mimic a hollow's Garganta. The Emperor's intentions finally became known to the world when he ordered his Godii to ready for invasion. But before he could organize his forces, Squad Zero descended down from the royal realm to personally dissuade him. What followed cannot even be described as a battle. Asashiro Soya, despite possibly being the strongest Shinigami in recorded history and wielding his bloodline's divine Shinken, was instantly disarmed and subdued by the monk who calls the real name and the god of the sword. Squad Zero removed all of the deposed emperor's limbs and turned him over to the Siriidii for judgment. Before returning to the heavens, Squad Zero took care to destroy Asashiro's Garganta and all the research that went into its creation. They even executed every scientist familiar with the breakthrough technology. Thus, all evidence and working knowledge of the Soul Garganta successfully created in Soul Society was purged, and the proud line of the Asashiro clan ended. The 5 royal families of the Shisanka irrevocably became 4, and Mayuri trailed off and grumbled. Bato just droned on and on after that. Such a tiresome writer. Akon was quiet for a while. I'm not sure what you're getting at, Captain. Are you an idiot? Mayuri barked through his transponder. I'll make it plain. Emperor Asashiro's counterfeit Garganta was constructed, in the deepest recesses of the Siriidii, beneath the sewers. Meanwhile, our dearly defected Aizen Sosuke has a taste for poetic irony. It follows that a traitor as ambitious as he would hide his creation in the same place where Soul Society's first and only emperor hid his. Furthermore, if you travel deep enough into the catacombs beneath this river of sheet, there is a bedrock beyond the reach of even SDRI's radar. That is how Aizen Sosuke was able to ferry to and from Hueco Mundo without our notice. Akon turned the radio receiver off to discreetly let out an exasperated sigh. Once he collected himself, he flicked it back on again. I understand now, Captain Kuratsuchi. Over and out. Mayuri pocketed his transponder and trudged closer to the sewage river's edge, waiting until Nimue emerged from the muddy water, her face fitted with a snorkel. Well? He asked. Nimue pulled the mouthpiece off and coughed out some sewage brine. No sign of any passageways underneath, MSTR. Mayuri turned his flashlight to his right, staring down the next passageway of the seemingly endless cavern. My search up here was equally fruitless. Well, I suppose we'll just press on. I'll poke around in the next section while you follow from below. Off you go, now. Nimue nodded obediently, fitted her mouthpiece back on, and submerged herself again into the river of sheet. Halcyon Days. Volume 7, Vestiges of the Vizard. Chapter 2. Rukia had only been gone for 10 minutes when Karen and Yuzu surprised Ichigo with breakfast. He smiled softly as they brought in a tray of Ishin's signature pancakes topped with egg whites. We heard you weren't feeling so good, Ni-chan. Yuzu announced sympathetically, gingerly setting the tray onto his blanketed lap. Papa thought you might be hungry. He nodded and dug in, scarfing the meal down while they watched. Letting his fork clatter onto the cleaned plate, he let out a weary sigh and gave them a fond look. Karen. Yuzu. Come here. He reached down and scooped them up into his arms before laying back for a group hug. They blushed as their elder brother brought them in for a tight embrace, both of them flanking him on the bed. They hadn't cuddled like this in years. Karen studied Ichigo's face while Yuzu was content to rest her head on his shoulder. Thank goodness you're both alright, he whispered quietly, his eyes somber. I would have never forgiven myself. Oh, we're fine, Nai-chan. Yuzu giggled nonchalantly. It was pretty scary when the storm blew the wall down at Midoriko's place, but nobody was hurt. Ichigo nodded, recalling how their memories had been rewritten to give them a different, non-fantastical recollection of the night beforehand. He had to assume Tetsuzeman had administered a Kyokuchiken to the other girls from their sleepover as well. He gave them both an affectionate squeeze and closed his eyes. I need to rest a little while. Thank you, guys. Yuzu merrily hopped off the bed and headed for the door. When she realized Karen hadn't followed, she turned to regard her sister. Let's let Nichan sleep. Karen was scrunched up on her knees and looking down at her brother's peaceful face. He was already snoring away, having drifted into a deep sleep. She kept thinking of her nightmare from the night before, when she dreamed of a monster abducting her and Yuzu. You have only your brother to blame for your situation, the figment of her imagination had warned. She sighed and crawled over Ichigo to hop off the bed and exit the room along with Yuzu. While they went about their morning, she periodically touched her ribs and felt a soreness, as if some massive hand had held her in its tight grip. What are you hiding from us, Nichan? When Ichigo stirred back awake that morning, he phoned Orihime. I need your help, Inoue. Can you come over? She arrived a half hour later, her frayed tresses indicating that she had hurried over despite suffering a bad hair day. She repeatedly patted at the cowlicks besmirching her burnt orange mane while awkwardly stepping into Ichigo's room. He gave her a smile and clutched at the rail of his bedpost to hoist himself up. Can you close the door behind you? Why? She blushed. Ichigo peeled off his comforter to reveal his leg in a cast. Oh, Orihime said softly, closing the door behind her. You're hurt, Kurosaki-kun. I got careless last night and a hollow tagged me while I was still in my body, he said with both a grimace and a shrug. He positioned himself on the mattress so that his rigid leg could slant onto the floor. Can you patch it up, Inoue? Orihime looked aghast, much to his surprise. Her eyes wide and apprehensive, she gingerly approached and kneeled down to inspect his leg as if it were a shard of plutonium. Hesitating at first, she reached out and started poking the plaster. Does it hurt? She looked up and saw that Ichigo was biting his tongue, his face contorting with pain. Realizing that she was salting his wound, she fretfully scooted several paces back. Gah! So sorry, Kurosaki-kun. It's okay, Ichigo assured her between clenched teeth, his eyes wide with agony. I guess my dad didn't make the cast tight enough. Orihime bashfully crawled back to him and sat cross-legged, rubbing her hands together. I'll take care of it right away. She held her hands aloft over the busted leg and emitted a golden glow. Ichigo's agonized expression softened as he felt the gaping hole in his calf gradually become plugged again with bone, flesh and sinew. So this happened last night, Kurosaki-kun? Orihime broached. He nodded, his mind returning to Grand Fisher. Those ruby eyes swam up into his vision, rekindling his fury. He felt foolish for having let that monster get the better of him, and for having squandered his final shot at revenge. There was satisfaction in knowing that Rukia had put the BSTRD down, but something about it felt empty. It should have been a Kurosaki who killed Masaki's murderer. His mind then turned to the pale face that kept cackling from the depths of his subconscious. The hollow living inside of him, threatening to take over his body. The beast that had spoiled his opportunity to avenge his mother. I can't let that happen again. Orihime glanced up at him and recognized the way his features hardened, he was retreating into some dark place where nobody else could follow. Kurosaki-kun. Can you tell me what happened? His eyes met hers. After a moment of consideration, he decided he didn't want to tell her about Grand Fisher and Rukia and his sister's abduction. He felt too ashamed of the outcome. Some stray hollow took a shot at me while I was out for a walk. I guess I was pretty distracted and just didn't notice him until it was too late. He only got one hit in, though, before I used my Shinigami badge to leave my body and one shot right him back. Piece of cake, comes with the job. He forced a smile to help sell his lie. Orihime studied him, not quite believing it had all been so simple. She decided to take him at his word. If Kurosaki-kun doesn't want to trouble me with the truth, he must have a good reason. If he wants to pretend everything's okay, the best way to help him is to play along. I space out a lot, too, she chirped, reciprocating with her own bubbly smile. Just be more careful in the future, please. So, I was wondering, if you're free tomorrow afternoon. Ichigo had already returned to his rumination, reflecting on Rukia's advice. If there's a challenge you can't overcome, then build yourself up until you tower over it. She had said. Whatever it takes. He pondered what it would take to squelch a parasite that threatened his very personhood. Were there hollow exorcists around? He begrudgingly recalled what Shinji Hirako told him. You're gonna need my help soon to tame that hollow. You know that bridge about a mile south of here? Yujo Bridge? I'll be hanging around there at midnight every night from now on. Meet me there whenever you're ready to get serious. Ichigo hated admitting it, but he was finally ready to get serious. He couldn't think of a better option. So what do you think, Kurosaki-kun? Orihime finished. He snapped out of his rumination and realized she had been talking the whole time, posing some sort of question. Embarrassed for having not listened, he reflexively nodded his head. Sure, Inoue. You got it. She blushed and tried to repress an ecstatic smile. Her hands lingered around his leg until their lantern glow began to dim. Okay, you should be good as new, she beamed. Ichigo, with a smirk, flexed his leg and cracked his cast apart like a serrated cocoon. Orihime stared in slack-jawed awe at his bare shin. You're the best, Inoue, he grinned. So I'll see you tomorrow at school. It's a date. Orihime laughed back at him. His grin softened into a puzzled look. Well, that's a weird way of putting it. She saw his confusion and turned pink in the face. I mean. It's an appointment. See you tomorrow, Kurosaki-kun. She scrambled up and hurried out of his bedroom, forgetting to shut the door behind her. Ichigo wondered what she had meant and wound up laughing it off. Orihime was prone to saying funny things, anyway, there wasn't any profit in overthinking her non-sequiturs. Soon enough it was midnight again and the clouds had cleared out to reveal a starry sky above Karakura town. Shinji Hirako stood on Yujo Bridge, listening to jazz on his Walkman. He gazed out at the shimmering water, bored and wondering if tonight would be another waste of his time. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure approaching. He clicked his Walkman off and slunk back his headphones, cracking a smile when he recognized Ichigo Kurosaki. What are you doing out this late? He laughed. Isn't it past your bedtime? Ichigo looked none too pleased to see him. He approached wordlessly until they were both leaning against the bridge and gazing out at the river. Shinji waited patiently for him to speak. Getting words out of this kid is like pulling teeth. I need your help, Ichigo finally admitted. I still won't join your weird little club, but if you can help me, I'll owe you one. I suppose I'm a nice enough guy to accept those terms, Shinji said with mock generosity. But once you step into my corner, there's an unspoken non-disclosure agreement attached. You're gonna see things you can't breathe a word of to anybody, or else me and my friends are gonna make you sorry. Understood? Ichigo, with the dreadful inkling that he was making a deal with the devil, gave a glum nod. Glad that's settled, Shinji said, producing a BLNDFLD from his pocket and ringing it ominously. I'm gonna need you to wear this. Ichigo glared at the BLNDFLD warily. Is this a joke? For once, I'm not kidding, Shinji replied, his face turning stern. Me and my friend's hideout is a well-kept secret. Nobody knows where we are, not you, not anyone in Karakura town, and sure as hell nobody in Soul Society. I like to keep it that way. Ichigo, with a tetchy frown, accepted the cloth and tied it around his eyes. So how's this gonna work? You gonna hold my hand the whole way? He cracked before suddenly feeling his senses start to spin out. Ninepa is lay 8 tall. It was like he was in a washing machine, getting buffeted around in all directions with no gravitational center. He swam in the bottomless torrent of ricocheting directions for what felt like an eternity until suddenly a hand tore off his blndfld. He flinched when a soft light beamed into his eyes, his vision sensitive and still spinning. He fell to his knees and dry heaved. Damn it, Shinji, a spiky voice barked irately. He better not puke. I just mopped this entire place today. Giving him a taste of your power was probably a flourish too far, a more rugged, baritone voice noted with a reverberating echo. Ichigo's vision twisted and turned before finally rediscovering its equilibrium. He regained his wits swiftly enough and lunged up to grab Shinji by the scruff of his shirt. The hell did you do to me, huh? Shinji sighed dispassionately. I threw in another security measure to make sure you couldn't retrace your way back to our hideout. You could have drawn a map in your mind using footsteps, sounds, your internal compass. So I muddied your senses a little bit. A little bit? Ichigo fumed, his grip tightening. This is no way to build trust, a-hole. Will you cut it out? Shinji rolled his eyes. You're embarrassing me in front of everyone. Ichigo scowled and looked around to take in his new surroundings. They were in a massive warehouse, fluorescent lights casting a moony glow over the dingy concrete. The building was 3 stories tall, but oddly enough all the ascending floors had been blasted away. The yawning foyer stretched all the way up to the building's windowed ceiling, with chunks of the destroyed floors ridging the layers like the tiers of a cake. He spotted 5 silhouettes perched on the ridges, 3 on the first ledge and 2 above on the second. They were of varying shapes and sizes, 2 of them petite and feminine, another pair tall and masculine, and the 5th a hulking behemoth that reminded Ichigo of a Snorlax. Who are you people? Name's Ikawa Love, the baritone voice announced. Yadamaru Lisa, one of the feminine silhouettes offered softly. Saragaki Hayori, the spiky voice huffed. Ashoda Hachijin, the largest shadow said with a polite and preciously tiny tenor. I ain't telling you my name, the final silhouette crossed his arms. Not until I size you up, first. He leapt from the 3rd-story outcrop and sailed down in a corkscrew spin before landing face-to-face with Ichigo. He was a tall and sinewy man, standing close to 6 feet and garbed in a plum tank top with an orange trim, gray cargo briefs, hefty black boots, and a pair of orange, fingerless gloves snug around his knuckles. He had a short tuft of silver hair and a golden earring looped through his left brow with 3 more cinched up along his left ear. His brown eyes studied Ichigo with bristling severity. I ain't letting some nobody join us without a trial run. Join you? Ichigo pet an eyebrow, immediately matching the stranger's hostile energy. I already told Shinji before I came here, there's no way I'm joining you weirdos. You're gonna tell me how to control the hollow inside me and I'll be on my way. In exchange, I'm not gonna tell Soul Society that you're all lurking around in Karakura town. Those weren't exactly the terms we agreed to, Shinji blushed. Did I hear that right, Shinji? The silver fox grinned, his flinty eyes turning maniacally amused. This kid just said he'd never join us. Listen to me carefully, Carrot Top, that decision isn't yours to make. What you want doesn't make a lick of difference. You're looking at the only Vizards who exist. Whether or not you become like us or get swallowed up like any other hollowed Shinigami is for us to decide. And we're not gonna welcome some weak-kneed liability into our ranks only for you to go get abducted and squeezed for all our secrets. You're the one who has to convince us. If you're worth saving, then we can teach you. Otherwise, we'll just leave you be until you pop like a pimple. Got it? Your life's in our hands. Ichigo's cocksure smile had eroded into an unnerved stare as he felt all his leverage drain away. When it was finally his turn to talk again, he frowned defiantly and reached into his back pocket for the Shinigami deputy badge. You want to give me a trial run first? You got it. His squeezed his fist around the placard and exploded out from his human body, clad in shihakusho and brandishing Zangetsu's massive blade. Shinji grabbed the inanimate body by the foot and nimbly bounded back to a corner of the foyer, not wanting to get his clothes scuffed. He looked up at Hachigen. Yo, Hachi. Can you cast 5 barriers around these two? I don't want them kicking up dust my way. Hachigen nodded and clapped his enormous palms together. Yes, sir. Ichigo's eyes darted around as he watched 5 domes of shimmering light form around him and his visored opponent, cordoning them off from everybody else in a sphere about 40 yards in diameter. The force fields were thin and translucent, stacked tightly atop each other in escalating sizes like a nesting doll. The visored squared up, digging his boots into the concrete floor and beckoning Ichigo with the flick of his fingers. Show me what you got. Aren't you gonna arm yourself first? Ichigo asked, motioning with Zangetsu at the visored's katana, sheathed in a scabbard slung around his waist. If you can actually get me to draw my sword, you pass. Ichigo grunted, feeling mocked. This guy isn't even gonna use his Zanpakuto. Cocky JRK. He waited until he felt the thread of prime opportunity snap and launched forward, propelled by a seismic blast of Ryatsu in his wake. He brought Zangetsu down for an overhead swing, only for the visor to evade the strike with a nonchalant pivot of his feet. He's fast. Ichigo blanched. I've got. The visor brought an elbow up and struck Ichigo square in the jaw, focusing his Ryatsu into the singular point of impact for optimal force. Ichigo felt as though his face had been smashed by an anvil and was sent somersaulting up into the air until he crashed against the top of Hachigen's force field dome, cracking it. Oof, Kensei definitely put a little mustard on that first hit, Love remarked to Hiyori while they watched from above. The kid must have really rubbed him the wrong way. Hiyori looked on with a twisted smile. Good. That orange boy needs to be taken down a peg. Ichigo was pancaked on the dome's ceiling for a moment before sliding off and fluttering back down like a leaf, momentarily out cold before snapping back to his senses. Eyes scrunching up with indignation, he regained his battle posture in mid-air and launched back down at the visored with a roar. His opponent glowered up at him, unimpressed. Ichigo speared Zangetsu down, only for his target to fluidly flit out of harm's way. Before the tip of his blade could pierce the concrete, Ichigo adjusted his trajectory and swung up, aiming right at the silver fox's brow. The blade cleaved straight through the sinewy warrior, who promptly dissipated like dust in the wind. An afterimage. Ichigo, fearing an attack from behind, spun around with Zangetsu swinging. He found nobody looming at his 6 o'clock, realizing too late that the visored was floating right above him instead. A hand swung down in a wheelbarrow spin and chopped right against Ichigo's neck, sending his vision reeling with exploding stars. The Shinigami substitute let out a grunt and stumbled down onto his knees, clutching at his shoulder. He had a throbbing pain shooting up and down his entire right side, from below his ear down to his toes. The chop to his neck had intentionally clipped a particular nerve, and the resulting agony was catastrophic. The visored landed daintily back onto the ground 2 yards away and looked down at him with disgust. You came here acting like you were hot sheet, but you can't even defend yourself against basic Hakuta moves. Get the hell out of my sight. He turned and began to march away towards the barrier's perimeter, only to halt at the sound of Ichigo spearing Zangetsu's tip into the floor. Wait. Ichigo gurgled, using his sword as leverage to hoist himself back up. I'm not done, yet. The visored looked back at him with skepticism. You can barely stand up after 2 hits. Lie down and take a nap, scrub. Lisa frowned from above and leaned over to Hachigen. Doesn't this boy have Bankai? I don't understand why he hasn't used it yet. Perhaps he's afraid his inner hollow will resurface if he escalates his power. Hachigen mused in a lilting whisper. Their speculation became moot when Ichigo huffed, puffed, and cried Bankai. Down on the ground, the visored's eyes widened by a subtle degree as he beheld the torrent of silver Ryatsu smoldering before him. From the flames emerged Ichigo, black and sleek as the Grim Reaper himself, his tattered coat fluttering from the kinetic force of his own transformation. Not only did his spiritual pressure just skyrocket, but he's already got a second wind. The visored observed. He's a resilient little twerp. That Bankai's a real novelty, too. Never seen one that tiny before. Hey, Hachi. Shinji yelled over the din, how's about you add 5 more layers to your barrier? Hachijin nodded and complied, conjuring more force fields until the dome was 10 layers thick. Ichigo and his opponent studied each other from a short distance for what felt like a long time. So you're a Hakuda MSTR like Miss Yoruchi? Ichigo mused, his breathing haggard but lips curled into a smile. Fighters like you really are my blind spot. I can throw a punch, no problem, but even my friend Tatsuki always made me eat floor back in our dojo days. I guess I underestimated you. That's my bad. The visored looked surprised, then betrayed a faint smile. There's a lot more to martial arts than just hitting hard. I don't know this Tatsuki broad, but sounds like you coulda learned a thing or two from her. Or 3, Ichigo chuckled, grasping his dado's hilt with both hands. I gotta warn you, I'm pretty convinced that using Bankai draws my hollow out. Things might get out of control from here on out. I'm banking on it, the visored replied. It's not that big a deal, honestly. You've met my hollowified side twice already. Ichigo made a derp face. What do you mean? The visored grinned and remained motionless while a white substance materialized over his face like viscous fluid bubbling up and solidifying into stone. Soon enough his sharp features were obscured by a bone-white face guard, pocked with 6 slanted slits arranged in 2 columns. This is my hollow mask, the silver fox announced, his voice warbling with distortion. I can use it in faster intervals than any other visored. Both times I hit you, I wore my mask for a fraction of a second to amplify the physical force of my strikes by an order of magnitude. That is the kind of power you can HRNSS when you combine Hakuda with hollowified Ryatsu. Ichigo turned pink with irritation. Hey, that's not fair. I totally thought you were wrecking me without even trying. That's psychological warfare. If you train your hollow powers long enough, it'll feel like you're not even trying. The visored waved a hand over his face, his mask melting away into vaporous wisps. Now, attack me with everything you have. Don't worry about your inner hollow coming out. When that happens, we'll disarm you, and you'll revert back to your normal, scrub self. So don't hold out on me, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo felt a bizarre comfort in hearing that, like he had just been given permission to let his freak flag fly and push himself to his limits with the knowledge that, even if he lost control, he was surrounded by a crew who could safely guide him back to sanity. I've been fighting afraid this whole time, he realized. In our first exchange, I was self-conscious and reining in my reflexes without even realizing it. I was still spooked by what happened with Grand Fisher and scared of losing control again. But this BSTRD's been trying to get me to loosen up this whole time. Alright, I guess I'll give him what he wants. They were perfectly poised for one prolonged moment, and then suddenly they were clashing with concussive force. Tensa Zangetsu's black blade flashed back and forth, up and down, all while the visor dodged each strike with nimble twists and turns. Ichigo wasn't discouraged by each miss, instead, he grew more emboldened every time his opponent narrowly avoided his slashes and moves. The sheer kinetic energy of Ichigo's swings lapped at Hachijin's barriers, causing the dome to subtly creak and quake. Ah, looks like Kensei's finally having some fun, Lisa remarked. Indeed, Hachijin nodded in agreement. It seems that Mr. Kurosaki has won him over somewhat. Typical, Lisa sighed. Kensei might have a lot of bark, but he's a big softy at heart. They watched as Ichigo and the visored flitted back and forth balletically inside the dome. The visored started counterattacking, flashing a kick here and swinging an underhand chop there, only for Ichigo to deflect and parry with Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo could feel himself grow more confident as they fought, his strikes becoming more precise and his blocking more instinctual. He was feeling more like himself, like when he fought Byakuya Kuchiki atop Sokayaku Hill. He realized then that he had been only using about half of his power ever since, cowed after his inner hollow announced its existence. "Well dang, would you look at that," Love muttered with surprise. "The kid's getting better as they go along. He's got Kensei on the back foot, now." Hiyori guffawed with surprise and leaned forward, disbelieving that her compatriot could be put on the defensive. She focused her eyes and, much to her astonishment, saw that Ichigo had gained control of the fight. The visor's movements were becoming more deliberate and effortful, his evasions closer shaves with every swipe. Ichigo, meanwhile, was visibly becoming more relaxed and freewheeling, his swordplay almost elastic in its adaptability. "That little sheet's actually got talent." Hiyori marveled. "I guess we really weren't wasting our time trying to recruit him. Damn it, I'm gonna owe Shinji a Coke after this." Ichigo jabbed Tensa Zangetsu forward and caught the visor by the face, slicing a thin stripe of red along his chiseled cheekbone. "Got you." Ichigo grinned, only to receive a knee straight into the abdomen. He doubled over in pain, draping himself over the visor's scrunched-up leg. "Don't get cocky," the visor hissed. Ichigo, shifting from a grimace to a grin, reached for the visor's belt and grasped his Zanpakuto by the hilt. He unsheathed the blade and bounded back a pace, grinning triumphantly. "Your sword's drawn," he smirked, brandishing both blades. "Guess that means I." Before he could finish his boast, the visored flash stepped mere inches away and punched him square in the face. Ichigo felt the seismic force of Mstred Hakuda coupled with hollowified power all crashed together into his frontal lobe, nearly knocking him out cold. He fell back, feeling his consciousness blot out with white. "I already told you," the visored frowned, snatching his Zanpakuto back from Ichigo's limp grasp. "Don't get PP." Ichigo's palm moved up and seized the visor's face with a vice-like grip. "What the?" Ichigo was changing, his eyes a lantern yellow and face twisted with malevolent glee while flecks of white began to armor his cheek. "You've got a big mouth, old man." With a cackle, he threw the visor like a rag doll to the other end of the dome, his prey landing with a crash. Before the visor could collect himself, Ichigo ignited Tensa Zangetsu with black, crackling Ryatsu. "Getsuga." "Tensho." The demonic Shinigami deputy slung his katana forward and unfurled his dark current of death, the pulsating wave snaking at the dazed visored. "Hachi." Shinji roared. "Reinforce the." The Getsuga Tensho collided with the visored, igniting in a deafening boom and punching a massive hole through Hachijin's dome. The barrier groaned and spiderwebbed with cracks before shattering altogether, sending up a thick plume of smoke throughout the warehouse. Ichigo lurched forward, cackling while a white mask rapidly solidified across his features. Before he could ready another attack, he was beset by the entire visored crew. Shinji, Love, Lisa, and Hiyori all had their swords unsheathed and pointed an inch away from his face while Hachijin conjured a rectangular force field of Kido to quarantine them all together. Shinji moved his katana squarely at the epicenter of Ichigo's mask, shattering it. So long as you know the exact spot to hit, any hollowification mask is breakable. The visor exploded into microscopic fragments while Ichigo's expression shifted back into his natural self. He fell to his knees and gasped for breath, feeling as though he had been held underwater for an impossible amount of time. Did I kill him?" he breathed, his tone frantic. "Please tell me I didn't kill." "Relax," a voice called out from the smoking ruin across the foyer. "I've survived worse." Ichigo looked up and spotted his opponent's silhouette emerge from the fumes. The visored strode over to join everybody, his outfit charred to a crisp but his body merely scuffed up. "Muguruma Kensei," he said. "That's my name. You've earned it." Halcyon Days. Volume 7, Vestiges of the Vizard. Chapter 3. Ichigo was stunned to see Kensei's condition. While the visored's tank top and cargo briefs were singed and tattered, his musculature underneath only betrayed shallow scratches. He took the hollow's Getsuga Tensho head-on. That same attack banged Byakuya up badly, but this guy's walking around like he's already ready for a second round. I can summon my mask faster than any other visored, remember? Kensei huffed after clocking his confusion. I used it to shield myself in the millisecond before contact. Our masks don't just amplify our brute strength, they also fortify our durability, Love chimed in. You'll be able to tank strong attacks too. When you learn how to channel your hollow powers. When? Ichigo said hopefully. Does that mean you guys are gonna teach me? It means we'll try, Shinji clarified, tossing Ichigo's human body at his feet. There's a decent chance the hollow-taming ritual will backfire. We're gonna have to thoroughly prepare before attempting it. The warning made Ichigo queasy. He had hoped the road to wresting control away from his hollow would be straightforward, but it was finally dawning on him how much he'd have to put his trust into this band of strangers. He surveyed each of them, recognizing in their eyes that they were just as wary of him. I don't have a choice, do I? No, you do not, Lisa shook her head while sheathing her Zanpakuto back into its scabbard. And neither do we. Your hollow has grown strong enough that it's only a matter of time before it gains permanent control over you. We can't in good conscience wait around for you to wreak havoc across Karakura town. So either you're going to cure me. Or you'll have to kill me. Ichigo whispered faintly. He only needed to look at Shinji's expression to get his confirmation. So that's how it is, huh? Alright then. When do we start? The Vizards were all taken aback, surprised by how quickly this teenage boy had accepted his situation. Love cracked a smile. Kids got guts. We start tomorrow morning, Shinji declared. You'll meet me at our rendezvous point on Yujo Bridge at 7 a.m. sharp. Bring a toothbrush, you're staying here all week while we prepare you. Ichigo blushed. But the school week starts tomorrow. The Vizards all stared at him with disbelief, making him feel all the more embarrassed for voicing his objection. Finally, Hiyori broke into a cackle. We're gonna have to execute this little dweeb because he can't miss algebra class, she snickered. Ichigo knew in that instant he didn't like her one bit. I just mean people are gonna notice, okay? He shouted back, shaking a fist. I can't just disappear for a whole week. You've got a jikken, right? Shinji noted. Let the little rag doll impersonate you at school while you're away at holification camp. Acceptable. Ichigo furrowed his brow, weighing whether or not Khan was up to the task. It was one thing for the mod soul to impersonate him during summer break, when he could make himself scarce as possible. It was quite another for the little pervert to sully his reputation at school, where he'd have to interact with others all day. I guess I have no choice. Fine, he glowered. I'll meet you at the bridge tomorrow morning in my Shinigami body. So how am I getting back home tonight? You better not try to scramble my senses again. Kensei smiled and strode right up beside him. If Shinji's way of doing things is too harsh, we can try it my way. He delivered a swift chop to the back of Ichigo's neck, knocking him out cold. The Shinigami deputy fell forward and collapsed atop his human body. The Vizards all gathered around to regard the snoring heap. He's an impressive young man, Hachijin nodded. His hollow is even more impressive, my shield should have been more than enough to contain his technique, and yet he blew right through them. Kensei relaxed his shoulders and let out a pained sigh, he was more injured than he had initially let on. That attack he used, a direct hit from it could lay out most captain-level Shinigami. If I hadn't masked up at the last second, Hachi would have had to spend all night patching me up. This kid's dangerous. Are you sure about this, Shinji? Lisa asked, her bespectacled eyes betraying trepidation. We've never attempted the ritual on an outsider before. When the time comes, the temptation to put him down will be strong. You guys just need to get to know him first, Shinji hand waved before reaching down to collect the unconscious strawberry. Besides, we ain't just doing this out of the kindness of our hearts. We owe Urahara a debt, remember? Kira Izuru could hear the thrum of thousands of spectators pulse through the layers of the stadium, reaching down and rattling the walls surrounding him in the catacomb. He took a deep breath, trying to banish any stage fright jitters before his battle with Yu Yu Yahahara. Am I nervous? Or am I feeling guilty? He wondered. He had felt a heavy weight press upon him after winning his first match against Shuhei Hisagi. He had humiliated his friend in a fit of pique, and felt rotten about it ever since. Why couldn't you want this as much as I do? Why couldn't you fight back, Shuhei? Despite all of the commotion coming from above, he could distinctly hear footsteps approach from the other end of the stone hallway. He turned to see the last person he expected emerge of the darkness. Shuhei. Kira murmured, his eyes widening with apprehension. What are you? Relax, I come in peace, Hisagi said, coming to a stop a yard away from him. I'm here to apologize. Apologize? But I'm the one who... Shut up. Just let me talk and then you can apologize all you like. I had to sleep on it, but it hit me this morning, clear as daylight, I was wrong to judge you. Third Division needs leadership, and they'd be lucky to have you, Kira. They stood in stony silence for what felt like a long time. Kira was overwhelmed with a combustible cocktail of emotions, relief, regret, and surprise. Finally, Hisagi frowned with annoyance. Well. I'm sorry I made a spectacle of throwing you out of the... That's not what I meant. Hisagi barked. You need to accept my apology first. Kira gave him a baffled look before finally easing into a grateful smile. I accept your apology, Shuhei. Good, Hisagi nodded. He looked like something else was troubling him. He visibly wrestled with whether or not to voice his unease before finally blurting it out. You were right about Captain Tozen. I don't know how to let go. Kira studied him sympathetically before stepping forward and placing a hand on his shoulder. Neither of us asked for this. Captain Ikamaru elevated me, he made me feel acknowledged. But he was never my teacher. Hisagi grimaced. They had had very different relationships with their captains. Kira was dutiful and loyal to Jin, but was always kept at arm's length. Tozen, meanwhile, had actively mentored Hisagi and shaped his entire worldview. Kira had lost his captain, but Hisagi had lost his sense of self. A horn sounded from outside the tunnel entrance. The second day of Juzenkan Taki games had begun. Kira turned to the sound and braced himself. I guess that's my cue. His hand left Hisagi's shoulder and he began to march towards the light. Kira, before you go. Hisagi called after him. Kira looked back at him. What is it? Isn't it your turn to apologize? Kira frowned at him. After a PRGN silence, the two lieutenants burst into laughter together. Rukia marveled at the spectacle of the Bushishinzui Budokan, an audience of thousands swirling around her along with the stadium's champagne veneer. She caught herself dawdling and trotted along to keep pace with Captain Yukitake. So Grand Fisher has been purified, he nodded while they strode through the Colosseum's yawning hallways, the fanfare thundering just beyond the pillars that towered above them. A pernicious menace has finally been brought to justice thanks to you, Rukia. Well done. Thank you, Captain. He came to a halt and studied her for an unervingly prolonged beat. And how is Kurosaki Ichigo? He's well, Captain. He misses all of us. I trust you two enjoyed your brief reunion, Yukitake said with a smile before his brow hardened into a more searching stare. Is there anything else I should know? Rukia felt as though she was being interrogated by the sun itself. She had only recently escaped damnation from Soul Society law, and yet she was daring to lie by omission to her superior. Nothing I can recall, Captain, she answered. Grand Fisher got the drop on us, but Ichigo was able to access his Shinigami powers and finally avenged his mother. Our story had a happy ending. Yukitake nodded, his face relaxing back into his characteristically easygoing grin. Very good. He deserved closure after all he's done for us. Now, I have to go perform my duties at the ISE Tenraicho's Loge. I trust you can find the officer section of the audience. But sir. I'm not an officer. Rukia mumbled. They will be expecting your company nevertheless, Yukitake said sweetly. Lieutenant Aburai will be looking for you when he competes in the arena. Rukia blushed scarlet and watched him make his leave. After some hesitation, she scampered out from the hallway and down through the throng of attendees, squeezing her way through Shinigami spectators and merchants advertising their wares. One tried to sell her a mock Shihakusho emblazoned with 13th Division on the back, which she politely refused before slipping down into the officer section of the stands. Rukia, you're back. Kion waved to her, moving over a spot to make room. Come, have a seat. Rukia tried her best to ignore the awkward looks from Aizen and Omida, who both had stood by watching her execution ceremony on Sokayaku Hill, and sat herself between Kion and Sentaro Katsubaki. She immediately regretted the choice of seat when the two co-third seats immediately began to bicker with each other while she was sandwiched in the middle. Where's Renji? She finally asked. He's with the rest of the remaining contestants, hanging out in the catacombs below, Yumachika answered. Why do you ask? Rukia frowned at him, well aware that he was teasing her. Deep in the guts of the Bushashinzui Budokan, Renji had cornered Ikiku in a darkened hallway so that they could have a discreet chat. You heard it yourself from the Shihoin Tenraicho last night, they're expecting to see Bankai in this tournament, Renji pleaded. We're the only lieutenants who can perform Bankai. Only one of us can win today, but if we go all out against each other. Maybe they'll award both of us a captaincy when this is all over. No, the bald-headed third seat said, shaking his head. Sorry. That's staying under wraps. But it should be you. Renji blanched. You're the first, last, and only choice. Nobody deserves the promotion more, and I can't fight today knowing that you're holding back. You think I give a shit about what makes you comfortable? Ikiku growled, pressing his scabbard to Renji's chest to force him to step back a pace. Fool. I told you when I was teaching you how to fight, I have no intention of letting anyone know about my Bankai, except for you and Yumachika. I don't want to be a captain. If I were a captain, I couldn't fight under Captain Zaraki. Renji scowled, cursing Ikiku's obsession with Kenpachi. He vividly recalled what the stubborn goat had told him back in their sparring days. Your dream is to surpass Captain Kuchiki, Aburai. My dream is to live and die as Captain Zaraki's subordinate. Yu raised up her Fujifilm camera, sticking out her tongue and flashing a peace sign. There was a bright flash as the camera captured her makeup-slathered grin. With a giggle, she tossed the gizmo over her shoulder. The camera flew like a home run ball into the audience, one breathless spectator catching it triumphantly, only for dozens to swarm around him and wrestle for possession of the enclosed Polaroid. No need to fight over me, Pyong, she purred to the crowd below before returning her attention to Kira. He looked sullen as ever, staring at her vacantly from the other side of the ring. Ah, come on, what's with the long face? Yu chirped. We're famous now, Izuru-chan. Little Yuyu's a sex symbol, can you believe it? Meow. The way you carry on is embarrassing, he replied, stone-faced. You are completely unserious. It'd be a mockery of the Gotei 13 if you became a captain. Yu frowned. She didn't like that appraisal one bit. Chiwa finished his introductions, adding flowery flourishes to his spiel while hyping up the crowd. Let the match commence. Yu drummed up her foot on the ground boisterously before flash-stepping across the arena. Her visage appeared and faded away from one spot before instantly flitting to an adjacent mark, drawing ever closer to Kira with each skip. He held his stance but swiftly unsheathed his Zanpakuto, releasing Wabasuk with a command. That freakish bear girl seems to be in quite a hurry, Kabucha Ise noted while watching the third seat blitz across the arena. She found the erratic speed baffling to watch. Yayahara is taking this match seriously, Yukitake spoke up from behind the Tenraicho's throne. She could afford to be a showboat during her match against Omida, but she knows Lieutenant Kira is a far more adept fighter. She's trying to disorient him with Shunpa until she finds the perfect opening to attack with the Kumikakoro technique. Kira is taking her seriously as well, immediately releasing his Shurikai. The first blow by either fighter will likely be decisive. Kabucha's thin lips upturned subtly. While she never voiced thanks, she appreciated Yukate's running commentary on the battles. From the officer section of the stadium stands, Rukia looked baffled while she watched Yu dash around. "That's who's fighting on behalf of 8th Division," she murmured. "Why isn't Lieutenant Ise fighting Kira instead?" "It's a long story," Kion said. "Yu's very formidable, though. She made short work of Marekio. Quite a high bar." Rukia muttered, just loud enough to draw an annoyed glare from Omida. Hisagi, meanwhile, sat in hushed silence beside them all, his eyes nervously tracking Yu's every flash step. "I learned from my battle with Iasegawa not to underestimate a lower-ranking officer. Kira, I hope you have a plan." Kira held Wabasuk's hook aloft, his eyes not bothering to dart back and forth to keep track of Yu's movements. "Her pattern is just a distraction. All that matters is when she strikes." Right on cue, the third seat flash stepped right above him, grinning from ear to ear. She crooked her hands and slammed her wrists together, materializing the ursine jaw of Kumikakoro right around him. In the split second before the technique clamped down, she realized something was wrong. He's not even attempting to dodge it. Kira remained rooted in place, staring up at her with grim resignation, as if bracing for pain. His left index and middle fingers pointed up at her clasped hands. Bakudo number 2, K's shackle. Right as Kira finished his utterance, the bear's jaws snapped shut around him, his torso spurting a ringlet of blood in all directions. The sight induced gasps of horror from the audience. In that same instant, Yu felt an invisible tether wrap around her wrists, bounding her palms together as if by magnetism. She yelped when Wabasuk swung up and struck her knuckles with a clang, sending a shooting pain up her arms. She lost her balance midair, her hands now doubled in weight. She attempted to pry her palms apart, but they were stubbornly shackled together by the Bakudo charm. Right as she awkwardly landed onto her feet, Kira pressed his advantage and lunged forward, swinging Wabasuk and wrapping Yu over her knuckles again. She tried to swing her arms away, but with each strike her movements grew slower and her ability to dodge Kira diminished. By the fifth time Wabasuk connected, Yu's hands thunked down onto the arena tile and anchored her to the spot. "I spent all morning thinking of a way to disarm you," Kira said with a huff, blood spilling down his shihakusho. "How disgraceful that this was the best solution I could come up with." Yu's face twisted with exertion as she tried to lift her hands from the arena ground. It was no use, her biceps spasmed as she struggled and failed to lift her paws. "This absolutely SCKS. But I got him good." "Did you have a conniption or something?" she shouted, craning her head up to glower at him. "You got chomped head on, you're gonna bleed out and die, dummy." Kira nodded, planting Wabasuk down against the arena tile for ballast. His free hand pressed to his chest, feeling the punctures around his abdomen and the blood freely spilling out. "You're right," he admitted. "This is a fatal wound if I don't get immediate medical treatment. But I won't pass out before you lose." He turned to Chiwa and weakly pointed at Yu, his finger trembling. "Her upper body is touching the ground. Shouldn't you start the countdown?" Yu gawped up at him, finally comprehending his strategy. My. You're right," Chiwa chuckled before bringing the microphone to his lips. 1, 2, 3. Yu bristled. "This isn't fair." She returned her attention to her pinned hands, gritting her teeth as she summoned all her strength to try and lift her limbs up from the ground. It was no use, they were too heavy. "And 10. Chiwa announced. "The winner is Kira Izuru." The Colosseum erupted into cheers. From the officer section, Hisagi smiled serenely. "That's the kind of thinking that'll take you to the top of this tournament, Kira." Kira gave Yu a weak nod of respect and turned to behold the crowd. He allowed himself a smile of triumph before his expression turned faint, the tiles beneath him growing crimson and wet. With a grunt, he collapsed in a heap. Halcyon Days. Volume 7, Vestiges of the Vizard. Chapter 4. While a squadron of medics rushed to collect Kira from the arena, the Tokonata Loge was dealing with an unwelcome invasion. A trio of aristocratic sisters had arrived to woo Tenraicho Tokonata. Captain Kamamura barred the entryway, shielding the silk curtains with his massive frame. MDM, MDM and MDM, please return to your seats, he commanded. Now isn't the time. Please, we just need a moment, pleaded Nariyoshi Ryodoji, her petite figure trying to squeeze past him. I've brought Tokonata-sama a gift. If he can only receive one of us, let it be me, chimed in her more statuesque sister, Shudani. She gave a rather lewd shimmy of her kimono. I've brought him the greatest gift of all. A sensitive soul like Tokonata-sama wants an intellectual match, not a playground of flesh, jeered the third sister, Ainyo. Tell Tokonata-sama that I've come to STMLT his mind with talk of literature and music. Kamamura frowned with exasperation. Please, this is a matter of security. You should all make your entreaties to the Tenraicho outside of tournament hours. Oh, but this is the closest we've ever gotten to Tokonata-sama. Shudani harumphed. He never leaves that castle of his. And I've been sending invitations to him for years, but with no response. Nariyoshi added, looking close to tears. Ainyo, recognizing that Kamamura wouldn't budge, linked arms with her sisters and dragged them back a pace. Fine, we'll retreat for today, but please pass along this message to Tokonata-sama, the Tsunyashiro line hangs by a single fragile thread. If he wishes to perpetuate his dynasty, he must remarry and sire an heir. The Ryodoji have been a proud vassal of the Tsunyashiro clan for many millennia, any of us would be a fitting match for the Tenraicho. Can you relay that message for us, monster? Kamamura's snout twitched at the aristocrat's casual bigotry, but his composure was otherwise perfectly poised. You are a captain of the Godii 13, he remembered as he nodded and replied, I swear it, MDM. His promise was enough to finally ward the three Ryodoji sisters away. He sighed with relief and returned to the balcony to share their message. I'm surprised to hear those three are still available, Tokonata mused before taking a sip of sake. Truly pitiful that they've been saving themselves for me. I find each of them putrid in their own special way. There was some wisdom in Lady Ainyo's words, Kamamura ventured. The Tsunyashiro clan is imperiled until you bear an heir. You are but one man embodying an entire Shisanka lineage. Surely you have a responsibility to remarry. His words drew stares from Tokonata's two Shikotai guards, Bayori Magonyo and Sabura Kasada. While their expressions were hidden behind ornamental masks, they were undoubtedly stunned by the captain's temerity. Death had followed Tokonata Tsunyashiro his whole life. When he was still only an heir, his first and only wife took her own life after a prolonged bout of melancholy. Tokonata never remarried and became something of a recluse, rarely venturing outside of his family estate at Saidahatsum. That tragedy would pale in comparison to when a mass assassination attempt was made on the entire Tsunyashiro clan. The whole family, all 49 members save for Tokonata himself, was butchered. The Tenraicho was gravely injured but miraculously survived, making him the very last living Tsunyashiro. These misfortunes had made Tokonata a figure of immense sympathy in Seoul society. His lack of a defined public profile allowed the masses to project onto him the visage of a tragic hero shouldering unbearable grief. He was also the most sought-after bachelor in the Siriidii, fielding literally hundreds of marriage offers at a given time while being subject to constant romantic speculation. He routinely turned down any proposals and dismissed all rumors, insisting that he would only love again if my darling Kakio was resurrected and returned to me. Kamamura knew all of this when he dared suggest that the Tenraicho remarry. Tokonata didn't look displeased, however. Quite the opposite, he was delighted that the wolf had offered himself up so he could swat it back down. If I'm to remarry, perhaps we ought to find a suitor for you as well, the nobleman simpered. Shall we rummage around in the zoo and find a beach for you to mount? Kamamura merely shrugged with indifference. I am wedded only to the goatee I-13, your highness. Tokunada's cat-like eyes narrowed. The dog wasn't as fun to kick around today. With a bored sigh, the Tenraicho took another sip of sake and returned his attention to the arena. It was 7:20 a.m. in Karakura town, 20 minutes after Ichigo rejoined Shinji at their rendezvous point on Yujo Bridge. Shinji tore the BLNDFLD off of his eyes back at the visored hideout, expecting him to dry heave again after having had his senses inverted. To Shinji's surprise, Ichigo looked much steadier than the night before. He was blue in the face and trembling from vertigo, but his brow was scrunched with concentration as he willed his cognitive functions to steel themselves. After swaying slightly, Ichigo planted his feet firmly onto the ground and exhaled, his nausea quelled. He's only been exposed twice and he's already adapting. Shinji realized. This kid's really something else. It's friggin' annoying. He gave Ichigo a hearty backslap. Welcome back to our crib, Kurosaki. We begin your holotaming training immediately. Ichigo winced at the backslap and shot Shinji an annoyed look before turning his attention to their surroundings. To his surprise, the other visors were all sitting in a circle around them, plopped down on the concrete and spaced out about 6 feet apiece to form a ring 36 feet in diameter. What's going on? Have a seat and do what Hachi says, Shinji commanded before dropping into a cross-legged perch. Ichigo looked profoundly confused but complied, awkwardly kneeling down into a crouch before resting back onto his butt and staring skeptically at the gathered faces. So are you going to tell me what's happening, or? This is your orientation, Mr. Kurosaki, Hachijin announced. The rotund fellow was massive beyond the limitations of a normal person, 260 centimeters in height and shaped like a swollen pear. He had an erudite face with a well-manicured mustache and short-cropped hair, both bubblegum pink. His beady golden eyes matched the color of the bowtie cinched around his collar while his humongous frame was clad in an olive-green tuxedo. The slight bow in his head revealed a black crossbones dyed atop his rosy pate. The giant raised up his 2 meaty palms, a spark of electric aura zapping between them. A pink sphere the shape of a dodgeball puffed into existence, printed with the same black crossbones that matched Hachi's scalp. He bounced the ball several times to prove it had physical mass and weight before holding it aloft. This is my Kandei Chibaru, a Kido technique I developed back when I was a teacher once upon a time, he explained, his voice suddenly amplified to such crystalline fidelity that Ichigo could swear he was hearing him through headphones. It was designed to help my students learn the value of listening and sharing. Whoever holds this ball will be heard clearly while the voices of anyone else within 50 feet will be lowered into a mere whisper. Now, my compatriots here can be bullish and are prone to speaking over each other. Within this circle, we'll take turns passing this ball, and whoever is holding it will be heard clearly while those who aren't will have the roar of a mouse. Kandei Chibaru, magnanimous decibel. To ensure that nobody becomes greedy with the proverbial microphone, the ball will become hotter the longer you hold onto it, Hachi continued. However, it will instantly cool when passed over to new hands. Now, I'd like for us to take turns introducing ourselves and sharing one of our favorite things before asking Mr. Kurosaki a question. To begin, my name is Ashoda Hachijin, the Kido specialist amongst the visors, and... well, I absolutely love kittens. Wonderful creatures. They require a bit of patience, but their earned affection is immensely gratifying. Now, Mr. Kurosaki, how about you start by sharing your basic information with the group? Your age, where you attend school, and for how long have you been a Shinigami? He planted the ball onto the ground and gently rolled it over to Ichigo, who watched the sphere approach in dumbstruck awe. Are you kidding me? Ichigo roared. My life is on the line, and we're playing hot potato? What is this, kindergarten? He realized at the end of his outburst that his shout was only just a squeak when it escaped his lips, making him sound like an angry ant. Hachi wasn't kidding about the Kandade Shiburu's power. A person would need to hold the ball if they wanted to be audible. Ichigo blushed and surveyed the visors, spotting Hiyori looking very amused at his expense. Grumbling, he plucked up the sphere. "Alright, fine," he said, his voice suddenly cranked up to an omnipresent volume. "Name's Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm 16 years old and just started the second semester of my first year at Karakura High School. I'm 180 centimeters tall on a good day, my blood type's A, and I've been a Shinigami for a little over 3 months. Alright, who's next?" As he spoke, he could feel a prickling along his palm. The ball was getting progressively warmer in his grasp. He looked around and saw Love holding up a hand. Happy to relinquish his hot potato, he tossed the ball over. "Name's Ikawa Love, pleasure to meet Cha," the visor announced, his rumbling voice booming in Ichigo's ears. He was a tall and broad-shouldered Shinigami clad in a green jumpsuit, his eyes hidden behind mirrored sunglasses that conjoined at a slant over his strong nose while a pair of cream-colored headphones were fitted snugly around his neck. He had curious hair, a spiky afro that reminded Ichigo of a starfish, with elongated sideburns running down his temples. His skin was dusky but his ethnic makeup hard to place. "I guess I'm not really a specialist in this operation, unless you consider being the best fighter a specialty," Love continued, drawing incredulous glares from Lisa, Kensei, and Shinji. "I'm 387 years old and I don't know my blood type. Don't much care to learn, either. If I had to pick an interest, I'd say my first love is manga. How about you, Kurosaki? Do you like manga?" He threw the Kandade Shiburu to Ichigo, who caught it reflexively. "I dabble, not a hardcore fan or anything, but I read a couple," Ichigo answered before tossing the ball right back. "I've read just about everything," Love continued. "Now, I respect the classics like Golgo 13 or Hajime no Ippo, but I've gotten a real taste for the new generation. Titles like Shaman King, Berserk, Angel Densetsu, Slam Dunk, Dragon Head. Now here's a question, Kurosaki, what's your One Piece?" Ichigo caught the ball and frowned with puzzlement. "My One Piece? What are you talking about? You've never heard of the Monkey D. Luffy?" Love guffawed, the ball back in his court. "Little stretchy guy who wants to be the Pirate King. He's out there searching for the One Piece, which is really just a MacGuffin that justifies the whole adventure. Now don't play dumb, you're a 16-year-old kid who fell but backwards into superpowers. You've got Shōnen protagonist written all over you. So what's your animating goal? Do you want to become a captain in the Godai 13? Want to catch all the pocket monsters and become number 1? Or do you just like pushing yourself past your previous limits? It's gotta be something." Ichigo was visibly irked when he caught the ball again. "Life isn't a comic book," he sulked. "I'm not chasing after something specific, and I don't really want for anything. I guess I'd like to walk around without getting hassled for the color of my hair. That'd be nice. But I just need to keep my family and friends out of harm's way. That's it." He threw the Kandade Shiburu back to Love, who looked crestfallen. "Well DMN, that's no fun. I thought we had a gone freaks in our presence when really we're saddled with a Shinji." Shinji shot him a confused look. "Not you," Love clarified. "I'm talking Ikari Shinji from Eva. A moody kid who finds himself at the center of events only because the universe has conspired to put him on a pedestal. They call that a passive protagonist, which means you belong in a totally different genre, Kurosaki. You better find a goal to dedicate yourself towards or else your life story is gonna be boring as sheet. Be more like Luffy." Everyone watched with mortification as steam sizzled up from Love's hands. He was so content to hog the mic that he was completely unbothered by the Kandade Shiburu's heating penalty. "Is this guy for real?" Ichigo frowned, shooting his own steam out from his ears. The other visors were looking just as impatient, with Hiyori growing red in the face. "I swear, those rags are totally rotting his brain." Ichigo felt a profound relief when Love finally passed the ball over to Lisa. She looked comparatively normal, with her turquoise eyes shimmering behind a pair of red oval glasses and dark hair braided into a ponytail. She was garbed in a sailor outfit, her short navy blue skirt draped over a long pair of legs. She adjusted her glasses and cleared her throat before plucking up the candid Shibaru. "My name's Yadamaru Lisa. My age is nobody's business, and I enjoy reading Rukia. Lots of it. How about you, boy? What pawn do you like?" She tossed the ball Ichigo's way, only for it to bounce off of his scarlet face. He needed a moment to collect himself before scooping up the sphere. "What kind of perverted question is that?" he barked. "I thought you were going to be the normal one, but instead you're a sec maniac." He threw the ball back to her. She caught it by the tip of her index finger and let it spin around on the axis of her digit. "I'm ace, actually. Never had a crush on a person, but I've yearned for many a SNSL stanza. The only thing that brings me pleasure is the written word. Got a problem with that?" Ichigo blushed while accepting the ball back. "No, of course not. That's well within your rights. But I object to talking about my own business. That's private." "You're young," Lisa observed when she regained the candid Shibaru. "If you lived for a couple more centuries, you'd understand that life is too short to hide away any part of yourself." Shinji sat back and watched, feeling mildly mortified. The group had been isolated for so long that he had stopped recognizing everyone's eccentricities. With an outsider finally in the mix, their collective weirdness was becoming painfully clear to him. "Except for me, of course," he reassured himself. "Anybody who thinks I'm weird just doesn't know what real style is." The crowd went wild when Tetsuzeman Iba and Ranjaku Matsumoto took to the stage. Two of the longest-serving lieutenants in the Gotei 13, they were both well-regarded and had barely demonstrated their full capabilities during their first-round matches against the Kotetsu sisters, respectively. Ranjaku smirked at him from across the arena, recalling the wager he offered over breakfast the previous morning. "So whoever loses has to pose for a portrait," she recalled. "That's a funny bet, come to think of it." Tetsuzeman adjusted his sunglasses and spat out a pouch of snuff tobacco before miming a shush. "Don't talk about gambling here. You'll get us both busted, Matsumoto." Chiwa Kikazu, lingering between them, merely pet an eyebrow in amusement while dangling his microphone lackadaisically by its cord. He was content to merely eavesdrop on the two contestants' conversation while pretending not to hear anything incriminating about their extracurricular choices. "It's just. Since when do you paint?" Ranjaku chirped. "Is your intention to beat a fetching young lady and then force her to model for you? I didn't take you for a dirty dog, Zaman." He chuckled and shook his head. "Come what may, I'll promise to explain myself after our match. So do you agree to the terms?" Ranjaku shot a cheeky glance at Chiwa before nodding. "You've got yourself a bet." From the stands, Rukia scrunched her brow while scrutinizing the two opponents. "They're evenly matched, as last looks go. This could go either way. Your next champions, the gregarious and iron-willed Iba Tetsuzeman versus the exquisite Matsumoto Ranjaku," Chiwa announced to the crowd. "The two eldest lieutenants competing in the 10th Juzenkan Taikai. Who will prevail?" Ranjaku turned beet red, her temple pulsing with irritation. "The eldest? I'm certainly younger than Ikaku." The semantic nuance that Ikaku was a third seat wasn't lost on her, but she nevertheless perceived the comment as a slight. This Taikamochi chooses his words carefully and knows exactly what he's doing. He's a catty one. "Let the 8th match begin." Chiwa cried with a pirouette bow before skipping off to safety. Right on cue, Ranjaku and Tetsuzeman unsheathed their blades and leapt forth. They met at the center of the ring, steel ringing against steel as they traded a series of swipes. Each swing was met with a parry, each parry turning into a counterstrike. Each counterstrike was artfully dodged, begetting another swing. It was just as Rukia had observed from the outset, a perfectly even matchup. Both Ranjaku and Tetsuzeman were highly adept at Zanjutsu and possessed more physical strength than most of their peers. Without an obvious superior or inferior, this battle can't be predicted at this stage, Rukia thought while watching their standstill sword dance. The victor will be decided by Shirkai. Tetsuzeman brought his katana down for an overhead swipe, only for Ranjaku to hoist her blade up horizontally and catch his edge. The katanas raked against each other while both opponents trembled, trying to force the other to budge. So does the loser have to model in the NDE? Ranjaku wondered through clenched teeth. You'll dress to your own level of comfort. Tetsuzeman jeered back before using the opportunity to begin a Kido incantation, a wash and scrub rungs of the ribcage clean. Moisten the planks for uprooting, and dive down into your own doom. He ripped his blade away and leapt up into the air, jutting his left hand to the side. Sunkawa. Sunkawa, Heido number 40, Twisted Stream. A bulb of blue Ryatsu bloomed from his palm and transformed into a propulsive water beam, firing to his left before looping like a bow and curving down to strike Ranjaku. She caught the winding Heido with her katana and tried to bat it away, only to instead be shoved back, her sandals dragging along the arena tile. The winding stream continued to twist and turn, snaking its way across the stage with Ranjaku pinned by its jaws. She's going to get pushed off. Kion cried, squeezing Rukia's hand with equal parts dread and excitement. Tetsuzeman landed back onto the ground, his hand still outstretched and generating the surging Heido. He was visibly tense, unable to move lest he break his concentration. Sunkawa needed a constant supply of Ryatsu to sustain its looping trajectory, making it a particularly taxing Kido technique. However, it was devastatingly effective at pushing an opponent out of bounds. Ranjaku strained every muscle in her body, pressing her blade forward to shield her from the Heido's surging waves. She focused all of her strength into her sword-wielding arm, feeling the sinew and veins close to bursting while she chanced easing up her secondary hand's grip on the hilt, shoving her freed palm up to point at the sky. At this velocity, and with our current distance, it should be about this many degrees. She positioned her arm at a precise angle and cried out a chant, belch into the fire of the dressmaker's rage, play your steady rhythm and call out the pattern. Tenseki Hogan. Tenseki Hogan, Heido number 38, Boulder Cannon. A gigantic orb of silver Ryatsu, 40 inches in diameter, fired from her palm as if slung by a catapult. The audience watched in gobsmacked awe as Ranjaku's Heido whistled over the Sunkawa and sailed through the air before bearing down on Tetsuzeman. He gawped up at the incoming missile, disbelieving that Ranjaku could lob a Tenseki Hogan at him while under so much duress and while in the thrall of such an erratic trajectory. Her Heido was a blunt cannonball composed of spiritual energy, dense and heavy. Brutally destructive, but its lumbering speed made it woefully inefficient against moving targets. However, Ranjaku knew that Tetsuzeman had to remain in place if he wanted to maintain his own Heido. Even while tussling with a winding pillar of water, she had somehow approximated the exact degree she needed to calibrate her missile so it could reach his exact location. DMN it, Matsumoto. You're amazing. The cannonball landed and erupted with a sundering boom, kicking up a smoldering plume that obscured the entire arena. Ranjaku, feeling the Sunkawa finally ease up, clapped her secondary hand back onto the hilt of her sword. With both arms, she roared and effortfully swung the waterspout away. The Heido swerved out of bounds and twisted towards the audience only to unwind into a fine mist and dissipate, its fuel cut off. Ranjaku sighed with relief. Her whole body trembling with fatigue, she looked over her shoulder and saw that she only had 8 more feet to spare before she'd have toppled off the stage. That was close. She returned her attention to the center of the ring, which was now pocked with a smoking crater. Well drat. I sure hope I didn't kill Tetsuzeman. She peered through the smoke and finally spotted his silhouette. The fumes parted and dissipated, revealing the lieutenant in sturdy condition. His shihakusho was smoldering and tattered, and the lenses of his sunglasses cracked apart to reveal his icy blue eyes. He looked raggedy, but aside from some superficial scratches he was unharmed. So you shut off your Sunkawa's valve and dodged in the nick of time? Ranjaku surmised. I avoided a direct hit, but the shockwave got me good, Tetsuzeman admitted, taking off his ruined sunglasses and tossing them aside. Looks like Zanjutsu and Kido won't get us anywhere. How's about we let our Zanpakuto have a word with each other? Ranjaku smiled softly, her fingers subtly trembling around Hiniko's hilt. She wasn't shaking with fear or fatigue, but with excitement. It had been ages since she'd had a challenging fight under such amicable terms. You really know how to show a lady a good time, Zaman. Halcyon Days. Volume 7, Vestiges of the Vizard. Chapter 5. Tetsuzeman first became aware of Ranjaku Matsumoto 90 years beforehand, when she was making a name for herself as the luckiest girl in the Godai. The rookie's reputation started when boorish Shinigami would rope her into trying the latest fad in athletic achievement, from archery to shot put. Every time, she'd feign bashfulness and ask everyone not to judge her first attempt at the task on hand, only to then surprise onlookers with her flawless execution of the skill. That girl is just lucky, one Shinigami told Tetsuzeman after they watched Ranjaku ace her very first match of Hanafuda. Apparently she was a child celebrity in the Rukongai. Brought good fortune to anybody who touched her. Tetsuzeman, whose officer career had up to that point been stymied by his gambling addiction and penchant for losing bets, felt a pang of profound jealousy. What I wouldn't give to be that lucky. Ichigo Kurosaki walked up to the Colosseum tunnel's mouth and leaned against the entrance wall to gaze out at the arena. He had been listening intently to Tetsuzeman and Matsumoto's brawl, but the promise of their shurikai finally making an appearance drew him out. He wanted to witness this moment. So you're gonna unveil Teata Sakiki in front of all these people, Tetsuzeman? He had been among the very few who had ever seen Tetsuzeman's Zanpakuto release in person. It was strange for that privilege to suddenly be afforded to an audience of thousands. Deep down, Ichigo was slightly resentful that the full extent of his drinking buddy's abilities would now be public knowledge and not just their little secret. And here I thought I was special. In the arena, Tetsuzeman took off the ruined remnants of his sunglasses and tossed them aside. His eyes were chips of ice punctuated with piercing black irises. Ranjaku felt wistful looking at them. They reminded her of Jin's eyes. I guess there's no way around it, Tetsuzeman huffed. He ran a thumb over his lips before strkng the digit across the face of his katana. Let loose, Teata Sakiki. His blade beamed brightly and reconfigured into a fan scimitar with a pick jutting forth like the hand of a clock. Spectators craned their heads forward with curiosity, many of them baffled by the odd-looking shurikai design. With a grumble, Tetsuzeman slung the sword back and draped it across his shoulders, waiting for his opponent to reciprocate. Teata Sakiki Solar Trebuchet. Ranjaku grinned, impressed as ever by Zaman's chivalry. She hunched forward and extended her Zanpakuto outward before carefully resting her secondary arm over her sword-wielding wrist. Growl, Hiniko. The Bushishinzui Budokan's walls vibrated as the audience broke into hollers and whoops, delighted by the sight of Ranjaku's sword dissipating into ash. So Matsumoto-san has an amorphous shurikai? Rukia thought while watching the plume of embers curl and twist around Ranjaku in serpentine arcs. It reminds me of brothers Senbonzakura. Ichigo pet an eyebrow as he beheld Hiniko's release for the first time. So both combatants have arranged Zanpakuto. This is gonna get messy. Tetsuzeman's teal eyes watched Hiniko's haze sift around in the air. This was his first time beholding it, too. With a twirl of his fan blade, he gave his rival a ceremonial bow. Shall you do the honors, Matsu? Before he could finish his sentence, he was beset by the ash cloud. I shall, Ranjaku smirked while watching Tetsuzeman squirm in the eye of Hiniko's haze. His eyes darted around, trying to suss out the threat. He pursed his lips shut in case he was meant to breathe in the cinders. Could this be poison? Or is it merely a smokescreen for your Zanpakuto's true technique, Matsumoto? Ranjaku watched as patches of ash accumulated across Tetsuzeman's musculature, coagulating around his left shoulder and right wrist. She swished her sword's hilt, prompting deep cuts to rake across the corresponding spots. Tetsuzeman grit his teeth in pain as blood spurted from his shoulder and wrist, the sight drawing gasps from spectators. In the space of a mere second, he flash-stepped 6 meters away from the Ashloud's domain. "So that's how it is," he grunted while inspecting his bleeding forearm, drops of crimson trickling past his knuckle and plopping onto the tiles beneath. "Anything your ash gloms onto can be cut." "Impressive." Ranjaku gave a sassy curtsy in return, her nebulous Zanpakuto swirling in the gulf between them. "The element of surprise helps. I suppose I've forfeited that advantage from here on out." Tetsuzeman chuckled and gazed up at the thousands of faces watching them intently. "I suppose both our secrets are getting shared today. Watch closely, now." He broke into a crouch and held Teadasakiki horizontally before him, running his hand over the blade's face. His movement was slow and deliberate, like a magician daring his audience to guess his next move. Rukia watched with an irrepressible smile. "They're so congenial," she thought. Lieutenant Matsumoto could have hidden her Zanpakuto's ability until she had the opportunity to deal a winning blow. Instead, she struck Tetsuzeman with a mere warning shot. And now he's giving her the opportunity to dodge his rejoinder. They're both so kind to each other. Ranjaku watched as Tetsuzeman's fingers grazed along the cold steel of his scimitar. "What do you have in store for me, Zaman?" Tetsuzeman pressed his index finger to the tip of the blade's pick and drew his digit back until it was kissing the other edge of the sword. Suddenly, there was a flicker of flame the size of a thimble burning at the pick's barb. "Tenpasakiriki," he bellowed, flicking his finger off from the sword. The flame shot forth. "Tenpasakiriki Sun Pebble." The fiery thimble came at Ranjaku like a bullet. She applied her swiftest footstep of Shuanpa and glided aside, the projectile sailing past where her shoulder had just been. She felt a twinge of triumph, only for her breath to cut short when she felt as though a sledgehammer was smashing between her shoulder blades. She spun forward and landed face first onto the arena tiles, a smoking ember pocking the back of her shihakusho. How'd she get hit? Kion wondered aloud to everyone. Lieutenant Matsumoto dodged that attack. You all saw her dodge it, right? She dodged its initial trajectory, Aizen replied with a tinge of astonishment. But the missile curved around to hit its mark. Kion shot her sister a stunned look. It curved. That's right, Ichigo thought while watching Matsumoto struggling back up to her feet. Teotosakiki's projectiles don't just pack a mean punch. They lock onto the object of Tetsuzeman's choosing and orbit around its center of gravity, like a moon encircling the Earth. You can't just dodge it, those suckers will follow you until they explode. Ranjaku had figured that out instantly when the Tenpasakiriki hit her. She ambled up gingerly, sweating with consternation as Chiwa Kikazu took a 10 count from afar. She finally got back onto her feet, silencing the referee while drawing thunderous whoops from the crowd. You dirty dog, Zaman, she laughed bitterly, her shoulders smarting with scalding pain. Is that any way to treat a lady? Tetsuzeman responded by running his finger over the pick again and firing another Tenpasakiriki. This time, Ranjaku answered by summoning a current of Hiniko. The haze intercepted the sun pebble, its grit concentrating around the ball and forcing it to prematurely detonate within 2 meters of its target. The resulting blast sent a shockwave ripple through Ranjaku's blonde tresses, her feminine figure subtly pulsing as well, much to the fascination of onlookers. She stumbled back several steps before another volley of Tenpasakiriki shot forth after her. She swished the hilt of her Zanpakuto again and commanded Hiniko to head off the incendiary pebble once more, resulting in another percussive explosion. The audience members let out a succession of oohs and ahs as they watched an escalating exchange of Tetsuzeman slinging his missiles and Ranjaku heading them off in the nick of time. Rukia's jaw clenched more and more into a vice as she saw the tide of battle solidify. Lieutenant Tetsuzeman was slinging his sun pebbles faster and faster with each volley, while Lieutenant Matsumoto's defenses were growing increasingly ill-bred. His attack is going to reach her again soon. It's an inevitability. Ranjaku recognized this, too. Her opponent's Shirkai ability was simply more aggressive, and his stamina in producing each formidable shot seemed inexhaustible. She backed away until she was mere feet away from the arena's edge, racking her brain for a countermeasure until Tetsuzeman saw an opening in Hiniko's waves and flashed stepped between the gap, bridging the distance between them. Ranjaku let out a gasp when he appeared a mere meter away from her left, 3 of his fingers now pressed to the pick of his blade. Tenpazandan. Tenpazandan solar buckshot. A spray of embers erupted from his shuriken and reached Ranjaku like a triad of heat-seeking missiles. Tenpazandan was less potent than Tenpasakariki but even harder to avoid, sacrificing concentrated power for a more diffuse spray that was nearly inescapable. The buckshot hit Ranjaku right in the chest, flinging her back into Hiniko's mist. She disappeared from sight, obscured by an eruption of fire. "It's over," Omida ruled grimly. The Colosseum fell into hushed silence, everyone marveling at the smoke cloud rising up from where Ranjaku once stood. The swarm of Hiniko's haze suddenly went limp, the embers spilling down onto the arena floor like grains of sand. Tetsuzeman's icy eyes squinted through the smoke. He was suddenly seized with a piercing fear that he'd hurt Ranjaku more than he ever intended. He took a step forward, readying to sprint towards her. Much to his shock, the ground beneath him suddenly moved. Hiniko's ash shifted underneath his sandals, ejecting him aside like a conveyor belt set to maximum speed. Before he knew it, he was out of bounds. The Colosseum fell into an even deeper disquiet as everyone doubted what they had just seen. Rukia shot up from her seat, shaking a fist in triumph. "You did it, Lieutenant Matsumoto." The thousands of other spectators slowly followed suit, Ranjaku's triumph gradually dawning on them. The 10th Division lieutenant had given up on defense the moment Tetsuzeman flash-stepped towards her. Even while taking an attack at point-blank range, she focused her attention on relaxing her shuriken's ash, scattering it beneath the enemy. When he lowered his guard, thinking he had won, she commanded her ash to slide him over the arena's edge. "Winner by ring out, Matsumoto Ranjaku," Chiwa announced with a haughty twirl. "Well done, Ranjaku," Hitsugaya thought with a sly smile. "It must be embarrassing for you, showing everyone how clever you can be when you actually apply yourself." The smoke cloud where the Tenpazandan had connected finally dissipated, revealing Ranjaku at last. She was still standing on her feet, but her shihakusho was blown away at the bosom, her chest exposed and scuffed. The sight drew a mixture of ecstatic whoops and scandalized gasps. Mothers shielded their children's eyes while wives smacked their husbands for leering. Yumachika looked over to Hisagi, the 9th Division lieutenant was embarrassedly cupping his nostrils, torrents of blood blasting through his fingers. "Phew!" Ranjaku whistled, fanning the smoke away from her chafed chest. "You're lucky you didn't blow off the merchandise, Zaman. That I couldn't forgive." Tetsuzeman lay on the sand in a stunned stupor for a moment before letting out a contented chuckle. He recalled the night he caught Ranjaku practicing kendama, back when she was only a 5th Seed officer in the 10th Division. He had gone off to the forest for a smoke and, shortly after lighting up, overheard the young lady effortfully trying to mstr the toy. He silently slinked over and observed her training for several minutes before finally announcing himself. After a bashful exchange of pleasantries, he acknowledged the elephant in the room. "Kendama is really taking off in the Siriidii," he said between puffs of his cigarette. "Are you going to pretend you've never played it before when an officer pulls you into a game?" "That's right, Lieutenant Iba," she replied with a blush. "I'll feign total ignorance of the game. I hope you won't tell on me." She confessed to having obsessively kept up with all the trends reported in the Siriidii communication. When archery became popular, she headed off to the woods to tirelessly practice archery. When shot put became the next flavor of the month, she secretly practiced shot put until her arm nearly fell off. "But I thought you've never had to practice at anything, Officer Matsumoto." Tetsuzeman pressed. "Lucky Ranjaku. Isn't that what they call you?" She gave him a peculiar look, as if she found the question amusing but the answer painful. "I know what they say about me. I'm afraid my luck ran out back in the Rukongai, Lieutenant Iba." She pivoted away dramatically, only to turn back around, flip her blonde hair and shoot him a bewitching stare he'd never forget. But that's the burden of being a lady, you work your heart out just to make it look effortless.